Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Ash rose into the sky above the city from explosions happening all around. Villains dealt with locals who tried to escape from the fire. The villain struck the man with a sword. The lifeless body fell to the ground. Swords crossed in battle. Two people fought each other. The killer swung his sword. He dealt a powerful blow. The guy was able to reflect it, holding the weapon in front of him. The coat of arms of the Ragnar clan appeared, which was considered a great ducal clan that protected the empire in the very north of the continent. Snow fell on the fortress. The Ragnar clan was able to gain a foothold on the Great Northern Wall for thousands of years. The local lands were strewn with the corpses of monsters. Members of the clan had a special physique. Blood dripped from the blade of the sword, forming a puddle. According to rumors, Ragnar's features were inherited from dragon blood. The monster's eyes sparkled. The swordsman was surrounded by a bright aura. All descendants of Ragnar were born with incredible magical abilities, endurance, and talent for fencing. The young man was wounded in the stomach. Nature deprived him of this talent. The warrior fell to his knees. His enemy was outraged that he could not understand this, although so much time had passed. The stranger lowered the sword and explained that there are things that a person cannot do, despite his efforts, and that usually in such cases people say about the lack of talent. The man lowered the bandana. He looked down at his opponent and said that he would also be upset if he did not inherit the talent, despite his kinship with Ragnar. The protagonist frowned in fear and asked why his comrade did this. Rendan raised his hand and said that watching a child tirelessly train every morning, despite his lack of talent, was simply pathetic. The villain narrowed his eyes and reminded him that all his efforts had led to nothing. The villain laughed, opening his mouth wide, and said that worthless Ragnar was a fine nickname for him and that he should never have hidden from anyone. Theo gritted his teeth and shouted that that was not true. The boy thrust his sword into the ground and asked if his fencing instructor had taught him all these meaningless sword techniques just to betray the Rose Palace. The boy opened his mouth in rage and asked why his friend had defected to the enemy. The man cut him open with his sword. Blood gushed from the swordsman's severed hand. Rendan lowered his weapon and asked why the young master blamed him. He placed his hand on his head. The villain grabbed his hair and asked if he still had not realized that all of this had happened only because of him. The warrior narrowed his eyes. The knight narrowed his eyes. Fire was raging everywhere. The villain asked why the Rose Palace was burning and why his family members were dying. The killer was dragging the girl by her hair. The mercenary threw her to the ground. Her body was covered in bleeding wounds. The traitor asked why the young master's mother had become a cold, lifeless corpse. The protagonist looked at her in horror. The man knelt down on one knee and said that all this happened because he was worthless Ragnar. Theo's eyes widened in fear. The woman's eyes were closed. Rendan smirked and said that his student was the weakest representative of the clan, which is based on the right of the strong. The guy lowered the corners of his lips and called out to his opponent. He pulled the sword from behind his back. The young man swung the blade and shouted the name of his enemy. The sword flew into the air. Its tip pierced the warrior through and through. The warrior fell to the ground. The one who threw the sword said that his henchman was talking too much and ordered him to end it quickly. The blade was sticking out of the knight's chest. The scoundrel apologized and explained that he was just a little lost in his memories. The swordsman closed his eyes and wondered if this would be his end. Looking at the flames of the fire, the protagonist realized that he was unable to protect his loved ones or achieve anything great. Tears appeared in his eyes. Ash swirled in the sky above him. Theo thought that everything would be different if he had talent. With these thoughts, the guy closed his eyes. Everything around burned in the fire. A flash appeared in the impenetrable darkness. Then a message about the death of the user appeared. A notification appeared informing about the activation of the feature and the return to the regression point. The blade of the sword flashed in front of the young man. Holding the training sword in his hands, Rendan noticed that his student looked tired. The warrior clutched a wooden stick in his hand. The man suggested ending their lesson for the day. The instructor lowered his sword and called him too absent-minded. The swordsman's eyes widened and he wondered if he hadn't just died. The mentor smiled awkwardly and called out to him. The knight assumed that his life was flashing before his eyes and was surprised that the first thing that appeared in his memories was the face of the traitor. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that death was cruel even in its last moments. Theo opened his eyes and was surprised by something. A description of a task appeared in front of the old man, according to which the user must hit him in the face. The boy looked up and wondered what it was. Looking from the teacher to the system window, the young man realized that he did not see this sign and asked himself if this was how memories worked. The wooden sword fell from his hand. The warrior clenched his fist and assumed that it was a gift from God, allowing him to throw out his irritation before leaving this world. The swordsman raised his fist and decided to hit the villain, even if it was the delirium of a dying man. Rendan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The knight punched him in the face. The man narrowed his eyes in confusion. The protagonist smirked and wondered why everything felt so real and why his blow was so weak. The instructor immediately swung his sword. A powerful blow threw Theo back. His body fell to the ground. The mentor reminded him that their lesson was over. The boy put his hand to his stomach and wondered why the pain felt so real in delirium. Closing his eyes, the old man said that the awakening ceremony would soon begin, and was outraged that his student did not see any results despite all his efforts. The young man frowned and thought about the ceremony. Rendan said that he could not so easily forgive the student that he attacked his teacher. The man picked up a stick and explained that members of the Ragnar clan must use a sword, not fists. The instructor said that they would see each other at the next lesson and walked away. The warrior asked what was going on. The other students looked at him with a smirk and mocked him for blaming his mentor when he himself was untalented. The guys surrounded him and asked if their comrade was really a descendant of Ragnar, since his skills were not enough even for an illegitimate child. The swordsman put his hand to his cheek. Someone asked if this was all he could do even after all his efforts. The knight dug his fingers into the ground. The protagonist looked down, still not understanding anything. There was a bruise on his side, and the pain felt real. Theo took a handful of sand in his hand and realized that everything here was real. The guy widened his eyes in shock and realized that this was not a dying delirium. The young man jumped to his feet and decided that all this was real. Looking at the sky, the warrior remembered that the awakening ceremony was 10 years ago and wondered how he managed to return to the past. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him. The swordsman looked at it and read that he managed to complete the training quest. The notification was reflected in his eyes. It said that as a reward, the talent Ragnar would be awakened. The knight raised his hand when the confirmation window appeared in front of him. He pressed the button to accept the reward. Waves of bright energy swirled around him. A flash lit up in his chest. The system reported that from now on, his characteristics will increase at a stunning speed. A bright light illuminated the training space. The protagonist still did not understand what was happening here. A new quest appeared. The sun was shining in the sky above the Rose Palace. There was a tea set on the table. Rendan clasped his hands and said that he had never seen someone so untalented. The man smiled broadly and said that he was not called a natural teacher for nothing and promised to make the child strong enough for the awakening ceremony within 5 months. Cecilia, holding the bag in her hands, decided to leave it to him. The girl handed the bag to her companion and asked him to pay a little more attention to her son. The instructor asked her not to worry about it and promised to teach him day and night. The woman smiled and said that she was not worried and believed in her child. Walking down the corridor of the palace, the mentor decided that she was not worried in vain and thought that despite intensive training, the complete lack of talent will not go away. The old man opened the bag and decided that such blood was no good because his student's mother was an ordinary concubine. The bag contained gold coins. Rendan was happy that he received an excellent salary and the title of teacher of the direct descendant of the Ragnar clan. The man grinned slyly, remembering that as a reward for revealing information about the boy and interfering with his development, the man had promised him a happy future, and he realized that the worthless Ragnar would be his benefactor. Someone was running down the corridor towards him. The instructor saw his student in front of him. The protagonist ran past him. The mentor looked after him with disdain and asked what was wrong with him. Theo approached the end of the corridor. Cecilia was standing there. The girl looked back when her son called out to her. The guy stopped a meter away from her and began to breathe heavily. The young man hugged his mother tightly. The woman assumed that he was very tired from today's training. The concubine raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what happened to him. The warrior began to cry and realized that he actually managed to go back. The swordsman laid his head on his mother's shoulder. In the past, Rendan lifted his head to show him the dead Cecilia. Her lifeless body lay on the ground. The knight stared at her in horror. Now he had a smile on his face because his mother was alive. The girl looked at him in confusion. The protagonist realized that he had to change the future at all costs. Theo remembered how the fire lit up in his chest and decided that he could become stronger thanks to his name and what was written on that strange tablet. The guy imagined himself on the throne and thought that he could become strong enough to defend his position in the war for the throne. The woman patted him on the back. The young man looked up. Rendan threw a coin into the air. The warrior decided to become strong enough to take revenge on him. A new task appeared in which he needed to train his body to the limit. The sun had not yet risen over the stadium. The swordsman ran forward with the thought that he wanted to take revenge on the traitor right now. Running around the stadium, the knight realized that he couldn't do anything with his weak body and thought that he should focus on becoming stronger first. Imagining his older self, the protagonist remembered that he was demoted to the information team in the intelligence agency due to his lack of skills and was surprised that he would need the information he learned there. On the table was the elixir of the Emperor's Blood Sword, which greatly enhances physical abilities. On the shelf were books. The significance of the elixir will only be revealed in the future in the secret manual. Theo remembered his extreme training, which he abandoned due to his lack of talent. The sun's rays touched the arena. The boy ran on the stadium tiles. With a smirk on his face, the young man thought that there was a point in training now that he had the talent Ragnar, and decided that the message on the tablet was true. Watching him from the side, the other students could not understand whether their comrade was always so resilient. Someone asked how many laps he had already run without stopping. The warrior cut the air with a training sword and realized that with this talent, he had the ability to run a very long distance. The swordsman continued to swing his weapon, thinking that with this talent, everything was easier for him than before. The knight determinedly knitted his brows and realized that he would become truly powerful this time. His progress reached 65%. Clouds thickened in the sky. A few days later, someone was watching the protagonist's training from the stands. Evelyn opened her mouth wide and yawned. The girl scratched the back of her head and noticed that useless Ragnar had been training without a break for sleep for several days in a row. Holding a cigarette in her teeth, the woman wondered if he really was not a talentless person. Theo swung his sword and felt that he was about to die. He had 3% left to complete the task. The boy slashed the air with his sword again to train his body to the limit. Last night, the boy collapsed when his progress reached 90%, and suddenly the value began to drop. The warrior opened his mouth in surprise and thought that he was not prepared for the percentage of the task to creep down as soon as he took a short rest. The swordsman slashed and mentally declared that the system was urging him not to stop until the very end. The knight gritted his teeth and raised his sword to strike. He struck the air and realized that he was almost done. The protagonist dashed forward and decided that there was only a little left. Theo ran forward. His progress was equal to 99%. The boy frowned menacingly and wanted to train until he forgot how to breathe. The manager of the training ground opened her mouth in surprise. The boy continued to run in circles. His face was covered in sweat, and at that moment, the progress reached 100%. The system window was reflected in his eyes. Gusts of wind swirled around him. The system congratulated him on completing the second training task and informed him that his reward would be a dragon's heart. The warrior fell to the ground exhausted. A confirmation of receiving the reward appeared above him. The swordsman raised his shaking hand. He managed to confirm accepting the rewards. After that, the knight immediately closed his eyes. A pillar of bright light appeared above his body. Evelyn jumped to her feet. Clouds floated across the sky. The protagonist woke up on a bed. Theo stood up and looked around. Entering the door, the girl explained that this was the training ground's rest room and said that even Ragnar would have collapsed after such training. She headed towards the bed and introduced herself. Looking down, the woman told him that the student had fainted during training, adding that she had brought him here for a while. The guy frowned and thanked her. The manager raised her eyebrows and remained silent. Evelyn handed him a cup of water and reminded him that in the Ragnar clan, opening the mana hall before the awakening ceremony was forbidden. The young man raised his hand to take the cup and said that he knew about it. The girl said that he should know what would happen if he broke this rule. The warrior took a sip and asked why she said that. The woman sternly knitted her brows and said that before he lost consciousness, a wave of mana arose, corresponding to the one that occurs when opening the mana halls. The swordsman's eyes widened in shock. The manager cast a stern look at him and asked if he really had opened the mana halls. The knight stared at her in amazement and thought that his body would not be able to withstand something like that. A fire ignited in his chest. In the memory, when the protagonist fell after training, the system reported that as an additional reward for quickly completing the task, the user received magic powers for the past 10 years. After that, Theo collapsed to the ground. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The guy smiled and remembered that he was also given a dragon heart. The light illuminated the dragon's heart, in which the mana hall can be placed. The heart beat inside the man. Placing the mana hall inside him will make its use much more effective, but humans are not dragons, and therefore they have to place the hall in the lower abdomen. The image of the man broke. His heart could not withstand the mana hall. People stretched out their hands to the dragon heart. Every warrior like Ragnar furiously desired it because it was an easy way to gain incredible power. But no one could overcome the limit of their body. Looking at the fire in his chest, the young man realized that he now had a dragon's heart and thought that the rewards for these quests were simply incredible. Evelyn grabbed his sword. The warrior realized that he was in a difficult situation because of this. The girl looked at him sternly. Once a high-ranking swordswoman, she left the army after losing her left arm and became the manager of the training ground. In the past, riding a dragon, the woman was the commander of the white armored riders and was so skilled that even the demonic dragon respected her. The swordsman imagined her with a scale in her hands and remembered that the most important thing to her was principles, that she did not care about status or strength and did not tolerate dishonor or cowardice. The knight narrowed his eyes and thought about how she was denied the position of his direct teacher when she showed unwaveringness. Evelyn continued to glare at him. The protagonist imagined his head flying off his shoulders and realized that he would be executed the moment they learned about the dragon's heart and the mana chambers. A smile appeared on his face. Theo lowered the corners of his lips and asked if she was sure that she could handle it. The guy frowned menacingly and asked how the girl dared to talk about his immediate execution just because of her fleeting feelings. The woman's eyebrows furrowed tensely when the young man asked if she knew the consequences of her actions. Looking up, the warrior reminded her that he was a descendant of Ragnar and stated that if her accusation was found to be groundless and false, it could be considered an insult to the clan's name. The manager frowned and confirmed this. The swordsman's eyes widened in madness and asked if she knew what the punishment was for humiliating a descendant. Evelyn looked down and replied that it was execution. Looking at her, the knight asked why she didn't confirm her assumption first. The girl wondered if he had always been such a person. Summoning a stream of energy in her hand, the woman apologized and thought that it had definitely been a wave of mana back then. She placed her hand on the student's stomach and decided that rules were rules. The manager sternly knitted her brows and mentally declared that there should be no exceptions. The magic dissipated and Evelyn looked down. Holding her hand to the boy's stomach, the girl noticed that he did not have a mana palace. The woman's eyes widened and she wondered if this was a mistake. The protagonist tilted his head and asked what her verdict was. She fell to her knees and admitted her mistake, promising to pay for her sin with her worthless life. Theo looked down at her and thought about how a dragon's heart was different from a normal mana chamber. Waves of energy swirled around the heart. The existence of the mana chambers inside it could be freely controlled by the user. The boy raised his hand and realized that he could hide them with his own willpower. In his memory, the teacher pointed to the board. The fact that a person could have a dragon's heart would only be revealed a few years later. The boy extended his hand to the manager and realized that she would never guess that he had a dragon's heart. The warrior placed his hand on her shoulder and said that there was no need to execute her. Evelyn's eyes widened in surprise. With a wave of his hand, the swordsman explained that this was her job, and noted that there were not many people in this world who would risk their lives to demand the truth from a descendant of Ragnar. Looking back, the knight thought that her lack of debt would only benefit him, and said that opening the mana chambers before the awakening ceremony was prohibited only because of concerns about a possible excessive mana. The girl opened her mouth in amazement. The protagonist said that her concern and kindness made him happy. Theo thanked her for her concern and left the rest room. The woman silently watched him go. Walking down the corridor, the guy thought about how he now had a dragon heart and an amount of mana equal to 10 years of its production in his past life. His eyes lit up. The young man realized that he could become incredibly strong in this life. A few days later, Rendan pointed at the student and shouted that he needed to swing his sword a little to the right. The warrior cut the air with his sword and realized that pretending to be weak and listening to this scoundrel was very difficult. The swordsman looked away and was indignant at having to deal with a traitor. The man stopped his training sword and ordered him to do the exercise at the right angle. The knight realized that he was purposefully teaching him strange techniques. The instructor raised his hand. The protagonist was becoming more and more convinced that someone was behind his actions. In the past, a stranger threw a sword at him. Theo remembered the man in the white hood who killed him and decided to find out who it was. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. A smirk appeared on his face. The young man realized that he could do it and called out to the teacher. The mentor put a stick on his shoulder and said that talking during the lesson was forbidden. The warrior broke the wooden sword in half and said that he could no longer listen to the nonsense, that he passed off his lessons. With his crazy eyes flashing, the swordsman decided that his task was to spy on him and asked how he managed to become a fencer with such a level of knowledge. The knight added that he didn't think he could handle even a low-ranking demonic beast. Rendan gritted his teeth and asked what they were talking about. The protagonist stepped forward and asked if his hearing was failing him. Approaching the teacher, Theo stated that his skills were nothing and thought about forcing him to resign his position. The man opened his mouth wide and called out loudly to the young master. The boy decided that if the mission failed, he would have to contact the main conspirator. The sun was shining over the Camellia Palace. The man opened the door and called out to his friend. The student entered the tavern and announced that the worthless Ragnar would be fighting a duel with his teacher next week. Action was holding a glass of drink in his hands. The youth smiled widely and assumed that the boy blamed his instructor for his lack of talent. The warrior threw his glass at him. The glass goblet broke on his head. The swordsman fell to the floor unconscious. The dark tiger turned and asked sternly why he should care if the bastard was crippled. Remington looked away. Someone entered the tavern. Ed folded his hands behind his back and declared that everything would collapse if they let their guard down. Sitting on a bar stool, the Hound of the North said that only the gifted ones were affected and decided that his uncle was worrying too much. The man narrowed his eyes and explained that unpredictable things could happen to the descendants of Ragnar, even the most unlikely. A candle burned in a lamp. The Sky Dragon added that the flame could die out or flare up at any moment in the wind. He walked to the bar. His nephew declared that this was good news either way. The knight raised his eyebrows and said that this instructor would take care of everything for them. A week later, clouds floated over the training grounds. People gathered in the stands, waiting for the battle. Evelyn stood at the very top. A stranger in a tailcoat watched from the balcony. The protagonist raised his sword in front of him and thought about how he wanted his teacher to just quit after humiliating him. Rendan stood in the arena. The heroes looked at each other in silence. Everything was out of control. Theo lowered his head and realized that he could not change anything. A red aura lit up around him. The guy was filled with a desire for revenge. The system called him to fight the traitor and win. Some time ago, the young man approached the teacher and fired him. The man's crazy eyes widened and objected. The instructor reminded him that the contract had not yet expired and that there was still a lot of time left. The warrior turned away and said that the employer's word is law, despite the contract. Looking away, the swordsman thought that he would like to beat him to death right then and there, but he lacked the skills for that and decided to distance himself from him and find out more information first. The mentor gritted his teeth and realized that he would fail the task if he was fired so easily. Rendan followed his student, trying to convince him that it was against the rules. A new task appeared in front of the knight, according to which he had to fight the villain and win. Evelyn came out to them and suggested doing everything according to the rules. The girl smirked and said that members of the Ragnar clan should resolve their disputes accordingly. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. Putting her hand on his belt, the woman reminded him of the right of the strong and suggested settling the dispute by a sword fight. Smiling widely, the man declared that this was a great idea and decided that the heavens themselves were helping him. Theo frowned tensely when the manager announced that the duel would take place in a week. She closed her eyes and hoped that everyone agreed. The boy looked at the teacher and realized that he could not defeat him in his current state. A week later, the stands of the training grounds filled with spectators. The students looked at each other. One of them said that the worthless Ragnar was not even able to swing a sword properly. Someone opened his mouth wide and shouted that this man could not be a real member of the clan. The instructor smirked and said that he would pretend that nothing had happened if the young master apologized right now. The young man narrowed his eyes and suggested that he just accept his dismissal if he did not want to lose his arm. The mentor flashed his burning eyes and decided that he would not turn a blind eye to those humiliations and simply kill him, pretending that it was an accident. His eyes were bloodshot. Rendan realized that the outcome of the duel was already predetermined, so there would be no problem with this. The man raised his hand and allowed his opponent to strike first. The warrior lunged forward and declared that he would not refuse such an offer. The instructor raised his weapon in front of him, and there was a sound of impact. The spectators' eyes widened in shock. A drop of sweat rolled down the cheek of one of them. No one understood how it happened. The mentor rushed into battle. Someone shouted that the worthless Ragnar would lose because he did not even know how to hold a sword properly. The knight raised his weapon in front of him to block the attacks. Swinging his sword, the traitor asked if his opponent could do nothing, and thought that the outcome of this fight was obvious. The scoundrel smirked and thought that the student would never be able to defeat him, even if his skills had improved a little. The blade sparked. Some time ago, the protagonist entered the lounge and asked why his comrade had suggested a duel. Evelyn replied that she wanted to help because if he wanted to erase someone from his life, then this issue should be approached carefully. The woman explained that he had a patron, so simply firing him would not help. Theo's eyes widened in surprise and asked how she knew about this. The manager took a sip from her mug and said that she had assigned someone to secretly follow him, since he was teaching the young master two strange fighting techniques. She was watching the training from the stands. Rendan stopped the student's sword and asked him to do it at the right angle. Looking at him, Evelyn noticed that it was not the right angle at all and wondered where such a person came from. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, remembering that no one had noticed this in his previous life, and wondered if it was because she was interested in the incident with the Mana Palace. The girl put the mug on the table and reported the results of her investigation. Black shadows were trailing behind the man. The young man's mouth opened in surprise when he learned that all his tracks led to the Camellia Palace. The warrior clenched his teeth and wondered if all this was happening because of a pathetic war for the throne. The swordsman lowered the corners of his lips and was surprised that his comrade was able to find out so much. Looking at her, the knight declared that he would not be able to defeat the teacher with his skills and asked what her plan was. Smiling, the woman said that he would succeed and added that the young master greatly underestimated his potential. At present, the instructor pounced on his opponent and promised to forgive him if he kneeled down right now and began to beg for mercy. The protagonist was able to reflect his powerful blow. The mentor's eyes widened in shock and he realized that something was wrong. Theo's eyes lit up. The boy continued to block every attack of the enemy. Sparks flew from the swords in different directions. The traitor realized that this was not the same worthless Ragnar that he had been before. The villain swung his sword and wondered when his skill had managed to grow so much. The spectators frowned and noticed that their teacher was being crowded. The manager leaned on her hand and smiled. Some time ago, Evelyn lowered the corners of her lips and said that they would only need 1 week. The girl looked at the boy and said that he would be able to win the duel if she trained him for 1 week. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise. The woman said that, even though it was against the rules, Rendan had no right to be called a teacher. The swordsman smirked. The knight determinedly knitted his eyebrows and realized that it was not for nothing that he got her into his debt. Looking up, the protagonist decided that there was something that was still bothering him and asked why his comrade was helping him. The woman closed her eyes and replied that she knew someone who would definitely like him because this person was obsessed with collecting talents. The man swung his sword furiously. Theo blocked his blow. The instructor wondered how that was possible, since he had no talents to begin with. The mentor smirked and suggested that his student had simply been pretending to be a talentless person all this time. The guy furrowed his brows and asked who his patron was. The traitor threw him back and asked what the hell he was talking about. The young man stated that he knew why his teacher hadn't taught him proper techniques all this time. The warrior lowered his head and decided that the Camellia Palace was to blame for everything. The villain's eyes widened in shock and wondered how he knew about this. The swordsman smiled and thanked him for his honesty. His foot hit the ground. The sword was right in front of the enemy. The knight asked if he knew what it felt like to feel his severed arm fly off. Rendan looked at the blade in fear. His left arm was severed. The man looked up. The severed limb flew into the air. Blood splashed on the protagonist. Remington, sitting in the stands, opened his mouth in amazement. Tears appeared in the instructor's eyes. The mentor fell to his knees and screamed in unbearable pain. The traitor clenched his teeth and asked how his student dared to do this. Theo took a step towards him and was completely convinced that he had become stronger. The guy looked down at the villain and decided that he could become even stronger. The young man lowered the corners of his lips and reminded him that the teacher had blamed him for everything last time. Rendan frowned and asked what they were talking about. The warrior swung his sword and declared that it was his fault that he would die here today. In his past life, the swordsman looked at his dead mother in horror. The knight's eyes flashed and said that in a clan founded on the law of the strong, his opponent had become the weakest. In his memory, the man grinned and told him the same thing. The instructor opened his mouth in fear and asked him to stop. His severed head flew into the air. The protagonist lowered his bloody sword. The system congratulated him on successfully completing the task. Remington frowned in horror. Evelyn, standing at the very top of the stands, did not even move. The stranger smiled widely. Blood poured from the severed head. The system reported that the user would receive an additional reward. The traitor's head fell at Theo's feet. A notification appeared confirming the reward. The guy raised his hand. The reward was received. In front of him lay the bloody body of the scoundrel. The spectators watched him from the stands in horror, not understanding how easily the student could defeat their teacher. The young man lowered his sword and thought about how he suffered at the hands of this weakling in his past life. The warrior wiped the blood from his face and realized that this time everything would be different. The system awarded him the ability Observation. At that moment, someone jumped from the stands and appeared in the air above him. Dust rose from his landing. A bright flash flashed behind the swordsman. Someone rose to his feet. The stranger opened his mouth wide and called out to the winner of the duel. The knight looked back. Julius approached him with a menacing look. The protagonist's eyes widened in fear and wondered what this man was doing here. Even Evelyn was scared and looked up. The spectators did not understand why the commander of the Dragon Riders was here. The girl put her hand to her head and was outraged that her comrade could not get down normally and destroyed the entire deck. An ominous aura surrounded him. Theo looked at him in horror and wondered if something was wrong. The captain's eyes were glowing. The boy frowned tensely. Suddenly, the man smiled and laughed. Patting his relative on the back, the demon dragon praised him for the incredible show and was surprised that the student could surpass his student. Julius scratched his beard and decided that this was a little disrespectful because Rendan was dead. The commander closed his eyes and said that no one cared anyway. He placed his hand on the winner's shoulder. The captain smiled widely and invited him to join the Dragon Riders in white armor. The woman smirked. The spectators' mouths opened wide as they could not believe that the worthless Ragnar was so easily accepted into white armor. Remington looked around and called out to the man sitting next to him. The student scratched his cheek when the Silver Lion asked him to recall a single instance where someone who had not undergone the awakening ceremony had been accepted into the white armor. The boy replied that he could not recall any such thing, and the Hound of the North lowered his head and thought that such a thing had never happened. The boy clasped his hands and realized that it was impossible to determine the true potential of someone whose mana hall was closed, because even with excellent swordsmanship, he might lack magical potential. The youth widened his eyes and decided that no matter how experienced the captain was, he still could not be sure of this. The demonic dragon looked at the winner of the duel with a smile, and the warrior wondered if he had managed to see any potential in him. The swordsman looked up and refused to enter the white armor. The protagonist pursed his lips in smug satisfaction. The man smiled awkwardly. Remington's mouth fell open in shock. The manager of the training grounds narrowed her eyes suspiciously. All the spectators looked at each other in amazement, not understanding how this was possible. The heroes stood silently in the center of the arena and looked at each other. The student raised his hand and asked if his friend had heard about what the worthless Ragnar had done. The maid ran up to the girl. Rumors spread throughout the city that Theo had maimed and then killed his own teacher. The woman held a training sword in her hands. Those who had seen the fight assumed that his mentor was simply very weak. The silver lion's cloak fluttered in the wind. The city's residents discussed the fact that the commander of the dragon riders himself had tried to recruit the winner of the duel, but the young man had refused him. People occupied the palace. Everyone was surprised that the warrior was so modest. A light was on in one of the rooms of the Camellia Palace. The girl lowered the corners of her lips and reported that the situation had become complicated. Looking out the window, she could not believe that Rendan had been killed. Someone approached her and asked if they had not sent a tutor to him because of his disgusting skills. The woman looked back and said that the death of someone like him should not bother them. Ed folded his hands behind his back. Moving away from the window, Emil explained that the demon dragon itself had come to the boy and that Evelyn had insisted on a duel, and explained that they would no longer be able to interfere by assigning him a new tutor. The noblewoman looked at the opening door and said that if Theo began to stand out, then taking control of the Rose Palace would be much more difficult. Scratching the back of his head, Action asked what was bothering her so much and stated that their plans would be carried out without interference because the clan leader would never pay attention to it. The dark tiger entered the room. The girl reminded him that the best way to take control of the Rose Palace without angering the clan leader was to keep the boy weak. Throwing the letters on the table, the Hound of the North asked how much a person like him could change, adding that Evelyn and Julius had always been interested in weaklings. The Sky Dragon frowned menacingly and said that he should have been told not to make any hasty moves. The boy looked down. The young man raised his hand and decided that his family was worrying too much. Action picked up the letter and decided to play with the enemy for a while and make him understand his place. A flag was fluttering above the training ground. The girl sheathed her sword and praised the student for his excellent work. The protagonist thanked her and stated that learning from a good teacher like her was a different matter. Putting her hand on his waist, the woman said that he should have joined the white armor and asked why he decided to refuse. Theo imagined the dragon riders and thought that he would be lying if he said he didn't regret refusing, because this was his dream in his past life. The boy smirked and decided that joining them right now would not lead to anything good. Imagining people reaching out to him, the young man realized that he had no reason to limit himself so early, and thought about how after the awakening ceremony, he would have new privileges that even white armor could not compare to. Closing his eyes, the warrior replied that he did not think his skills were good enough for that yet, and explained that it was enough for him that the manager was training him until the awakening ceremony. Smiling, Evelyn agreed and warned that the commander would be upset by his decision. The swordsman opened one eye and a white haze poured out of it. A blue aura appeared around the girl due to the ability observation. The knight saw her status window. The protagonist smirked and realized that it was quite a useful skill and thought that he could use it to his advantage in the future. Suddenly, Theo's brows furrowed when he read that his mentor missed the white-armored dragon riders. Someone came out onto the platform and apologized to the young master. Putting his hand on his chest, Sybil introduced himself as an employee of the Southern Inspection Post and said that they needed to discuss something. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and found him quite intimidating. The man smirked and blushed. His status window indicated a strong desire to fight. The young man broke out in a cold sweat and thought that he would not fight a man with such a look. He had a new task: to get rid of the nickname useless Ragnar. Light broke through the clouds. The inspector declared his desire. The student hit his chest and admitted that he had ignored him all this time, just like the others, and thought that the nickname Useless Ragnar suited him perfectly. The warrior smiled nervously. Sybil closed his eyes and added that he admired the fact that he went to training every morning and worked harder than anyone else. In the memory, the man, sitting in the stands, opened his mouth in shock. The inspector remembered how the swordsman cut off Rendan's head and said that it was an incredible victory. Then Julius placed his hand on the shoulder of the winner of the duel. Putting his hand to his chest, the student called him his idol and said that he appeared exactly when he wanted to give up all his training. Sybil bowed and asked for the opportunity to cross swords with him. The knight frowned and thought that in a normal situation he would have doubted the sincerity of his intentions. The man raised his sword in front of him. The system reported that he had deep respect for the user. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and decided that this was quite unexpected. The inspector put his forehead to the sword. Theo realized that after his victory in the duel, rumors began to spread about an invitation from Julius, who were supposed to make him a target for people who wanted to fight him because of their complexes. There were other guys behind the student. The guy did not expect that there would be people ready to follow him, and realized that this meant that at least someone had the pride of the Ragnar clan left. The young man squeezed the sword in his hand and decided that he would need his own people to become the head of the clan. A description of the task appeared in front of him. The warrior realized that this was his last task from the training. The system window said that he needed to get rid of his humiliating nickname. The swordsman thought that he would completely reject this title, which he could not escape from before in his new life. The knight looked back and called his girlfriend. The protagonist raised his sword and called her his teacher and himself a disciple of the Rose Palace awaiting the awakening ceremony. Evelyn smiled. With his mouth wide open, Sybil introduced himself as a disciple of the Southern Outpost and said that he had inherited the style of the Curie clan and specialized in high-speed attacks, after which the heroes decided to fight. Someone rushed forward. The man swung his sword and screamed furiously. Theo parried his attack. The inspector grinned, amazed by his reaction, and thought that he was also confident in his speed. The disciple dodged the blow and realized that his opponent's skills were not so bad. The guy raised his sword in front of him and remembered that he could not have dealt even a couple of blows in his past life. The young man swung his sword. He managed to disarm his opponent. Sybil had to spit because the blow was too strong. As his body touched the ground, dust rose into the sky. Looking ahead, the man said that he expected nothing less and thanked his opponent for the duel. The warrior raised his sword in front of him and said that it was a good fight. His reflection was in the blade. His eye was enveloped in a blue haze. The swordsman wondered if he could use observation on himself. A status window appeared in front of him with a description of skills and characteristics. A notification that from now on, the characteristics would be marked with numerical values was reflected in his eyes. The system window hung in the air. The knight noticed that his abilities were listed in the talents column, and saw that he had 4 more hidden skills that would be revealed by completing quests. The protagonist smiled and was happy that he could check his characteristics himself. The column listed strength, agility, endurance, and other values. Theo realized that his magic was quite strong due to the reserves from his past life and the dragon heart, and wondered why his luck had a negative value. The guy raised his chin and wondered if all his failures in his past life were related to this. The young man looked at the crowd and decided that he needed to find a way to increase his luck. The warrior heard a strange sound and looked back. There was another crowd of people behind him. Evelyn put her hand on her belt. The swordsman remembered that Rendan, despite his weakness, had an average skill level. The students surrounded him from all sides, admiring the fact that he managed to defeat the instructor and even get the approval of the commander. Their eyes lit up. The girl realized that, given the worship of strength in the Ragnar clan, her clanmates would either envy her friend or admire him. The woman smiled and assumed that all those gathered here belonged to the second. The boys smiled happily. They looked at their comrade with delight, dreaming of being in Sybil's place and fighting the knight. Oud smiled widely. His skill window appeared. The protagonist smiled and sighed. The boy's mouth opened in surprise when he called out to him. Theo put his sword on his shoulder and offered to fight him. Raising the weapon in front of him, the Viscount introduced himself and said that he studied the double exaltation fencing style. The boy hoped that this would be a good duel. After that, the young man rushed forward. The opponent grinned and responded in kind. Their swords hit each other. Sparks flashed. The system reported that the mastery of basic swordsmanship had been increased. The student swung his sword. The warrior did not have time to react and block his attack. The blade almost touched his neck. At the last moment, the swordsman parried the blow. He managed to knock the sword out of his opponent's hands. Oud stared at him in amazement and admitted defeat. The sword flew into the air. The system reported that the user had received approval and an additional luck point. With shining eyes, the knight realized that the luck indicator depended on his reputation. The protagonist jumped up and concluded that he should continue fighting. Theo attacked the next opponent. The student gritted his teeth. The system issued another similar message. The guy continued to fight the guys, winning again and again. The young man struck Manfred and received his approval. He repelled Manuel's attack and increased his luck. The warrior disarmed Viro. The swordsman frowned menacingly and struck Danielle. The knight gritted his teeth and began to breathe heavily. Tired fighters sat on the training ground. The protagonist asked who would be next. Theo looked down and noticed the system window. It said that his progress was 29% out of 100, and he realized that he had fought so hard for only 1%. Looking around at his comrades, he assumed that it was because they had treated him well from the start, and decided that he needed to fight stronger opponents or demonstrate his skills in front of an audience. Looking around, the warrior noticed that the students were tired, and he wanted to rest when there was a need, but for now there was none. Someone stepped forward. Remington offered himself for a duel, his cloak fluttering in the wind. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise. The boys watched the heroes from the sidelines. The knight introduced 3 northern hounds, holding swords in their hands. The fourth of them, Action, looked around. It turned out that this title was borne by the 4 strongest people of the awakening ceremony in this generation of the Ragnar clan. Raising his sword, the Silver Lion introduced himself and stated that he had come early to witness his lord's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony. The man smiled and thanked his comrade for fulfilling his whim, and his status window appeared. With a stern frown, the protagonist introduced himself and called himself the 31st son of the Great Protector of the North and a disciple awaiting the awakening ceremony. With a smirk on his face, Theo was surprised that their meeting took place in such a way. Squinting slyly, the boy thought that he really wanted to fight him, and stated that it was a great honor for him to cross blades with the famous deputy head of the Narzio clan. The sword genius smiled and said that he was looking forward to a great battle. The young man trembled and wondered if he would be able to win in his current state. A giant lion appeared behind his opponent. The air was filled with traces of sword swings. The heroes crossed their blades, causing sparks to fly, increasing the quest progress by another %. A flash of light flashed between the blades of the swords. The warrior frowned sternly. The broken blade flew into the air. Remington smiled resolutely. The sword was damaged at the base. Evelyn looked down. The tip of the sword flew up. Sybil and his comrades opened their mouths in shock. The broken blade fell to the ground. The knight protected himself from the enemy's blow with the hilt. He continued to hold it in front of him. Everyone was shocked that the young master lost. The inspector gritted his teeth and said that he could not believe it. His friend said that it was predictable because their friend could not defeat the strongest swordsman of this generation. The Hound of the North grinned. The man opened his mouth wide and said that their comrade showed incredible fighting spirit. The boys shuddered when the deputy chief of Narzio admitted his defeat. The genius of the sword raised his weapon in front of him and thanked his opponent for a good duel. The protagonist lowered the broken hilt. Remington explained that his weapon was too worn out and that, given his extreme fatigue, this duel was his defeat. Theo raised the hilt and said that this was not true, because on the battlefield no one would care about his condition. The Silver Lion smiled. The heroes shook hands. A crowd of people gathered around them. The Hound of the North hoped that next time they would be able to fight at full strength. The guy agreed with him. The student opened his mouth in amazement and was surprised that he was recognized by one of the strongest fighters. The percentage of progress increased even more. Evelyn smiled and sighed. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's cheek. The deputy chief of Narzio looked at him with a smile. The warrior remembered how they crossed swords and decided that he had become much stronger than in his past life, thanks to the secret guide and talents from completing quests. The swordsman confidently knitted his brows and realized that he still felt that he lacked strength when they fought. The heroes stood opposite each other. The knight was upset that the duel was interrupted, but was happy that his luck and reputation had increased significantly. Frowning, the protagonist thought about trying other ways to increase the progress percentage, and wondered what could be a great opportunity to increase his reputation. The sword genius approached him and said that he did not come here just for the duel. Remington handed him a letter and invited him to the Scaly Dragon Society. Sweat covered Theo's face. An image of people with red eyes sitting in a tavern immediately appeared in his mind. Sybil opened his mouth in shock and asked if this was the invitation-only elite. The seal on the envelope glowed. The boy looked at it and was surprised that he was invited to this society. The young man looked up and asked if there was a place for him, since this group was quite famous. Silver Lion raised his hands and called him more than worthy and added that this was not a very serious society. The Hound of the North closed his eyes and explained that it was just a group of peers waiting for the upcoming awakening ceremony. The other students were immediately upset that they were not invited. The warrior smiled and thought that he did not fully understand his motives, because the Scaled Dragon Society was centered around action. The palace was shrouded in dark energy, the place was full of snobs, and the swordsman thought that it would be the perfect place to progress the quest and that it would give him the opportunity to learn more about the Camellia Palace. Taking the letter, the knight found no reason to refuse and thanked his comrade. The protagonist smiled confidently and accepted his invitation. Shaking his hand, the deputy head of Narzio called it the right decision and said that he could feel free to ask questions. Evelyn lit a cigarette. The sword genius said that the next meeting would be in 2 weeks. The girl blew out smoke. Snow began to fall over the Rose Palace. Cecilia burst into the room and called out to her son. Theo looked back and said that he would like to tell her the latest news. The guy saw many servants in front of him and asked why he needed all this. The concubine ran up to him and said that she heard that he was invited to the Scaly Dragon community, which includes all the brilliant talents. The butlers began to try on fabric to choose the best color. The maids measured the young man's arms. The girl said that everything from his appearance to his behavior would be carefully assessed. The woman measured his shoulders. She closed her eyes and added that she knew her son would not make mistakes in etiquette, but dress and behavior were another matter. Leaning towards him, Cecilia promised to help and reminded him that she had once been an actress. The warrior pursed his lips. The swordsman imagined his mother crying in his shadow and thought about how she had always felt guilty for him being the illegitimate son of the clan leader. Clouds gathered over the palace, and the knight decided that it was very difficult for her to have a child with no talent in such a cold land as Ragnar. The concubine lowered her eyes and called out to him. The girl pressed herself to her son's chest. The woman lowered her head and said that she believed that he could handle everything. The protagonist smiled. Theo hugged his mother and declared that she would no longer need to worry about him. The maid silently watched their touching conversation. The boy looked up and thought about how he was going to break the scaly dragon community. 2 weeks later, clouds were floating above the Rose Palace. Soon the community would hold a banquet. Remington was waiting for his comrade by the carriage. Suddenly, the Silver Lion looked up. The boy came out to meet him. The court servants followed him with their eyes and encouraged him. A smile shone on his face. The Hound of the North approached him and said that he looked like a completely different person. The warrior asked him not to talk nonsense. Smiling, the deputy head of Narcio pointed to the door and made way for his friend. Entering the carriage, the warrior decided that it was true and that his muscles had become more developed, and realized that this was the result of 2 weeks of hard training. A while ago, the sword genius ran up to him and suggested training together. The swordsman remembered that they saw each other every day and became quite close. Sybil and the other boys were also training because they decided to follow their new idol. Throwing a displeased look at her student, Evelyn said that she just wanted to teach him a little and asked how she got involved in all this trouble. The clan members were training on the training ground when Remington appeared. The knight rolled his eyes and thought about how tiring it had been for 2 weeks. The Silver Lion sat down in front of him and said that he heard that this was his first official banquet. The protagonist confirmed it. Smiling, the Hound of the North asked him not to be nervous and expressed confidence that he would succeed. Theo narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Raising his hand, the deputy chief of Narzo warned that action could be quite picky and told him that he was the one who gave him the invitation, saying that he really wanted to meet his clanmate. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise when he learned that this banquet was organized for him, and he wondered if it was the Dark Tiger who invited him. Smiling nervously, the young man thought that everything was going too well and replied that he was looking forward to their meeting. The carriage approached the Camellia Palace, and the warrior realized that he could be greatly offended. The Hound of the North held a glass of alcohol in her hands. He smirked and, thinking of useless Ragnar, said that he was very happy with his new toy. White clouds floated above the city. The carriage stopped at the side of the road. The genius of the sword came down the steps and announced that they had arrived. The swordsman followed him out of the carriage. The knight immediately frowned. In front of him was the Camellia Palace. The protagonist remembered that those who sent Rendan to interfere with his training and those who absorbed him, his mother and the entire Rose Palace were here. The sun's rays illuminated the mansion. Remington waved his hand and suggested going inside. Theo agreed. The heroes walked along the road leading to the palace. The Silver Lion said that Action would come out and greet him personally, and assumed that he was probably already waiting at the entrance. The Hound of the North pointed at himself and suddenly fell silent. The guy assumed that the villain decided to invite him to a banquet to interfere with him after his talents and good skills began to show. Grinning, the young man thought that he would not have come here without a plan, and decided to make him realize who the Camellia Palace was trying to step on. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes widened in fear. He noticed a blue glow in one of the palace windows, which appeared when quests appeared, and wondered if it was actually coming from the building itself. Suddenly, the deputy head of Narzio ran up to him and shouted his name loudly. There was a loud bang and dust rose into the air. The sword genius looked at him and called out to the young master. The swordsman stepped forward and said that he was fine. A torn bag of flour lay on the ground. Remington loudly asked what they were doing. The knight shook himself and thought that he would not have been able to avoid such a thing in his past life. The protagonist looked at his companion and remembered how he thought that he was also involved in the conspiracy, but apparently this was not the case. The Silver Lion was perplexed by the unexpected situation. Theo looked at the open window and realized that the locals had greeted him with flour. Grinning members of the community looked out of the window. Someone put a hand on one of them's shoulder and said that it was just a friendly greeting and common courtesy. The Hound of the North opened his mouth in anger and asked what kind of greeting he was talking about. Walking to the window, Action asked if his friend was really angry and explained that he just wanted to greet the guest. An evil grin shone on his face, and his status window appeared. The guy stared at him silently. The young man lowered the corners of his lips and thanked him. The Dark Tiger's eyes widened in surprise and asked what that meant. Closing his eyes, the warrior asked how he could not thank him for such hospitality and said that he was looking forward to today's banquet. The Hound of the North gritted his teeth in displeasure. The psychopath flashed his crazy eyes and declared that his clansmen had become even funnier since the last time they saw each other. A luxurious chandelier hung from the ceiling. The students of the Camellia Palace gathered in the banquet hall. Among them were many fighters with their companions. The guys looked at each other and wondered what their friend was thinking. The heroes entered the hall. The swordsman took a sip of wine. The guests did not understand why the worthless Ragnar was invited to the Scaly Dragon community, despite his belonging to the main branch. Looking at his friend, the deputy head of Narcio apologized to him for their behavior and explained that they did not usually behave like this. The knight replied that everything was fine. Smirking, the protagonist thought about how they could say anything and decided that they should curse him more so that he would have a reason to crush them later. Looking at the balcony of the second floor, Theo remembered that there was a place where the blue light was and realized that there was no way he could go there without raising suspicion to take the quest. The boy looked up and took another sip. Action came down the stairs and asked how he was enjoying the evening. The boy smiled and realized that he needed to calm down and follow the plan. The warrior spread his arms and thanked the host for the invitation. The dark tiger apologized for what happened earlier and admitted that he had crossed the line. The Hound of the North placed a hand on his shoulder and hoped that he would accept his apology. The sword genius opened his mouth wide and called out to him. The swordsman stated that he had nothing to apologize for. Remington's eyes widened in surprise. The knight narrowed his eyes slyly and said that he only remembered a friendly greeting. The scoundrel raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what they were talking about. Slapping his guest on the shoulder, the psychopath laughed and stated that his clansman had changed a lot compared to how he used to be. The guests at the banquet looked around to look at them. Action said that he liked his comrade more and more. The disciple of the Camellia Palace grinned and suggested that he liked being a toy in the hands of this monster. His comrade said that an illegitimate child without any roots would not be able to fight back against noble blood. The dark tiger looked at the protagonist with a grin. The people around decided that they were on completely different levels. Someone asked how it was possible to compare the noble Troven clan and a random commoner. Theo closed his eyes and did not react to their humiliation. The man smiled broadly and asked why Remington was walking with the worthless Ragnar. His friend reminded him that he was also a bastard. The silver lion widened his eyes in horror. The northern hound looked down in disappointment. The guests at the banquet remembered that this was a taboo topic. The deputy head of Narcio silently followed his companion. The boy looked up and decided that he would not tolerate and watch this any longer. The villain flinched when the boy called out to him. The warrior removed his hand from his shoulder and said that he should also greet his new friends. The swordsman headed towards the table. The knight took a full bottle of wine. He handed it to the student of the Camellia Palace, who did not understand what was happening at all. Suddenly, the protagonist swung the bottle. It smashed on the boy's head. Action opened his mouth in shock. The sword genius raised his eyebrows in amazement. The blonde grabbed his bloody head and screamed. The banquet guest rose from the floor and asked how the bastard dared to attack him. Theo kicked him in the lower jaw. The boy opened his wild eyes wide and asked what that meant. The Camellia Palace student spat out blood and passed out. The young man explained that he was only greeting him and asked if he really had to start cursing. The other boys immediately got into a fighting stance. The system reported that the percentage of the task completion began to rapidly increase. Remington's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that the young master was not the type to do something like that, and wondered if his comrade had done it for him. The warrior took a step forward and decided that he should end his greeting there. Suddenly, the swordsman stepped on the boy's hand. The knight grabbed his wrist and reminded him that he should also say goodbye. The blonde opened his mouth wide and asked him to stop. The bones in his hand cracked. Those present at the banquet widened their eyes in fear. Action and Silver Lion watched in horror. The guest lost consciousness and began to drool. The percentage of the task progress continued to increase. The protagonist let go of the offender's broken hand. Theo adjusted his hair and asked who else wanted to say hello. The progress had reached 88%. The Camellia Palace students surrounded him and prepared to fight. One of them grabbed his sword. The other pulled his weapon from its sheath. They pointed their swords at the boy and declared that the sin of attacking the young master would be paid for with death. The boy smiled and thought that everything was going exactly according to plan. It turned out that at that moment the third young master of the Hanabi clan was lying on the floor. The warrior thought that this was the reason why he needed to come to the community of scaly dragons full of enemies. The swordsman opened his mouth and remembered that the Hanabi clan was one of the 6 snow clans that supported Ragnar. The boys still had their swords at the ready. The knight decided that they would not sit and watch as the worthless Ragnar, whom they despised, suddenly began to declare himself. Suddenly, one of them frowned menacingly. The guests of the banquet stared at the enemy in amazement when the protagonist asked if the dogs of one of the banner clans of Ragnar dared to demand his death. Theo, his eyes wide and glowing, asked if they could handle the responsibility for their words and declared that he would not tolerate such disrespect towards himself. The men frowned menacingly. Their comrades opened their mouths in fear. An ominous aura appeared around the guy, which put a lot of pressure on them. No one could understand if this was really the same useless Ragnar. The boy clenched his teeth and remembered that this man also had the right to inherit the throne like any other direct descendant of Ragnar. The Lord of the North, the lord who ruled over 6 snow clans, picked up a chess piece. The pawn shattered into pieces. Holding the sword in front of him, the banquet guest realized that threatening to kill people with dragon blood was a sin that could even lead to the destruction of the entire clan. The disciple of the Camellia Palace gritted his teeth and realized that this rule had not been applied to this bastard for too long, but now everything had changed and they needed to apologize quickly. The man in the cloak rushed past the villains, and the young man ordered him to kill them. A trace of the sword swing appeared in the air. The heads immediately flew from the shoulders of the guys who dared to insult the descendant of Ragnar. Blood splashed the warrior's clothes. His comrade raised his sword. The killer landed on the red carpet. This mysterious assistant turned out to be Evelyn. The body of the dead man fell to the floor behind her. The guests of the banquet widened their eyes in shock. Remington opened his mouth in fear. Action frowned menacingly. The girl smiled and asked when her disciple realized that she was following him. The swordsman crossed his arms and replied that it was too obvious. The knight narrowed his eyes and thought about how he had been able to turn the situation to his advantage without worrying thanks to her intervention. The corpses of the Camellia Palace students lay around him. The man uncorked a bottle of wine. Julius smirked, remembering that his colleague had no desire to teach anyone, and asked if she liked her new protege. Placing her hand on her belt, the woman asked if there was no other place to drink, and reminded him that her comrade always stopped on the street before she left the white armor. The commander picked up the bottle and asked if she was bothered by her small pleasures. The manager warned him that it was very expensive wine. The captain took a sip and asked her to answer the question. Evelyn narrowed her eyes in displeasure and said that the new student had exceeded all her expectations and that he could safely be called the best, given his character and talent. The man continued drinking his wine and asked if Action was not her disciple and deserved to be called the best. The girl frowned and confirmed this and explained that the protagonist's potential was even greater than Dark Tiger's and that these were not empty words. Julius wiped his chin and suggested that she had a better view of this world since she had both eyes. The commander opened his mouth wide and asked if the boy had been hiding his true strength all this time and stated that it was impossible for a person to change so abruptly, and the woman agreed with his theory. The manager looked down and said that it was strange that a person who had been hiding his strength until now would suddenly show it. Evelyn recalled his training and added that hasty actions usually lead to failure and that she had a feeling that someone was rushing him. The girl looked up and explained that she was very worried about him joining the Scaly Dragon community. The captain placed the bottle on the table and assumed that her worries were related to Action and suggested that she stay with her apprentice. The woman asked what that meant, and the man crossed his arms and said that he felt something sinister approaching. He smirked and told her that when wolf cubs gathered together and were thirsty for blood, they began to form a hierarchy. Julius placed his shirt on the table and asked his friend to give the boy a few hints since she was going to follow him. The manager raised her eyebrows in surprise. The commander headed for the exit and asked her to talk to the apprentice about joining the Dragon Riders. Looking back, the captain asked if she thought she could retire just because she could no longer fly a dragon, and suggested that she return and take responsibility for her apprentice. Evelyn watched him go, puzzled, and the man said that the wine was wonderful. The rider's uniform was lying next to the bottle. The girl assumed that the wine was excellent for its price. The sun was shining on the city. The woman lowered her sword after killing the guests of the banquet. Frowning, the manager realized that her student knew about her and deliberately arranged this situation, and assumed that he joined the Scaly Dragon Society for this purpose. She remembered how she had been watching the carriage from the tree, and wondered when the boy had noticed her presence. The protagonist smiled and thought about how he had sensed her the moment he got on the carriage. The heart of a dragon glowed in his chest. Its owners could release their perception of energy, also called the sixth sense. Theo approached his companion and decided that thanks to this, the stage was now set. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy stated that most of those gathered here had shown disrespect to the candidate for successor and asked what the punishment was for such a crime. The guests at the banquet widened their eyes in fear, not understanding what was being said. Evelyn frowned and replied that it all depended on the specific laws of the clan. The girl turned around and said that immediate execution was one option. The young man smiled widely. The woman rushed into battle when the warrior asked her to take each of their hands and end it there, because they were all just children who had not even undergone the awakening ceremony. The Camellia Palace disciple raised his hands and asked them to stop. The first son of the red and white mercenary organizations immediately lost his left hand. The fourth daughter of the Sears Merchant Guild opened her mouth wide as her throat was slit. The severed hands of the third son of the Clark clan and the first daughter of the Howard clan flew into the air, all the while the quest progress percentage did not stop increasing. The boy grabbed his comrade by the pant leg. On all fours, the Camellia Palace disciple asked him for help. Action looked down at him and asked why he needed help, since it was just a friendly greeting. The banquet guest widened his eyes in fear and asked what it meant. The blade of the sword immediately cut off his hand. The steward lowered the sword. The first son of the Paring family screamed in unbearable pain. The dark tiger narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Evelyn looked away. The northern hound looked at her and was surprised that they had to meet again under such circumstances. The girl said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Frowning menacingly, the villain thought about how his former mentor had only aimed at those who humiliated the worthless Ragnar, and realized that the knight had arranged everything so that even he had no chance to stop it. The woman returned to her comrade and reported that she had cut off the right hands of 14 people. As she was ordered, the protagonist praised her for her excellent work. The manager bowed and added that if they immediately took their hands to the priest, they could be restored. Remington approached his friend and asked if everything was okay. The psychopath grinned, laughed, and thought about how the worthless Ragnar from the Rose Palace had changed a lot. Action bit his lower lip and realized that he wanted to crush him. Theo took a step forward and said that it was time for them to leave. The Silver Lion and Evelyn followed him. The Dark Tiger narrowed his eyes in disdain. The guy gave him a menacing look. They passed each other. The young man pushed the host of the banquet in the shoulder. A smile appeared on his face. The warrior waved his hand and declared that he had a great evening. The progress of his task had reached 100%. The eyes of the Northern Hound became bloodshot. The swordsman promised to see him again. Clouds floated above the Camellia Palace. The villain furiously shouted the name of his enemy. The system reported that all training tasks were completed. The knight closed his eyes and was glad about this. The heroes walked forward across the square. The protagonist decided that his true revenge was just beginning. A bottle of blue liquid appeared. It turned out to be an experience elixir that increased the level by 5 notches. The sunset painted the sky orange. The sun's rays illuminated the corridors of the palace. Emil held a pen and paper in her hands. A confused student stood in front of her. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked him to repeat what he had just said. Bright stars shone above the city. Sybil raised his glass and suggested celebrating the young gentleman's incredible debut in high society. The guys clinked glasses. The students of the Rose Palace surrounded Theo. The guy took a sip and smiled. At this time, the Camellia Palace was engulfed in darkness. The office door slammed shut. The woman raised her hand and asked if her son had not only invited the worthless Ragnar into their home, but also allowed him to chop off the hands of his people. Action looked away and confirmed this. The lady of the palace, spreading her arms, reminded him that she had asked him not to take matters so lightly, and was indignant that he had not only failed to subdue the enemy, but had also given him a chance to get away. She opened her mouth wide and declared that once this worthless thing began to stand out, it would be much more difficult for them to take over the Rose Palace. The Dark Tiger asked his mother not to worry about it. Emil turned away and said that she was not going to listen to him and that he should think carefully about how he had almost ruined their magnificent plan. The North Hound turned down the corners of his lips and promised to remember this. After that, the scoundrel walked out the door. The girl asked who her son was so impulsive. The man hiding in the shadows said that the boy was very similar to her in her youth. The woman frowned and assumed that it was a bad joke. Emerging from the shadows, Ed asked her not to be angry and said that perhaps what had happened was not so bad. The man raised his hand and explained that it would be very difficult to take over the Rose Palace, as he was part of the clan leader's harem, and that the leader was supporting him in every way. The Sky Dragon looked at his hand and stated that they simply needed a reason. He clenched his hand into a fist. Imagining Evelyn chopping off the hands of his disciples, the knight said that their enemy had carried out a massacre at the banquet and suggested that they use the incident as a reason to crush him. The lady of the palace raised her eyebrows in surprise. Lowering her head, she remembered that the reason Theo's growing power had worried her was because she feared the Rose Palace's growing influence, and decided that they could now take him out of the game through legal means. Emil smiled and realized that the Rose Palace would then have no choice but to submit to them, and that this would allow them to take control of it without making too much noise. The girl snapped her fan shut. The woman folded her hands behind her back and asked how much time they had to prepare. Ed closed his eyes and replied that everything was already done. The man put his hand in his pocket and said that the next morning they would hear news that would cheer them up. Having handed his sister the box, the Sky Dragon suggested that she lie in the bath and enjoy a good night's sleep, adding that he had prepared scented candles from the volcanic region of South Akron for her. The lady of the palace hugged him and said that she did not expect anything else from him. Clouds floated outside the windows. Emil said that she could not help but love her older brother. At this time, sitting at the bar, Remington said that he was shocked by such care from the young master. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what they were talking about and wondered how his friend managed to get drunk on orange juice. The Silver Lion replied that he was talking about the Scaly Dragon community. The Hound of the North lowered his head and explained that his comrade had been steadfast in holding back insults towards himself, but had not held back when it came to him, and had stood up for him. The deputy chief of Narcio looked up and realized that the more he looked at his comrade, the more surprised he became. Theo was sitting at the bar. The sword genius was amazed that he had managed to endure the times when he was looked down upon as a bastard and still grow into a strong man. Remington remembered his comrade passing by action and thought about how he had the will to achieve complete victory and draw his sword in the Camellia Palace, against which no one dared to oppose. The Silver Lion pursed his lips and realized that all this was for him. The system reported his warm feelings for his friend. The guy nervously knitted his eyebrows and decided that he had misunderstood something. The Hound of the North stood up from the table and thought that he had an idea, despite the fact that his clan had tasked him with making good connections with action. Vice Chairman Narcio placed his hand on his chest and declared that he wanted to become the young master's disciple from now on. The disciples of the Rose Palace raised their hands and shouted that the strong had acknowledged the strong and that they were both great. The young man raised his hand and tried to object, but a voice in his head interrupted him. The warrior's eyes widened and he wondered if this was telepathy. Evelyn passed behind him. The girl confidently knitted her brows and explained that this was not the worst misunderstanding. The sword genius smiled. The boy placed his hand on Sybil's shoulder and they laughed. The swordsman's mouth dropped open in surprise when the woman added that it was because everyone around him wanted to get along with him. The knight closed his eyes and said that he was not someone special. The protagonist looked down and decided that all this happened because of the message boards. His status window appeared in front of him. Theo remembered how he returned to the past, received the talent Ragnar, and became stronger. Raising his eyebrows, the guy wondered what it was and assumed that it was definitely not related to his past regrets. Squinting, the young man experienced a vague sense of deja vu and asked himself if it was so important if the boards helped him. The system window described his characteristics. The warrior noticed that after the incident with the community ended, something designated as a level rose. While everyone around was having fun, the swordsman thought about the fact that when raising the level, you can get points and spend them to improve your characteristics as you please. The knight lowered the corners of his lips and said that it was scary. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and was afraid of what a bright future would bring. Deciding that he needed to prepare for a counterattack on the Camellia Palace, Theo smiled and asked his friend to help him with something. Remington looked back and happily agreed. The Silver Lion raised his eyebrows and was glad that the young master treated him like a friend. The boy took out a folded note. Frowning, the young man explained that the war for the throne between him and Action would soon escalate, and asked his comrade to help prepare for those times. The Hound of the North looked at him in confusion. The warrior narrowed his eyes and remembered that his comrade would become the head of the Narcio clan in the future, and their strength would be enough to challenge Ragnar. The swordsman imagined his friend's adult version behind his back and decided that he should take this opportunity to finally lure him over to his side. The knight handed him the note. The deputy head of the clan opened his mouth in amazement, after which he took the note. The genius of the sword smiled and reminded him that he swore to follow the young master and help him with everything. The protagonist smiled and thanked him. At that moment, the tavern patrons looked around when a menacing cry was heard from behind the doors. Knights in golden armor entered the tavern. People looked at them in fear. The Sword of Law took out a letter and announced that Ragnar was arresting the heir on charges of blackmail, violence, and incitement to rebellion. Theo rose from his chair. Evelyn asked what all this meant. The guy waved his hand and asked everyone to calm down, because everything was fine. The young man approached the guard and noticed that he had a real warrant in his hands. The ink on the paper was not yet dry, and the warrior concluded that they were in a hurry. The swordsman held out his hands and suggested that they not delay with this. Shackles appeared on his wrists. The heroes headed for the exit. The knight looked back when his comrade called out to him. Remington's eyes widened in fear. The girl raised her eyebrows tensely. Suddenly, the Silver Lion looked at the note in his hand. The Rose Palace was visible. The girl turned around and screamed, not understanding where Theo had been taken and asking the butler to repeat. Falling to her knees, she could not believe that he had been taken to court. The mother, her eyes wide, explained that she was fine and asked what her son was accused of, and the old man explained that it was all because of the Scaly Dragon Society. Her mouth wide open, she could not believe the butler's words that they were accusing him of inciting a rebellion. The sunlight illuminated the building. The woman asked if the butler really thought that they would go to the tribunal with such an accusation, to which he answered affirmatively and added that since he had completely destroyed the Scaly Dragon community, it could not end so easily. Putting her hand to her head, she said that she never thought that his invitation to this community would turn out like this, also adding that the hero would cope in any case. Raising her head, she asked her son to quickly return home. The boy closed his eyes. He was sitting on the sofa next to the Swords of Law. The young man turned his head to the window. Seeing the tribunal in front of him, the protagonist realized that a long time had passed since he was here last. Looking out the window, Theo understood that since he had managed to destroy the Scaly Dragon community, it could not end with a simple arrest, since they would definitely put him on trial. The carriage continued to move, and the hero assumed that bringing Ragnar's heir to court could mean that they would test him for his worthiness to become the heir. The carriage pulled up to the entrance of the building and someone told the young man to get out. Frowning, he realized that this time, most likely, they wanted to crush him completely. With his mouth slightly open, the boy knew that this was exactly what was originally intended. They walked inside the building. Approaching the open doors, one of the guards said that the prisoner Theo had been delivered. A bright light poured from the door and someone gave the order to take him inside. Grinning, the hero understood that now he would be able to do what he had been preparing for so long, because this was exactly what he needed such a large-scale stage for. Many thrones towered before him. Frowning, the young man knew that such wonderful people had gathered here. Julius, who was the commander of the dragon riders in white armor, sat on one of the thrones. On the other throne was Ed, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. The boy knew that these were 4 of the 9 dragons protecting Ragnar. Also sitting was Osa, the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace. Looking at her, the boy understood that in his past life he would have been so overwhelmed with emotions that he could hardly breathe. The 4th of them was Wolfkin, who was the head of the council. Opening his mouth, the elder said the name of the prisoner. Closing his eyes, the hero greeted him, adding that they had not seen each other for a long time and it was unexpected for him to see him in such a place. Opening his eyes, the protagonist remembered that the head of the council, Wolfkin, was an admirer of pedigree, because for him, a half-blood, illegitimate child like him looked pretty disgusting. The head folded his hands in front of himself and said that there were enough greetings and asked the defendant if he realized that he was brought here to answer for crimes. The hero realized that he was not even trying to hide his hatred. The youth stood before the 4 dragons while one of them spoke of the Byron clan, the Sears Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Societies, and the Hanby clan, all screaming for severance of ties with the main family due to the criminal's foolish actions. The old man scowled as he screamed that he would never be able to repay all the damage he had caused, since that was why he would be held accountable for desecrating the honor of the Ragnar clan. The hero raised his head and listened to the elder's screams. He lowered his head and agreed with the accusations. Wolfkin held his hands in front of him as the youth spoke of how he had been too careless. Theo opened his eyes and said that he should have ordered their heads to be cut off, not their hands. The elders, looking at him, cried out in unison. The young man spread his arms out in front of him and explained that all these people were their subjects, because the Lord had given them land and honor, and the subjects had offered to give them back their lives, because that was the way of chivalry. Opening his mouth, the boy also added that these people dared to threaten their lord. The protagonist's eyes widened as he shouted that if he had known about their impudence in advance, their heads would have been chopped off, because they needed to be punished, and the principles of chivalry restored. The elder leaned forward a little, listening to the criminal's cries that he couldn't just sit and watch as the honor of the Ragnar clan, which had been maintained for 1,000 years, was trampled. Julius grinned and realized that all these speeches were truly impressive, as always, although all of this was expected, since everything would end with the usual punishment. The elder opened his mouth wide and shouted a question about how the young man dared to insult him with such sophistry, and the girl said that she had listened to the defendant's opinion and added that, theoretically, what he said was correct. The elder bowed his head and called out to her. The woman lowered her head and explained that although the Ragnar clan was strong, it was still not true greatness, because if they did not listen to the voices of the vassals and knights, they would certainly fall. Frowning, the young man listened to Osa's words about why it was impossible to rule the world only with tyranny, to which he replied that he would try to remember. Sweat appeared on his face from the realization that this woman was the first wife of the clan leader, the best swordswoman in the north, a dragon sword, but he was glad that she did not look hostile towards him. Remembering the destroyed kingdom, the boy could not understand why, even knowing, she did not say anything. The swordswoman was still sitting on one of the thrones and saying that she hoped that he understood that the punishment he would receive would be fully deserved, and the protagonist asked about the type of punishment he would face. Frowning, the elder said that his sentence would be 3 months of novitiate. Opening his eyes a little wider, Theo noted that the awakening ceremony would take place in just 2 months. Leaning over, the old man shouted that he really dared to contradict, and Osa explained that she had taken this into account as well, since she had decided to allow the defendant to participate in the awakening ceremony next year. The elder gritted his teeth in anger, listening to the warrior's words that it had also been decided that the 15 children he had crippled would also participate in the ceremony next year. Ed, putting his fist to his face, remembered that thanks to Julius's intervention, the punishment was lighter than expected, but postponing the awakening ceremony would mean great shame for the Ragnar clan. Grinning, the director knew that such shame for the representative of the Rose Palace would give the Camellia Palace a reason to subjugate the Rose Palace, because once their plan was set in motion, nothing would be possible, since all that was left was to accept it. The hero was still standing in front of them, and Ed thought that if he foolishly tried to appeal the tribunal's decision, they could simply kill him. But the man also understood that he was unlikely to be that stupid, and the young man exclaimed that he wanted to appeal the tribunal's decision. All 4 dragons opened their mouths in surprise. Covering his face with his hand, the director could not believe that he was that stupid, because his conceit really knew no bounds, although for him it would be much easier. Opening his mouth, Julius asked if he knew what filing an appeal meant. Clenching his fists, the hero answered affirmatively. Frowning, the young man knew that such a punishment was usually far from 3 months in the Acolytes, because it was nothing more than a slap on the hand, since the demonic dragon had clearly pulled a few strings. Standing in front of them, the boy said that in the strong and proud Ragnar clan, filing an objection meant war, also thinking that he did not intend to forgive even a slap on the hand. Grinning, the protagonist explained that in the end, only the winner writes history, knowing that he still wants to receive a reward. The people on the thrones opened their eyes in surprise, which marked the beginning of a new scenario. A tribunal was visible and a system message appeared that in this scenario, the hero can reveal many secrets hidden in this world. A certain building was engulfed in flames. This was the hidden northern branch of the Sears Merchant Guild. 2 people were fighting. One of them flew back from a sword strike. Someone in a cloak stood in front of the flames. The girl turned around, hearing someone say that they had found what the guild was hiding. The knight, approaching her, noted that everything was as the young Master Theo had said. The guy looked at the box in his hand. Ed, smiling broadly, listened to someone say that the palace of the Camellia's Trollivans had come to an end. The hero was still standing in front of the tribunal. Squinting, Wolfgang asked if the defendant really wanted to exchange 3 months of novitiate for war. Looking at him, the leader noted that the young man's arrogance knew no bounds, because did he really think that he could handle the troops of 15 clans alone? Frowning, the guy said that he would deal with it. Looking at them, he also explained that in such cases, where there is a significant difference in power, the appeal does not take place through a representative battle. Frowning, Julius knew that a normal appeal meant that only victory in the war would decide which side was right and which was wrong, but there were times when war was impossible due to a significant difference in forces. Having represented one of the sides, the man remembered that each side had to send its representatives, and the winner would be decided in a one-on-one sword fight. Having represented the other side, he understood that these were the rules of a representative battle. Having remembered the hero, the clan representative also realized that Theo would most likely be the defense representative for obvious reasons. Having represented his enemy, he also knew that there was a high probability that action would be the prosecution representative. Frowning, the man realized that in that case, it would be possible to guarantee the defeat of the protagonist, and then it was unclear why he chose this option, because surely he had some kind of trump card up his sleeve. Lowering his head, Julius suggested that the boy might be thinking that Evelyn or himself could come forward as his representative, although in that case, it would be a complete disappointment to him. Smiling, the protagonist said that according to the law, they would choose representatives and have a representative battle in a week. Looking at the elder, the boy asked for his opinion. The elder knew that this tactic was too obvious. All of them were sitting on their thrones. Ed realized that he was planning to convince the demonic dragon or Evelyn to be his representative. However, given their personalities, they would not do so, so he would have to fight personally. Grinning, the director decided to send action, since he would definitely kill the protagonist. With his mouth slightly open, the man began to talk about nominating his representative. Suddenly, they all opened their eyes in surprise, hearing someone say that this person previously thought of the hero as a quiet child. The door opened behind them. The man standing in front of them noted that Theo was skilled in creating such cunning plans. Opening his mouth, the man explained that he had indeed changed a lot since their last meeting. Kyle, the head of the Ragnar clan, entered the courtroom. Everyone immediately fell to one knee, greeting him. The young man, also bowing, said that he was being greeted by the incarnation of the great dragon god. A system message appeared before his eyes, which told him about his first task, according to which he had to capture the Camellia Palace and reveal its secret. Opening his mouth, the guy realized that this was his first task after training and immediately remembered the blue light that he had completely forgotten about. Closing his eyes, he realized that he could not be distracted now. The hero opened his eyes slightly. His father was walking towards him and he knew that he needed to take care of this now, since an incredible variable had appeared and the plan could go completely wrong. Kyle stood above him, telling his son to stand up. Looking at him, the leader explained that he accidentally heard about the situation with his son on the way here, and apparently he is now in a difficult situation because his son decided to appeal through a representative battle. Looking up, the guy answered affirmatively. Rubbing his chin, the leader noted that in this case, it would be difficult for the young man to enter the representative battle on his own. Opening his mouth, he asked about who he planned to make his representative, who would go to battle instead of him. Squinting, the protagonist realized that this was just a test. Ed bowed his head, beginning to understand what was happening. Lowering his head, the hero explained that there was no such representative who would go to battle instead of him, since he planned to go to appeal on his own. Squinting, the father said that in this case, he would simply lose. Lowering his gaze, the hero asked how one could be sure of this without even trying. Raising his hand, he explained that even if he was forced to bend, he would not bend of his own free will. The leader smiled and bared his teeth. Covering his face with his hands, he laughed, saying that those were indeed his son's words. The people stood up, listening to Kyle's cries that even if he was forced to bend, he would not bend willingly. Julius smiled after the man said that there could be no better words to describe the Ragnars. Putting his hands on his hips, he also noted that his son's position pleased him, and he thanked his father for the praise. Lowering his head, the protagonist knew that the representative battle was just a provocation, since he would not have to fight anyway, so he could just tell the truth and not hold back. Thinking back to Remington and Evelyn, he remembered that he had instructed them to find evidence of the Camellia Palace's treacherous plot, and with that, victory would be as even without a fight. His mouth fell open after his father said that he wanted to give him some opportunity in that case. Kyle opened his mouth and said that he wanted to test one blow against him. The boy's eyes widened as his father told him to forget about the trial, because if he could withstand one blow from him, then Theo would be cleared of all charges. He turned around and told him to go outside right now. The leader turned his head after someone shouted that he couldn't do that. Ed stood in front of him, gritting his teeth. Frowning, the man knew that Kyle would be testing the hero's ability to withstand one blow from him, and that would mean confession. As he introduced the protagonist, one of the Tribunal realized that if he survived, everyone would know that he had the clan leader's confession, although it was unlikely that he would survive it at all. Clenching his fist tightly, the man knew that he should do it just in case the protagonist somehow managed to survive. He held his hand out in front of him, realizing that he couldn't afford to gain the clan chief's favor, and asked how the vassals and bannermen dared to question his son's blood when the laws required a representative battle. Ed's mouth dropped open in surprise. Frowning, Kyle told him to shut up, explaining that if the vassal dared to say such a thing, then he should just get rid of him. Sweat broke out on the man's face and he agreed with the chief's words. Suddenly, the hero's father looked away. Looking away, he turned to the demonic dragon and asked if he had anything to say, since he could be heard laughing. Grinning, Julius explained that there was nothing wrong with that, adding that it was simply because the chief hadn't shown such interest in anyone in a long time, and the chief had told him not to talk nonsense. Looking at his son, Kyle said that he had enough of the chatter and asked him if he could withstand his blow. The hero, looking at him, understood that this was one blow from the clan leader, but it had gone too far from the main plan, which meant its destruction. Smiling, he understood that such a change was always good. Bowing his head, the boy noted that it would be too hard for him, because how could one compare a war with vassals and bannermen with one blow from the leader? Frowning, Kyle asked if he really was refusing. Smiling, the hero answered negatively, explaining that it just sounded very unfair. The window of the Tribunal building was visible and Kyle's question about unfairness was heard, while his son explained that since the test had become so much more serious, then the compensation should also increase. The leader looked at him, asking what he wanted as compensation. One of the participants looked at him in surprise. The protagonist grinned. Ed's eyes widened at the boy's words about wanting the Camellia Palace as compensation. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Wolfgang knew that it was incredibly stupid to suggest such a thing to the clan leader. Squinting, he did not realize that the half-breed did not know his place at all, because such agreements only took place between equals, and his pride would be the cause of his downfall. Standing in front of the boy, the leader agreed. Bowing his head slightly, he also added that if he was going to become the heir, he would need a sandbox like this. Grinning, Kyle also asked about the Sky Dragon's objections. Standing above, the elder said that everything in the clan belonged to the lord, so he had no right to object to the leader's decision. The same one ordered them to immediately prepare the site. As he walked away, the man explained that he would test the protagonist here and now. A smile appeared on the boy's face. They stood in front of each other on the site. The four representatives stood not far from the arena. Biting his lower lip, Ed realized that the trap that had been set for the hero had become the stage for his rise. Looking at the boy, he still knew that he shouldn't worry at all. Looking at the boy, the man knew that even if he had become stronger, there was no way he could withstand the leader's blow, because it was difficult even for high-ranking swordsmen. Squinting, the clan representative realized that the hero would die here and it couldn't be any other way. Looking to the side, Theo guessed that Ed was most likely thinking about the boy's death, but unfortunately for him, that would not happen thanks to the reward for completing the training. The man, looking at his son, noticed something about him. Rubbing his chin, he asked if he had drunk some kind of elixir and noted that even if he had, such a sudden change should not have happened, adding that he did not care in any case. Sweat appeared on the boy's face from the understanding of how vigilant his father was, because even 9 dragons were unable to notice this, while the enemy said that in the end, part of his flesh belonged to all of them. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the man asked if the young man had warmed up. Looking up, he answered affirmatively. Holding the blade in front of him, Kyle also noted that he usually uses a two-handed sword, but since the hero does not yet know how to use mana, he will have to use this rusty steel sword and asked if he had any objections, to which he answered negatively. Grinning, the man began to be covered in some kind of red glow. His sword was filled with red light. Getting into a fighting stance, the man said that it was time for them to begin. The hero's eyes widened as he was struck by his father's aura. Standing in front of him, he couldn't believe that the leader was radiating such pressure with just his fighting spirit, while his father, in turn, noted that he was surprised that his son was still standing. The protagonist frowned. Grinning, he realized that this was all due to his strength having tripled. Remembering the experience potion, the young man remembered that it was a reward for completing the training. Holding the blade in his hand, Theo knew that the potion had given him 5 levels, and all the points were invested in strength. Grinning, the boy was illuminated by an incredible feeling of leaving the ordinary world and stepping into the realm of the extraordinary with such power. Looking at his father, the boy knew that he would be able to repel one of his attacks. His eyes widened. The enemy's blade was shining brightly. All the envoys opened their mouths in surprise. Ed grinned, realizing that the end was near. The hero held the blade out in front of him. His eyes widened even more. Looking at the glow in front of him, he realized that he was seeing his father's attack. A blow of incredible force lifted the floor of the arena into the air. Everything began to fly apart around. The leader, frowning, looked forward. The protagonist was still standing with the blade out in front of him. Kyle grinned. The young man's blade cracked slightly in the place where the blow fell. It shattered into small pieces, and the father said that he had been looking for a worthy son for a long time. Ed's eyes widened. Julius smiled widely, listening to the words of the leader about the hero being able to prove his innocence with his own will. There was a smile on the guy's face after the enemy's words that the test was completed. A notification also appeared, which said that the sudden task had been successfully completed. A certain window and a key also appeared, since the reward for completing this test was inventory and this key. The young man was lying in a certain building. Opening his eyes, he couldn't understand where he was. Grabbing his hand, Cecilia exclaimed, saying that he had finally woken up, because earlier her son had lost consciousness in that arena. Holding his hand, she said that he didn't know how terrified she was when she heard that he had lost consciousness after the clan leader struck him with a sword. Asking him to move his shoulder and asking about his hands and if he was okay, the guy replied that he was fine and asked his mother to calm down. Getting up, the young man inquired about where they were at all. The man went inside and explained that it was the leader's order. Keeping one hand in his pocket, Julius explained that the now former lady of the Camellia Palace, Action, and the director of the intelligence agency had vacated the premises. The guy opened his mouth wide, asking if he understood everything correctly. Grinning, the man answered affirmatively. A castle was visible and he said that this was the Camellia Palace, and a system notification about the scenario update appeared, as well as a message that he only had to reveal the secret of this palace. A backside was visible near this castle. Someone stomped on the ground. Imel, with her mouth wide open, screamed that she was the rightful owner of this place and asked why she should give up her property. People standing next to her asked her to calm down and pull herself together. Ed, standing next to his son, called his name. With his eyes wide open, he ordered him to kill the protagonist. Bowing his head, the guy explained that he planned to take his hand during the awakening ceremony, but the man interrupted him and ordered him to bring the hero's head. Looking somewhere ahead, Ed said that he should take his head. The guy turned his gaze to his father. The Camellia Palace was visible and Theo understood that everything was not going as planned at all. Walking through the corridors of the castle, he knew that the result was much better because he managed to get the Camellia Palace without using a trump card. The young man called the inventory. He stuck his hand in it. Immediately, there was an apple in it. The hero bit into it. Chewing it, the guy did not understand how this could be possible, but it would be quite useful for him. The young man stuck his hand in the inventory again. Now there was a blue key in it, which was intended for opening dungeons. Looking away, he realized what this key was for. Looking at a certain door, the hero understood that this key was clearly connected to this palace. A bright blue keyhole appeared on the door. The protagonist stuck the key in it. The doors in front began to open. Ahead was a long cave, which was a new dungeon. Grinning, the guy was surprised by the cave in the room inside the Camellia Palace and assumed that it must be some kind of task, and a message appeared that all experience gained in the dungeon would be doubled as a reward. Entering inside, the young man decided to clear it right now because he could not miss the opportunity to get a lot of experience. Already standing in front of the entrance, he remembered something. The Camellia Palace was visible and the hero realized that he could not go there empty-handed. There was a lot of combat equipment in the inventory. Taking the equipment in his hands, the guy decided to try to clear this dungeon. There was a certain blue torch on the wall of the cave. The protagonist walked forward. Suddenly, his eyes widened. In front of him stood a huge wolf. Standing in front of him, the guy noted that its size was large enough so the monster could be considered a demonic beast. The monster rushed forward. The guy blocked its attack with a shield. Holding back the onslaught, the protagonist shouted that this mongrel was strong enough. Attacking with his sword, he also shouted that he would not lose to the monster in strength. The wolf dodged the blade attack. It opened its mouth wide and growled. The protagonist swung his blade again to strike. He and the monster collided head-on. Putting his shield in front of him, the guy realized that the beast's skin was quite thick, and it was fast in itself, so if he did not hit with full force, he would not even be able to wound the monster. Looking at the enemy, the protagonist knew that this was definitely not an ordinary wolf, because it must be as strong as the demonic beast from the Sea of Demon behind the northern wall, which explains its strength, and therefore it would be very difficult to deal with it. The monster swung its paw to strike. The hero rushed to attack. Frowning, he realized that if only he could repeat the ray of light that he managed to see during his father's strike. The boy remembered his surprise. He remembered the bright flash of light that took his breath away. The protagonist swung his blade. The wolf dodged the blow. The young man jumped back, understanding that it would be very difficult to repeat this. Holding the shield in front of him, he remembered the flash that meant one blow, which was shortened from one blow that was enough to kill, and assumed that in order to repeat such an attack, he needed to put all of himself into the sword strike. The hero let go of the shield. It fell to the ground with a crash, and the young man decided to hone his sword skills and the secret arts that rely on speed that Evelyn had told him about. Suddenly, the protagonist disappeared from the wolf's sight. The monster bared its teeth. The blade of the blade was already right in front of its muzzle. Blood splashed and a scream was heard. Drops of blood remained on the blade. It dripped from the wolf's body. The boy knocked out the monster's eye with a blow. The hero grinned, knowing that his strike had worked. The two of them charged forward again. The fourth training ground was in sight. A certain guy approached Sybil and noted that there were indeed more people here now, and Sybil said that they should change the training ground. Looking at the crowd of people, he also added that now that the news had spread that the hero had withstood one blow from the chief, more and more people were gathering here to spar with him. A certain man appeared behind them and called out to them. Henry, an apprentice swordsman of the Plum Blossom Palace, asked when the magnificent gentleman would be coming, since it had been 2 months and he was still skipping training. Sybil frowned, listening to the swordsman's suggestion that the coward had most likely fled when his fictitious story began to attract too much attention. He also opened his mouth wide and noted that there was probably some truth to the story since he had passed the test, but since there were no witnesses, it was probably just an exaggeration. Someone's fist hit him in the face while he was saying that the rumors of the destruction of the Dragon Society were completely unbelievable. Henry was thrown back by Sybil's blow. The swordsman pointed his finger at him and shouted that the expelled bastard really had the right to act like that. The boy's eyes were glowing red. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that such a person was not fit to hold a candle to the young master, while the young man behind him noted that he should not have said anything about someone else's appearance. 4 swordsmen were in front of Sybil while he shouted that he did not care, since he never liked people who came here looking for trouble and also dared to insult young Master Theo. The boy held his blade out in front of him and ordered the fighters to take fighting stances, as this was a war. The swordsmen also held their blades out in front of them, and one of them shouted that these losers wanted to die together. Someone's scythe appeared, shrouded in frost. The swordsmen's blades froze. Sybil's blade also became covered in ice. Ray stood in front of them. Frowning, the boy could not understand when she appeared here. The swordsman, his mouth wide open, was surprised by the girl's appearance. Ray, one of the 4 hounds of the north, stood in front of them. Another man appeared and asked them how they dared not invite him to such fun. It was Hulkus, who was also one of the 4 hounds of the north. The boy's eyes widened, unable to believe that even this man had come here, so now there were 2 of the hounds of the north here. The man, his eyes widening, asked if they were really the only ones here. Looking at the swordsman, he asked where the shiny tiger was, but the swordsman did not understand the question. Holding the blade in front of him, Hulkus shouted that he was deaf and did not understand the question about the shiny tiger, because this man was the master of this training ground. The girl was still standing silently and a man's cry was heard that he had come here only to fight the protagonist. The guy, bowing his head, walked forward. Sweat was running down his face. The blade in his hand was broken. A torch was visible in the distance, and a message about gaining a new level also appeared. The young man sat on a mountain of corpses, receiving many messages about increasing his level, as well as a notification that he had killed 170 demonic beasts. Still sitting on the corpse of a wolf, a system notification appeared that there was only 1 monster left in this dungeon. The hero opened a bottle with a red liquid. He began to drink it greedily. His body was covered with a red glow, and the young man noted that thanks to this thing, he was lucky not to die many times because it was a healing potion. Looking at the corpses, the guy realized that at the beginning it was quite difficult for him to fight, but as he leveled up, it became much easier, and he also realized that time was flying by quite quickly since 2 months had already passed. Looking to the side, he remembered that he had only one last monster left. Some stairs were visible, and Theo assumed that it would be the boss of the dungeon. The guy climbed the stairs and a message appeared about the transition to the 5th floor. Looking at the broken blade, he realized that it was clearly useless. The hero put his hand in the inventory. Looking at another sword, the protagonist realized that this was all he had left, and remembering that this was a ceremonial sword given to him by his mother for his birthday. Looking at it, the boy remembered that in his past life, up until the awakening ceremony, there had been many disagreements between them, so it was simply abandoned to rust in the room. But he noted that now, upon closer inspection, it was clear that it was a good sword, forged from snow-white steel. The boy's mouth closed. Some doors were visible. Cecilia, entering the room, said that she was waiting for midnight to shower her son with gifts. The young man, with his mouth wide open, screamed. Holding the blades in his hands, he explained that the awakening ceremony was very soon and he could not waste time on gifts. Frowning, the boy also said that she already knew that good equipment could not change the bloodline. The mother's eyes widened after her son said that she should just leave. Walking through the cave, the hero knew that he would never repeat the mistakes of his past life again, and a notification appeared that this was the boss's room and there was a strong demonic beast here. The boy's eyes widened. Some tail was visible. The monster had huge fangs. It was some kind of dragon. As he approached it, the boy noted that even the final boss of this strange quest was also related to dragons. Frowning, the young man remembered that according to rumors, the Ragnar clan was the descendant of dragons, and he understood that the final boss of this quest was indeed one. Putting his blade in front of him, the hero assumed that this could just be a coincidence. Standing in front of the monster, he understood that he only needed to defeat this creature to complete the quest to find secrets in the Camellia Palace. Taking a fighting stance, the protagonist did not know if he would be able to win, even though this dragon was inferior. The hero frowned. His blade was shining and he decided to try using the flash. Remembering the first monster of the dungeon, the boy realized that he had practiced this attack on the love wolves on the way here. He also remembered how he had gouged out this monster's eye. Holding the blade out in front of him, the boy knew that he was still a long way from his father's dragon flash. The dragon's eyes widened, and the hero realized that if he used his dragon heart to its full potential, he could seriously injure the monster. Blood spurted from the blow. The monster raised its head and growled, indicating a successful strike. The protagonist looked up. He dodged the attack with his tail. Looking ahead, the boy realized that his hope was to pierce the enemy's brain. Looking at the dragon, Theo realized that his attack most likely did not go that deep, but there was still a chance. The boy gripped the blade tighter. Multiple blows hit the dragon after using the Jester's Steps technique. The protagonist approached the monster. Frowning, he realized that he could distract it with a normal attack. The dragon raised its head and growled, using the Intimidate ability. The monster's eye opened wider after using the Fear ability. The boy, his eyes wide open, did not understand what had happened to his body. The paw attack was already aimed at him. The boy blocked it with his blade. A bright blue flash illuminated the cave. The dust near the wall began to clear. The hero, lying on the floor, realized why such a dragon could be called the boss of the dungeon and why he should not have dragged out this battle. The dragon had already rushed to attack, and the boy realized that he needed to aim for a weak spot to quickly end this fight. He frowned. The monster opened its mouth wide. Looking at a certain place on the enemy's body, the protagonist understood that it was its weak point. The blow was aimed right at this place, since Theo knew that it was the reverse scale. The blade pierced the monster's body. The monster's eyes opened wide. The boy continued to forcefully drive the blade into the monster. The dragon opened its mouth even wider. The boy grinned, knowing his attack had worked. The monster bared its teeth. The hero stared at the enemy with wide eyes. The swordsmen, holding their frozen weapons, listened to the man's screams. Hulkus, standing next to Ray, shouted that Theo should fight him first, but the girl explained that the loser should just stand aside. The man, opening his mouth wide, shouted that it was 3 years ago, and his skills were improving every day, so this was enough time to close the gap. Frowning, Ray noted that he still lost. The swordsman clenched his fist in anger. Holding the blade in front of him, he shouted that then they should fight again and then the winner would get a chance to fight the hero first. The girl parried the blow. The swordsman, looking at this, could not understand what was happening at all. Someone was approaching. Remington blocked the AG attacks of 2 northern hounds. Opening his eyes, he explained that if they wanted to fight, they should do it somewhere else, since this was the young master's domain and they were not allowed to cause trouble in his absence. Looking at the guy, Hulkus noted that he had appeared in time, since he also wanted to fight him, but he asked if the swordsman hadn't heard what he had just been told. Remington's eyes widened. He was still blocking the blades of two swordsmen. Looking somewhere to the side, the guy couldn't understand what kind of killing intent this was. Someone was walking towards them. With his eyes wide open, the swordsman couldn't believe that his pressure was so overwhelming, because what could have happened to him during his closed training? Ray looked ahead. The man turned his head, baring his teeth. The hero used the intimidation of the dungeon boss, while Hulkus happily spoke about Theo finally coming here. The monster's eyes began to close. It began to fall. The monster's body collapsed onto the cave floor. The boy stood on it, having received a message that the fight with the lower dragon was over. Lowering his head, the young man noted that it suddenly began to rush around after hitting the back scale, so it seemed to him that this was the end. Lying on the defeated enemy, the hero realized that the enemy's fatigue played into his hands. Opening his eyes wider, he looked at the system notifications that he received a tooth and claw of the lower dragon. Getting up, Theo examined his rewards from the boss, which were intended for improving the weapon. Looking at the blade, he noted that he should use them to repair it. After all, it was a gift from his mother, and the fight with this monster had worn it out a lot. His eyes widened after the message that he also received the skill to intimidate this monster. Smiling, the guy could not believe that this was the same killing pressure, because there were rumors that only the chosen ones could use it. He put all his things in the inventory. Having jumped off the dragon, the young man realized that such power could hardly be very useful in the Ragnar clan. Standing in front of the exit, the protagonist also thought that this clan was full of outstanding personalities. The door began to open. Standing in front of it, the guy realized that he had finally completed the task. This was what the system message said. A certain sphere appeared in front of him, which was a reward for completing the task. In his hand was a compass to the nest. Looking at it, Theo could not understand what it was, assuming that it could somehow be connected with the next task. Having put the sphere in the inventory, the protagonist decided to keep this thing in any case. Barely standing on his feet, the guy decided to return to the room and rest. The girl, running up, screamed that the young man urgently needed to do something. With her eyes wide open, she did not ask where he was at all. The hero did not answer and asked what happened. His eyes widened as the servant said that there was a fight at the 4th training ground. The hero approached the northern hounds. He used dragon intimidation as he approached them. The boy's eyes widened as he told them all to leave, as he needed to rest. The swordsmen were overwhelmed by such a powerful aura. Hulkus looked at them. The man smirked, noting that his killing pressure was truly astounding. He also shouted that he knew this fight would be fun as he charged. The swordsman swung his blade. The hero parried his attack with one blow. Remington's eyes were wide open. Flying back, the man couldn't believe that his blow was parried so easily. The protagonist furrowed his brows. Looking forward, he couldn't believe that he was able to parry the man's blow. The man landed on the ground. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman shouted that he was not going to stop there. He ordered the boy to try to block this blow as he attacked the boy. The hero knew that this man was always considered the weakest of the 4 hounds, as he never replenished his arsenal and was not smart. Holding his sword in front of him, the boy remembered that since he was a son of the Lank clan, and there was no one there who could match him in strength. The young man held back his opponent's blow. Their swords clashed with incredible force. The hero made a blow with his blade, using one flash. Grinning, the protagonist realized that the sword of this very Hulkus was parried, and he even managed to counterattack him, and it was for this that it was worth leveling up. Blood spurted from the man's mouth. A system window with Theo's characteristics appeared. The opponent fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open. Rubbing his chin, the hero realized that he had used all his strength during the blow without even realizing it, and it was very good that his opponent was this man, known for his tenacity, due to which he simply lost consciousness. The swordsman's eyes opened wide. They all raised their blades, shouting that their master had defeated the black bear, as he was able to kill it with one blow. Raising his hands, the young man asked them to calm down, explaining that this man was still alive. The boy's blade cracked. A piece of the blade fell to the ground. With wide eyes, he could not believe that the blade given to him by his mother was broken. Someone from the crowd shouted that it was the master who broke his sword with one blow. Remington and Ray stood to the side. The boy's eyes were wide open. The girl squinted, looking ahead. Some people were standing in the snow. A man in a coat, standing in front of a little girl, asked her why she was wandering in such cold. The man threw his scarf over her. Exhaling, the boy noted that she still seemed frozen and would not walk anyway. Extending his hand, he suggested that she come to him while it was snowing outside. With wide eyes, the girl listened to her companion's words about taking her home when the snow stopped. Ray was looking somewhere. A faint smile appeared on her face. She began to walk away. The swordsman, with his mouth open, was surprised that this girl smiled at all. The Camellia Palace was visible. The hero was smiling. He was sitting at the table while the servants congratulated him on receiving his new title. One of them, bending over, noted that he had worked very hard for such a long time, and now he just needed to continue in the same spirit until the awakening ceremony. Cecilia, placing a plate on the table, called out to her son. While feeding him, she asked him to try the dish, because these shellfish are caught in very small quantities in the Idrija Sea and slowly fried in oil that is produced only on farms in the Fuel Mountains. She continued feeding him something, telling him that it was the meat of chickens that were fed nuts from the west of the Laser Desert, and the birds were killed with great care at the right age and then stewed with ginseng brought from the Far East. She handed him more food. Suddenly, a memory from a past life appeared in his head. The boy hung his head and chewed silently. Smiling, he thanked his mother for the delicious food. On the table lay a broken blade. The woman, covering her face with her hands, could not believe what she saw. The young man, looking at it, explained that it had broken during training. The boy closed his eyes and apologized, saying that he knew it was a priceless sword that she had given him for his birthday, but his mother shouted something. The hero's eyes widened. She slammed her hands on the table and shouted that a certain woman had assured her that since the blade was made of snow-white steel and ebony, it would never break. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if the place where it all came from was the southern jungles of Gaia, to which his parent responded affirmatively and also said that she had been told that only rare and valuable materials were used for this sword. But, as it is now clear, it was a lie, because if it were true, the blade would not have broken so easily. Sweat broke out on the boy's face as he remembered the ebony steel tree, whose roots absorb iron and is considered a rare material by nature because it retains the flexibility of wood while being as hard as steel. Looking at the blade, he realized that he had no idea how good this blade really was, but he also didn't understand where his mother had gotten it from. She had widened her eyes and said that this would not do at all, because this time she needed a sword that was perfect for her son, but he had said that it was fine, because he should just get another weapon. Cecilia had raised a finger and explained that now that people had finally seen what he was worth, they should be more meticulous than ever. The boy smiled as his mother told him that there was less than a week left until the awakening ceremony, and that it couldn't be left like this because she couldn't let her son attend the ceremony with an old, dull blade. As she was leaving, she also added that since they were talking about it anyway, they would go get a new weapon right now, and the hero asked her where she was going. Turning around, the woman explained that their path lay to the best workshop in all of Snezhnaya. She was talking about the Basque workshop. The Basque workshop was visible, which was known for its enormous size. The owner of the workshop was standing in front of the window. Looking at the hammer in the girl's hands, the family thought about the fact that this person was included in the category of persons of special rank. The mother and son looked at the owner of the workshop. Looking at the elf with a pipe in her hands, they thought about the fact that this girl was known as the elven embodiment of capitalism. Looking at the guests, Curson was surprised by their arrival. Open-mouthed, Cecilia noticed that she had not stopped smoking. Hearing the words that his mother called the craftswoman her mother, Theo could not believe his ears. Raising her hands, the shop owner declared that their relationship ended the day her daughter ran away from her. Placing his hands on his chin, the protagonist reflected on how he was so handsome because he was 1/8 elf. Throwing down her sword, the concubine declared that she wanted to return the defective goods. Curson frowned, outraged by the words that her sword could be of poor quality. The blacksmith's gaze fell on the blade. In her hands was a broken weapon. Putting her hands on her hips, the buyer said that the sword was defective, which is why it broke. Frowning, the elf asked who owned the sword, to which she received the answer that it belonged to the protagonist. Closing her eyes, Cecilia said that this guy was a genius and would soon rule the Ragnar clan. Putting his hand to his heart, the young man introduced himself and said that it was an honor for him to meet the famous owner of the Basque workshop. Holding a pipe in her teeth, the lady asked if he owned this weapon. Opening her mouth, the protagonist's mother said that the blade was of poor quality. Curson silently looked at the young man. Looking at her workshop, the elf suggested that they go inside because they had a long conversation ahead. Theo extended his hand and asked his mother if she was really the daughter of a demonic craftsman. The concubine turned her head and explained that she rarely spoke of her past, so her son did not know of their relationship. Smiling, the lady explained that the owner of the workshop had been her foster mother for 6 months, taking care of her. The boy was surprised by these words, sweating. The lady folded her arms and continued her story, saying that her foster mother liked everything she found beautiful, even people. The elf turned her head and said that she had enough of talking about the past because it was meaningless anyway. Cecilia covered her face with her hand, certain that she did not really think so. Theo turned her head and asked why his mother had left this place. Looking ahead, Curson explained that the girl had left here herself because she wanted to become the wife of the head of the Ragnar clan. Remembering her stepdaughter walking away, the blacksmith said that she was against her going to such a miserable place. Beaming with happiness, Cecilia said that the head of the clan was very handsome and loved her. Making a displeased expression, Curson reminded that despite her escape, the protagonist's mother came here a year ago asking to forge a sword as a gift for her son. Smiling, Theo listened to the two women argue. Looking at his mother, the boy realized that he had never seen her like this. Clenching his fist, the boy realized that in his past life he had not learned anything about his mother at all. The young man, narrowing his eyes, wondered why the demonic craftsman did nothing in his past life since she cared so much about her stepdaughter. Standing in place, the owner of the workshop said that they had arrived. Pointing to the door, she explained that this was the headmaster's office, to which her daughter asked why they had to go so far inside the workshop. Grabbing Theo's hand, Curson asked Cecilia to wait outside for a moment. Looking at the slammed door, the concubine screamed for her mother. Sweating, the protagonist heard his mother calling for him and the elf. Exhaling smoke from her lungs, the woman declared that she would speak plainly. Looking at the young man, she asked if he had the relic of the primordial dragon. Making a surprised face, the boy was puzzled by such a question. Standing in front of the blacksmith, Theo said that he heard a legend about how the founder of the clan distributed the treasures of the primordial dragon among the descendants of Ragnar. Grabbing his sword, the elf declared that he was pretending to be ignorant. The boy's eyes widened. The lady opened her mouth and shouted that without the relic, it was impossible to turn such a weapon into junk because she had put her heart and soul into this blade. Holding the broken weapon in her hands, she said that the guy had no idea how expensive it was. Turning around, the owner of the workshop decided that it would be easier to show him something. Curson's fingers grabbed the chains. Holding onto the coffin, she asked the young man what he saw. Theo made a surprised face. He saw how the coffin glowed with a blue aura. Looking at the coffin, the protagonist realized that this glow meant that there was a quest associated with this item because he had seen something like this in the Camellia Palace earlier. Opening her mouth, the blacksmith realized that judging by the young man's reaction, he felt something. Grasping the box with both hands, the lady said that she tried to open it to find out what was inside, but to no avail. The coffin fell to the floor. Looking at the wooden storage, the woman said that long ago, in the Age of Myths, the primordial dragon pulled out one of its fangs to forge a sword. Recalling the head of the monster, the owner of the workshop said that it was the blade of white moonlight. Presenting the sword, the blacksmith promised to give it to the swordsman if he broke the chains and pulled it out of the coffin. Theo was surprised by such words. Smiling, the lady warned that the protagonist could die in the process of pulling out the sword. The boy opened his mouth. Looking at the chains, the young man declared that this sword was now his. The system showed a message that the plot quest number 2 had begun, according to which the protagonist must become the chosen one of the relic of the primordial dragon called the Blade of White Moonlight. A certain man was seen who was the owner of the Blade of White Moonlight, and was also the leader of Black Snow and one of the 9 dragons called the Black Dragon. People who died because they saw this man's weapon were seen. Turning his head, the warrior saw something. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if he could see the embodiment of his weapon. Standing in front of the boy, the fighter thought about what he should do. Looking at the coffin, the guy realized that the blade was here, and he would meet the Black Dragon in 4 years. Lowering her head, the girl suggested that the protagonist try to get the sword. Opening his mouth, the protagonist thought about the need to get the relic at any cost. Smiling, she said that she would get the sword. Boolealia at the keyhole, the young man realized that everything was the same here as in the Camellia Palace. The swordsman took out a blue key. Making a surprised face, Curson was surprised that Theo had a key to the coffin. The boy inserted the key into the keyhole. A second later, the hero turned it. The young man watched as the chains broke. The elf looked at what was happening in surprise. Dark energy began to come out of the box. Looking down, the protagonist could not understand what was happening. After a while, the young man opened his eyes. Seeing the destroyed castle, the boy realized that this was the Rose Palace. Rendan lifted the boy by the head. Looking at the corpse of his mother, he remembered that he was incredibly weak. Looking at his palms, the protagonist realized that he needed more strength to defeat Rendan and crush the Camellia Palace. The griffin's teeth rushed towards Theo. He frowned. A moment later, the swordsman's hand grabbed the animal by the beak. Looking at the bird, the boy realized that this was an attempt to use his thirst for power against him. With his eyes wide open, the embodiment of the sword screamed that he considered his offender an insolent person. Opening his mouth, the young man declared that he had long since overcome the fear the monster had instilled in him, so he had not fallen for the pitiful bits of power. Still holding the griffin's beak in his hands, Theo noticed that it had been much larger the last time, and now it was about the size of a man. Clenching his fist, the young man assumed that this was the result of his long imprisonment. Smiling, the protagonist declared that the Blade of White Moonlight was now his. Looking at the fist flying towards him, the bird suggested that they discuss everything like civilized people. Sitting next to her son, Cecilia screamed for him to wake up. Turning her head, she turned to her mother, asking what had happened here. Sweating, the elf listened to the accusations that she had only been asked to forge a blade and not to do this to a child. Looking at the boy's body, Curson realized that the monster's energy was somehow connected to his bloodstream. Frowning, the girl thought that the boy would be fine because he should have a relic. Looking up, the concubine said that if something happened to her son, she would never forgive it. The owner of the workshop silently looked at her daughter. Theo's hand grabbed the blade. A moment later, the body began to hover above the floor. Dark energy burst out of Theo's chest. The guy opened his mouth. Looking at her son, Cecilia called him by name. A moment later, the young man opened his eyes. The woman hugged the boy with joyful cries. Closing her eyes, the concubine said that she was very worried about the life of the main character. Smiling, Theo said that he was fine, so there was no need to worry. The system showed a message in which congratulations were written on the successful hunt for the griffin and the completion of the plot task number 2. Curson sighed with relief. The young man looked at the sword in his hand. Remembering the defeated griffin, the boy thought that he was lucky because the monster was weakened due to its long imprisonment, so it was easy to defeat. Looking sideways, the young man was glad that the psychological attack did not work on him. A hint appeared on the screen that after absorbing the monstrous energy of the blade, the hero significantly increased his magical power. The protagonist's eyes widened. The system sent a notification that 30 magical power had been added. The next message said that the magical power had exceeded 200 units. Theo's hands were covered in a blue aura. A notification appeared on the screen that his magical power had begun to acquire divinity. Looking at the glowing clot of energy, the young man realized that his strength had increased to the level of a high-ranking swordsman, and a new ability called divinity had increased his magic recovery. Exuding magical energy, the protagonist was annoyed that he could not yet fully use his power because he had to hold back until the awakening ceremony. The screen showed the young man's characteristics, according to which he had reached level 16 and had a skill called Intimidation of the Lesser Drake. Turning his head, Theo asked the elf if she was going to fulfill her promise, to which she replied that elves cannot lie. Looking at the new blade, the boy noticed that it was acting strangely. The swordsman made a nervous expression and asked the owner of the workshop if it was possible that the sword did not recognize its new owner, to which she replied that it was unlikely. Looking at the weapon, the blacksmith suggested that it felt constrained after many years of imprisonment, so it sought to release all the accumulated irritation after being released. Pointing to the wall, the woman suggested testing the new weapon. Looking away, Curson said that even with the white moonlight blade, such a weakling would not be able to damage the workshop wall with his blow. Turning his head, Theo realized that he could hide his dragon heart at any time, so he should take the opportunity to test the white moonlight blade. The swordsman, starting to move towards the wall, decided to test the strength of the blade in combination with magical power. Clutching the handle in his hands, the protagonist apologized if something went wrong. The young man held the blade in front of him. The system showed a message that this weapon is a relic of the primordial dragon, which is possessed by a griffin. The protagonist frowned. A moment later, he struck. Curson, sweating, looked at the streams of energy in front of her. The blacksmith, her mouth wide open, screamed for the hero to stop. Theo used an ability called One Strike. The walls of the workshop cracked in half. The owner of the workshop looked on distantly as a huge crack appeared in her building. From the collapsing building, the elf's cries were heard about her annoyance at this outcome. Clutching her head, the woman screamed that she would lose a lot of money. Looking at the sword in his hands, the boy thought about how the sword had absorbed all of his magical power. Curson's hand touched the boy's chest. Covered in a blue aura, the young man was surprised by the lady's speed. Tilting her head, the blacksmith noticed that the boy did not have any magic at all. Looking at the hole in the wall, she could not believe that such a result could be achieved with just the sharpness of a blade. The owner of the workshop frowned and looked at the protagonist. Looking at his face, the elf realized that he was a genius. Putting her hand to his chin, she realized that this genius was her grandson. Putting her hand on her grandson's shoulder, the woman addressed him by name. Looking at the protagonist's face, the grandmother said that she would become his patron for this, and he only needed to show his skills to the world. Blushing, Curson decided that the guy would become a living advertisement for the Basque workshop. Theo made a surprised face. Opening her mouth in surprise, Cecilia turned to her mother. Looking at the owner of the workshop, the daughter said that she saw money in her eyes. The night sky was visible. Theo was saying goodbye to his grandmother. The elf looked at the cart driving away into the distance. In her hands were 2 dragon teeth. Smiling, the blacksmith remembered how her grandson gave her the trophies from the drake as compensation for the destroyed wall. Holding a pipe in her teeth, the lady realized that her daughter had raised a wonderful son. Hearing the words of greeting behind her, Curson's eyes widened. The woman frowned. Looking up, she asked the raven what he was doing there. The bird silently looked at the lady. 5 days later, Theo and Evelyn were training on the training ground. The protagonist jumped towards his opponent. The girl dodged the swordsman's blow. The guys made blows towards each other. Holding a cigarette in her teeth, the manager of the training ground noticed that her partner's fencing skills had become stronger and more dexterous. Smiling, the protagonist expressed joy that Evelyn herself was praising his skills. The crowd watched their duel in surprise. Looking back, the swordswoman thought that now her student was strong enough to resist her. The girl made a blow. The protagonist blocked the attack from above. Smiling, Evelyn decided that if Theo awakened his magical abilities, it would mean the birth of a real monster. Standing in front of her master, the young lady said that he had done an excellent job and could become the best at the awakening ceremony. Smiling, she promised that she would pray for his success. Placing his sword on his shoulder, the medic promised that he would mention his mentor's name if he became the best at the awakening ceremony. Raising her eyebrows, the lady could not understand why he would do this. One of the fighters raised his hand and asked that his name be mentioned too. Turning his head, the protagonist said that it was not easy to be popular. Looking at the pink sky, the young man said that he was leaving. The main residence was visible. 2 guards looked at the arriving fighter. Clenching his fist, the protagonist introduced himself to them. The boy frowned. Listening to the judge's words about the awakening ceremony being the most important event of the year for each Ragnar, the villagers looked up. The guards opened the main gate. The guy was moving towards the arena. A huge stadium was visible, from which words were heard about how each participant dreamed of showing themselves well at the ceremony, because this was the first place where they could receive honor and recognition as swordsmen of the Ragnar clan. The protagonist looked up. The judge introduced the head of the clan. After that, he introduced the 9 dragons to the audience. Finally, the judge greeted the former head of the clan named Hilda. Raising his head, Theo thought that the more he looked at this woman, the less it seemed to him that she was 150 years old. A beat of a tambourine sounded. With his mouth wide open, the judge named Vana announced the beginning of the preliminary exam. Looking at the arena, the man explained that the participants would have to pull out the sword stuck in the floor and leave a mark on the top of the steel wall, which was located on the platform. The audience looked at the wall in surprise as they listened to the words about the steel being made of snow-white steel. Looking down, Vana said that ordinary steel swords would not be able to even scratch its surface. Holding a pill in his hands, the judge said that the situation would change if magic was put into the strike, so he would give each participant one special pill. Presenting the pill, the mustachioed man explained that each soma pill contained magic power equivalent to 10 years' supply, so such an elixir would help open the mana chambers. Looking at the wall, the judge advised everyone to take the pill and open the mana in their dantian, because only then would there be a chance to damage the wall of snow-white steel with their swords. With his mouth wide open, Vana shouted that the participant she would name should come to him and take the pill and climb onto the platform. Looking at the protagonist, the man ordered Theo to step forward. Walking towards the platform, the protagonist thought about how Action had been the top graduate in his past life. The guard gave the boy a pill. The young man grabbed his sword. Moving towards the wall, the boy decided that this time it wouldn't happen again. The system showed a message that the goal of the 3rd story mission was to become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Sitting on a chair, Hilda asked her neighbor if this was the boy he was talking about. Smiling, Kyle assumed that the boy had caught her attention. Looking at the swordsman, the lady said that she had become curious about this guy after the clan leader said that he would look after the boy. Smiling, the woman decided to see how talented the descendant of the current leader was. The fighter was warming up before the blow. Standing in front of the wall, Theo noticed that he was a little nervous before the ceremony, because last time it was unsuccessful. Putting his hands behind his back, the judge asked the protagonist to swallow the pill. Bringing the pill to his mouth, the protagonist thought about how in his past life he had failed to control the mana that was obtained after swallowing the pill, which had severely damaged his dantian. The pill ended up in the swordsman's throat. Smiling, the boy was sure that this would not happen in this life. Streams of energy swirled around the hero. Clenching his fist, Vana assumed that the fighter could not control his mana since he had caused a wave of such a size. As the mana flowed through the body, the man thought about how the pill had to be swallowed with careful use of magic power to allow it to settle in the diam. Looking at the energy flow, the judge thought about how the more talented Ragnars had so much mana that if they were unable to control it, they would become disabled. The man narrowed his eyes and decided that this guy was finished too. The protagonist's stomach began to glow blue. A moment later, a wave of mana was released around him. Opening his mouth, the judge was surprised that the young man had endured it. Theo clenched his fist. Smiling, the young man was glad that he had both a dragon heart and a mana palace. Sweating, the protagonist thought that this situation was a little disappointing, because unlike his previous life, it was too easy. Raising his sword, the protagonist realized that from now on, he could officially use mana. The guy ducked down. A moment later, the swordsman swung his weapon. After that, she struck. Summoning the dragon, Theo decided that he had to show everything he could. Ray's eyes widened. Remington made a surprised face. Alcus bared his teeth. The monster rushed towards the wall. The protagonist used an ability called One Strike. Action, with his arms folded across his chest, did not understand what was happening. A deep cut appeared in the steel wall. Everyone present looked at the crack. The judge, making a surprised face, said the name of the participant. Looking at the sitting young man, the man announced that Theo would advance to the next stage. The audience, with their mouths open, discussed how something like this had not happened since the time of Mr. Thorkel. A message appeared in front of the protagonist's face stating that the curse of bad luck had ended and the swordsman's fame was beginning to spread throughout the world. Smiling, the young man was glad that he had reached the point where the others began. The system showed a message stating that many people had shown interest in the participants' magnificent performance. Looking at the other clan members, the boy saw a message that also wanted to take him as her apprentice, and Julius was unhappy with the amount of attention the boy was getting. Looking up at the sky, Theo saw a message that Robert was worried about him. Looking at the face of the previous clan leader, the protagonist received a hint that Hilda was showing interest in him. Standing in place, the boy thought about how the attention of the black dragon and dragon sword was unexpected. Looking at the crowd, the boy was glad that he managed to attract Hilda's attention because she had the heart of Gauda. Bowing his head, the protagonist decided that he had to get it. Sybil struck the wall. Looking at the small scratch he left, the fighter heard that he had passed to the next stage. Clenching his fist, the young man was glad that he would participate in the next stage with Theo. Ray, Halcus, and Remington took turns striking the steel wall. Ray left a cut on the wall covered with ice chips. Halcus left a large dent in the steel. Remington left a small cut. Turning around, Sybil was amazed by the results of the 4 Hounds of the North. Looking at the steel block, the boy realized that none of them were even close to the result of the young master. Hearing footsteps, the fighter remembered that there was one candidate left. The last participant looked forward. Tilting his head, Action heard that he was invited to come forward. With their mouths open, the crowd discussed how the last participant would not be able to repeat the success of the first. The young man bared his teeth. He pulled his sword out of the ground. Swallowing the pill, the swordsman did not listen to the words of the judge. The dark tiger swung his sword. Opening his mouth wide, Vana told him to wait. The boy summoned a red dragon. A moment later, a powerful blow struck the wall. Covered in sweat, the man said that the participants continued to surprise him. The 2 cuts crossed together. Looking at Action and Theo's strikes, the judge said that Dark Tiger would advance to the next stage. The spectators, with surprised faces, could not figure out which of the participants had won. Putting his sword on his back, the boy heard the words that the accuracy score would determine the winner. The last participant turned to face the stands. The sun began to shine over the stadium. Standing near the gong, Vana praised the participants for their work in the past stage. Smiling, the man asked everyone to prepare for the second stage of the awakening ceremony. Looking at the participants' faces, the judge said that he was going to announce the scores for the past stage. The man, looking at the cross, began to say who was the valedictorian of the stage. Action frowned. Theo looked ahead. The protagonist's eyes widened when he was announced as the valedictorian of the first stage of the awakening ceremony. Smiling solemnly, the judge said that the winner scored 10 points out of 10, technique, magic power, control, speed, everything was flawless. The crowd was excited, the Shining Tiger took first place, and no one could verify that Action had lost. Vana drew the crowd's attention to the depth of the sword's power, which was comparable to the record of young Master Thorkel, and surprise passed through the audience. After all, the said man was one of the 5 main candidates, those who were considered the most likely successors. The Dark Tiger lowered his head when he was announced as the salutatorian, although he also received 10 points in all categories. The youth's gaze became furious when the judge explained that the decision to put him in second place was due to the fact that his sword's length was shorter than Theo's. The remaining participants were either happy or sad when the man continued to list who had taken which place. Holding a scroll with a list in his hands, Vana announced the last 87th place and added that everyone had worked hard. The second stage of the awakening ceremony would take place in 4 days in the Winter Mountains. All 87 past sections had to arrive there fully prepared. The sun was setting over the stadium when the end of the first stage was announced. As night fell, the winners gathered in the tavern. Those gathered in the hall congratulated the first and third places. Friends raised their glasses, while Sir Theo and Sir Remington were called the true power of the 4th training ground. Looking around at those present, the protagonist thanked everyone, and added that this was not the end, their goal was to pass the second stage. The young man placed a hand on the deputy's shoulder. Smiling widely, the winner promised that the 2 of them would be the final valedictorian and salutatorian. Evelyn shook her glass of wine and expressed confidence that the 2 of them could handle it. Remington, clutching his glass, congratulated the young gentleman on his victory. It was nice to see that his efforts had borne fruit. His face reflected sadness when the boy admitted that at the same time he was ashamed that he himself was so far behind. The hero sighed and explained to his friend that he was just lucky this time. The deputy's eyes lit up with happiness when the young master said that among friends it didn't matter. The youth closed his eyes and thanked Theo for helping him clear his thoughts. Clinking their glasses, the friends promised each other to give it their all in the second stage. Snow slowly fell over the winter mountains. Steam escaped from the hero's mouth. Walking through the crunchy snow, the boy again announced the first place he had won in the awakening ceremony. The wind ruffled the hem of his cloak as the swordsman thought that in his past life he would never have dared to dream of such an achievement. Looking ahead, he thought that although he had not defeated action in battle, he still found it hard to believe what had happened. The wind caught his hair. Clenching his fist tightly, the fighter decided to himself that this was only the beginning. Mentally replaying the events of the past in his head, the young man thought that stopping Rendan was not enough. He was just a lackey, his real enemies were action and the sky dragon, and he had to use everything he had. His eyes reflected determination. He had to take full revenge. The guy put his hand in his pocket. Looking at the compass to the nest, he noticed where the arrow was pointing. Picking up the artifact, the warrior saw that the arrow was pointing to the winter mountains. During the second stage, he could find out which nest they were talking about. Suddenly, Theo raised his head. He squinted, looking back. The stranger watching the young man saw how the object disappeared. But the next moment, a sword point was pressed into his neck. The protagonist appeared behind him and demanded that he identify himself, and the man shouted that he did not notice anything suspicious. Raising his hands, the stranger introduced himself as Gatsby of the Storm Sword Platoon. The captain had sent him away when he saw the boy's performance at the awakening ceremony. The boy let out a sigh. He just hadn't expected to be recruited so quickly. His face fell in surprise when he heard that the captain was offering him the chance to take an entrance qualification test. Putting his blade back in its sheath, the boy asked if they really wanted him to take the test and not just join them, to which the recruiter confidently stated the reputation of the Storm Sword Platoon was known to everyone, and even the chance of joining was already. The tip of the broadsword was pointed forward when someone's voice interrupted the man with a statement that the Storm Sword Platoon, as always, behaved like a bunch of idiots. The boys turned around and saw a warrior approaching them. She addressed the young master. Radiating confidence, Ian announced that the Black Iron Cavalry wanted to offer the boy to join their ranks. The Storm Sword recruiter recognized her as the Fire Goblin, the deputy commander of the said cavalry. But as soon as the warrior began to speak, several more strangers appeared nearby, and they all pushed the poor girl, offering to join different platoons on different terms. The cavalrywoman's face expressed the utmost degree of rage. The protagonist looked at the recruiter's squabble in confusion and laughed nervously. He decided that this was a strange coincidence, and it was better to slip away before they began to get on his nerves. But then plum petals rained down from the sky, and the boy's eyes widened as a familiar voice said that he didn't mind being known as a greedy person. A woman's boot stepped onto the snow, and its owner continued that a small loss in reputation was not so bad. Lady Osa approached the young gentleman, and with a smile said that it was not so bad if thanks to this she would get such a talented swordsman. The woman raised an eyebrow when the boy asked what brought his first wife here, and she suggested that he guess himself. The hero's eyes widened as she explained that she came here to see Theo with her own eyes. A blow of the blade cut off the head of the sobbing man from fear. The head was separated from the body by the sword of the enraged Askian. An expression of rage froze on the boy's face while he continued to destroy one opponent after another. Remembering the face of the hated rival, the psychopath grabbed another unfortunate man with his hand. With all his might, he slammed his victim into the stone floor. The guy took his hand away from the dead man's face. He hunched over, turning to look at the path of corpses he had left behind him. Someone stepped onto the platform. The swordsman turned around abruptly. With an empty face, he rushed at the newcomer. With all his might, he threw the blade at the new target. But the man who entered stopped the flying blade with 3 fingers. Ed narrowed his eyes and called what was happening petty. Taking out his anger could not change anything here. Action recognized his uncle. Meanwhile, the man turned around and said that in times like these it was worth cooling his head and coming up with a plan, and called his nephew to follow him. Interest appeared in the psychopath's eyes when he heard that the heavenly dragon had something to tell him. With his hands folded behind his back, the director said that he knew a way to turn the second stage into Theo Ragnar's funeral. The recruiters gathered around the protagonist were shocked by the personal appearance of the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, and it became clear to them that their offers were now meaningless. The especially brave ones even tried to slow her down, but a ball of pink light swallowed both the woman and the young master. Ian's eyes widened and she screamed that this was an isolation zone. The glow swirled more densely when the girl suggested that the lady wanted to share her personal techniques with the winner of the first round. A stream of light flew deep into the dimension. The hero stared in surprise at the emptiness around himself and Mrs. Osa. The young man opened his mouth. He realized that this was the signature technique of the Lady of the Plum Blossom, creating a completely isolated space between the inner and outer worlds to see in person what he had only heard about before. His popularity had finally reached its peak. With her hands folded under her chest, the woman suggested that the demonic dragon would be furious when he found out, but she wanted to give the winner a gift, and no one was able to stop the lady. The boy leaned forward and asked what she meant by a gift. The woman drew her sword from its sheath and explained that the clan chief's swordsmanship was incredibly high, like dragon fire erupting from the sky. She swung the blade and said that it incinerated everything in its path. A plum blossomed behind the lady, and the woman added that she was different from the clan chief because she used countless variations of her sword. The hero looked at the woman with surprised eyes when she said that she was aiming for a dragon. Taking a step forward, the woman added that it contained unlimited variations. The first wife showed many forms of blade movement, and finished with a smooth movement near the face. The boy watched with wide eyes. The blade descended downwards, and the lady noticed that it all happened in one breath. Heading back to the hero, the swordswoman voiced the name of the technique. She opened her eyes and said that it was the rain of heavenly flowers, the first technique of the full plum blossom. A bead of sweat rolled down Theo's face. He clenched his fists. It was amazing. In one continuous movement there were 120 circles and variations, which meant that the lady, indeed, in the context of pure swordsmanship, surpassed even the clan head. The boy's face reflected a mixture of delight and fear. The thought came to him that he needed to understand and use what he saw in one blow, and he muttered out loud about his uncertainty that he was worthy of such a gift. The woman chuckled. She was glad that the young swordsman liked what he saw. With a bright pink flash, the dimension disintegrated. With a smile, the first wife guessed that the young man would like to see more. The recruiters looked at the lady with huge eyes when she said that the swordsman should find her anytime after the awakening ceremony ended. Disintegrating into petals, Osa expressed her wish for the young man to become a new wind in this place. Theo smiled, realizing that he had received something too good, and it would be shameless of him not to show gratitude. Scratching his temple with his finger, he thought about how difficult it would be to become the disciple of the Lady of the Plum Blossom and serve as a dragon rider at the same time, and decided to return to this matter after the second stage was over. 3 days later, a snowstorm was blowing through the fir trees. In the Winter Mountains, near the Great Northern Wall, the second stage of the awakening ceremony was beginning. The mountains stretched for a long distance, from the house in Snowy to the Demon Sea. Here, they, the Ragnars, had been protecting humanity from the cursed lands beyond the Great Northern Wall, from the Demon Sea, swarming with countless demons, for 1,000 years. Jackie folded his hands behind his back, and continued that all the listeners would one day inherit this responsibility, which is why this place was chosen for the second stage. All the participants gathered around a small rock, and the man added that they were still learning, and therefore were not ready to go to the Sea of Demons, so the area for the ceremony was limited to the inner part of the mountains. The person in charge urged everyone to be careful and not to go beyond them. Looking seriously at the youth, the swordsman said that their task was simple. He showed all the candidates a bell, and explained that they had 15 days to defeat demonic monsters roaming the Winter Mountains, and take the bells that they hung on their necks. The bells were painted in one of the 7 colors of the rainbow, each worth more points than the previous one, and naturally, more expensive bells were tied to more powerful fiends, especially purple bells, which were on monsters that none of them were able to defeat. Jackie grinned, noting that many points would be counted for them. The protagonist pursed his lips, continuing to listen to the speech. The person in charge left the hunting method to the discretion of the participants. Whatever they did, the main thing was to return with the bells before the end of the exam. Looking closely at the speaker, Theo thought that his words definitely gave the right to intercept someone else's prey, and this sowed the seeds of discord. The young man's gaze was calm, because such is the law of the jungle Ragnar. The swordsman took out a cylinder and announced that they had installed totems throughout the mountains to scare away the fiends. Supplies were buried inside these safe don, so that the candidates could use them at their own discretion. Having looked over the youth, the organizer announced the beginning of the second stage of the awakening ceremony. He extended his hand forward, and all the fighters scattered at once. Sybil made a decision as he charged forward. Since the second stage lasted 15 days, supplies were of the utmost importance. He had to be the first to obtain supplies, and then help young Master Theo. With a cheerful expression, Hulkus shouted to his sister that he was having fun. Only action was gloomy. He recalled his uncle's words, who demanded that he strictly follow his plan, and in that case, the Winter Mountains would become a grave for the rival. The youth glanced to the side. Someone was chasing him. Ray carefully watched the challenger's back. The snow above the forest was getting heavier. The protagonist also headed forward. The boy looked back when he was called out. Remington looked at his friend seriously and reminded him of what he said about their friendship. Browsing, the deputy explained that for the past 3 days he had been thinking long and hard, and it seemed that he also perceived his friend as a rival, and because of this, one desire had taken root in him. The swordsman's eyebrows rose when he heard about wanting to truly surpass him. The hero grinned. Coming closer to his interlocutor, he admitted that these feelings were mutual, and the deputy laughed, admitting that he felt relieved because he was afraid that his feelings were one-sided. Smiling confidently, Remy promised to do his best to surpass his friend in the second stage. That's what he wanted to say. The young man smiled and wished his comrade good luck, and the friend quickly disappeared from sight. Looking at the place where his friend had just stood, Theo realized that he had just made him his target, and he could not think of a more exciting feeling. The young master's smile grew wider when he thought that becoming someone truly strong would be amazing. Opening the system window, the swordsman decided to leave his tender feelings alone for now. Looking at the compass of the dragon's nest in his hands, he decided that it was time to find it. The arrow trembled and turned in the right direction. A blizzard howled over the mountains, and from a cave on a steep cliff, a blue light shone. Soon the protagonist came to the outskirts of the winter mountains and found it strange because he had clearly come to the right place. He looked at the compass, the arrow pointed down, but there was nothing around. Looking around, Theo assumed that he would have to start digging. Looking dissatisfied at the artifact, the young man grumbled that he should have taken a shovel with him because he somehow did not want to use the white moonlight blade for digging. The hero narrowed his eyes. He took the sword from his belt. With wide blows, he began to clear the area, muttering that while the eyes are afraid, the hands are doing. A rut with fallen trees formed in front of him. Lowering the weapon, the swordsman demanded that those following him come out. The pursuer looked out from behind a tree with a grin, surprised that he was noticed. Seeing the man's face, the young gentleman shuddered while he said that he was following his target very quietly. 3 people came out from behind the trees, and the protagonist recognized them as the 3 bastards of Mount Buck, while the fat man reminded them that they were indeed too loud. And the bald one admitted that their target was much stronger than they thought. Their leader greeted the winner with a smirk. Theo remembered that these 3 killed locals under the guise of random incidents during missions. Such groups were the result of the dominant ideology of the right of the strong in the Ragnar clan. The swordsman especially cannot forget the massacre they carried out in the village of Vuk. When he worked for the Black Snow, it was the hero who cleaned up after them, so he was familiar with this horror better than anyone. According to official records, a large number of dead and missing people were indicated, and the most shocking fact was that none of the corpses could be identified, since all the heads were destroyed. The young man clutched the hilt of his sword, surmising that his terrible nature would be a hindrance to him in the future, so he was going to deal with them sooner or later, and here they met. They were obviously tracking the first place winner, so he asked if action had sent them by chance. The bandits looked at the boy indignantly and replied that they were not going to obey someone their age. The leader began waving his arms and claiming that it was someone so high-ranking that some bastard could not even imagine. The boy realized with a darkened expression that they were talking about the head of the council. The bastards looked at their target in confusion, not understanding how he had guessed so quickly. The boy took a step forward and explained that given their words about lineage and heritage, it was obvious. Since the one in charge of conducting the test did not come with you, they conspired with him, and the bandits carelessly confirmed his words. The fat man hesitantly asked if this was a problem, to which the leader stated that the boy standing in front of them was already dead. The bandit smirked and said that the bastard had no idea how nice it was to break such pretty faces, but the young man calmly raised his blade. The ice dragon loomed over the confident bandits as the leader boasted that he would crush his face beyond recognition. The bastards only had time to get scared when the protagonist's technique, the 3 dragon claws, fell upon them. Squinting, the boy stated that he did not want to be like his opponents. The heads of the trio flew into the snow, and the hero decided to do the opposite, leaving only their heads intact. Snow and sand began to settle on the ground as the swordsman lowered his weapon. Looking at the work of his hands, the boy muttered that the bandits did not cause much trouble, but perhaps it was because they were young. The ribbons wrapped around the blade, and the young man thought that after 3 days of continuous study and practice of the style of rain of heavenly flowers, which the lady of the plum blossom showed him, he was able to deliver 3 strikes in a row. The hero put the sword in its sheath, using circles and arcs to form curved lines. He could use various variations and transformations, but, of course, he was still far from the series of 120 strikes of the first wife. Picking up the bandit's head from the snow, he decided to get rid of the corpses first. The bastard threw all 3 heads off the cliff and thought about how to get underground. Before he had time to move away from the edge, he heard strange sounds. He walked to the edge and looked down, and to his surprise, he found that the remains of the enemies had manifested an invisible ladder, and immediately after that he received a hidden task. Throwing himself down, he realized that he had found the entrance to the dragon's nest. The Sword of Law read from the scroll, reporting that while action was in first place, He had collected 41 demonic bells in a group of 21 people, and Ray was in second place. Julius interrupted the speaker and asked how Theo was doing, and his face showed surprise when he heard that this participant still had neither bells nor a team. The organizers assumed that he was either moving stealthily or sitting in ambush. Lady Osa put her elbows on the table and noted that if this was an assumption, then those responsible for conducting the test could not confirm this, and she was right. The head of the council raised his hand and said that excellent results in the first stage of the test did not mean that the boy would stand out in the second. Maybe his heart was not ready for real battles. Laughing loudly, Wolfgang reminded everyone that he was also a bastard, and he himself thought that it seemed that the bastards were doing their job even better than he expected. Ed, who was sitting opposite him, leaned forward and asked telepathically if the head of the council had anything to do with this. The man smirked and told the Sky Dragon that he couldn't have told him that in advance, but he didn't have to worry, everything had gone well. The director's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth, angry at the old fool who had butted in without permission. After taking over the Camellia Palace, Ed had taken the opportunity to comb through the Rose Palace, but no matter where he looked, he hadn't been able to find the relic of the primordial dragon. The man frowned, that boy Theo. His fingers were trembling, because the bastard obviously knew where to look for it. He needed to find out everything he knew, and then kill him. The Sky Dragon looked at one of his subordinates and telepathically told him to tell his nephew that they needed to hurry. The lady leaned towards her husband and quietly suggested that the head of the council and the director of intelligence were planning something, and they should also be on guard. She cast an uncertain glance when she heard disagreement. Gritting his teeth, the demon dragon expressed confidence that Theo would not be broken by something like this, and he should have managed on his own. There was no need to go so far as to interfere with the test to help him. The man made his wife laugh when he stated that he could not ignore the fact that she met the boy behind his back. The woman replied that if the boy himself did not mind, then everything was fine. A creepy skull with an open mouth looked at the main character. The young man looked around the cave, where there were many such species. He chuckled nervously, noting that there was a trap with a rather strong mental attack. Most of those who fell into it simply broke. However, after passing the test of the blade of white moonlight, he was not affected by such. The boy touched the shining wall with his palm and noticed that he hadn't thought about where the compass would point. A magical light spread from the bastard when he activated the expansion of his senses. Noticing the light at the end of the neighboring passages, the boy realized that he needed to go there. Smiling confidently, the hero thought that this was the cub's lair. 3 years later, Black Snow would destroy the cub and take the legendary item. Having reached the doors to the lair, the swordsman asked Black Snow for forgiveness, but he would take the artifact first. Ammon's grimoire. An expression of horror froze on the young man's face. Looking at the treasures in the cave, he even turned to the heavens. Sweat ran down his face when the swordsman realized that this was not the cub's lair. A colossal black dragon was sleeping under a huge stele, which meant that the cave belonged to a real ancient dragon. The monster opened its eyes. Looking around in fear, the protagonist considered this situation difficult. He no longer cared about the grimoire. Such a clash with the dragon was tantamount to guaranteed death. The bastard's eyes were already reflecting real panic. Why was there an adult dragon in this place and not just a hatched one? Was Black Snow deliberately spreading misinformation? Or was it because the young man had come 3 years early? Turning to leave, he realized that this was beyond his predictions, and he needed to escape now. A huge dragon eye towered behind the boy. While he was thinking that he would have to return later, a little closer to the moment when Black Snow should have discovered this place. Sounds behind him made the panicking man turn around. He froze when he saw the awakened dragon, who was looking straight at him. The dragon Lodbrok straightened up to his full height and said that the Chosen One had not come to this place for a long time. Having landed on the piles of gold, the dragon said his name. The hero opened his mouth when he heard that she was the ruler of the Winter Mountains, the one whom Ragnar called the Dragon Protector. He fell to his knees and shouted that it was an honor to meet his great ancestor. The dragoness narrowed her eyes, surprised by this address. The swordsman raised his head and asked if she was not the wife of their ancestor Lord Sigurd, and the mother of the second head of the Fridleif clan. The dragon rose to her paws and called the second head a damn chatterbox and spread nonsense. Looking at the interlocutor with a glowing eye, she admitted that she had been close to Sigurd, but their relationship was a connection between two intelligent beings who respected each other, who had entered into a pact of spiritual connection, and there had never been any romance between them. Mockingly exhaling smoke, the dragoness added that a man and a dragon could not conceive a child in principle. The hero asked if all these stories about dragon blood in their veins were just propaganda, and his eyes widened when Lodbrok replied that it was not quite so. Through the pact concluded with Sigurd, she really shared her dragon blood with him. But when the young man tried to ask something else, the dragoness cut him off. Opening her mouth, the protector declared that it was time to fulfill her duty. She came closer to the Chosen One and announced that in accordance with the Primordial Covenant, she would grant the one who passed the test the opportunity to ask 3 questions. Triumph appeared on Theo's face. He mentally thanked the gods. He not only avoided the battle, but also could ask questions, and since his goal was to stand at the top of the Ragnar clan, he needed to study it carefully, and now he could use the opportunity to gather as much information as possible. With the cry of the heavenly dragon, action killed another monster. The saber-toothed white tiger collapsed on the snow. Next to him lay a green bell. Picking it up, the warrior announced that this was the 57th. Throwing the loot to one of his men, he asked if they had heard anything about Theo, and was told that there was no news yet. Perhaps he was hiding somewhere. Orion extended his hand and assumed that the bastard was simply afraid of meeting a real fiend. Holding a tense smile, the lackey thought that if the one standing in front of him defeated a high-class fiend so easily, then he was beyond all reasonable limits, so no matter what, it was necessary to maintain good relations with him. The psychopath's hand grabbed the sycophant by the throat when he continued to humiliate the bastard. Tears came from the pain in his eyes. Lifting the chatterbox off the ground, the challenger assumed that he did not understand anything. Because he himself was never strong, did the guy ever hear that action was afraid of anything? When you have strength, fears do not matter. Continuing to squeeze the throat of his comrade, the guy assumed that the rival was planning something, while his victim begged for forgiveness. Another subordinate approached the psychopath, breathing heavily, apologizing for distracting him and saying that he had a message from the intelligence director. The young man involuntarily imagined his uncle's face when his demand to carry out the plan as quickly as possible was voiced. He let go of the chatterbox and asked to tell the heavenly dragon that he understood and there was no point in rushing. Squeezing the handles of his twin blades, the challenger said that no one wanted the bastard's death more than himself and would end him the moment he showed up. The protagonist pressed his fist to his lips, thinking about the question. He opened his eyes and announced that he was ready to ask his first question. The dragoness yawned, already bored with waiting. Looking closely at Lodbrok, who was rushing him, he asked why she was here. The interlocutor narrowed her eyes. She considered the question aimed at obtaining as many details as possible to be a really good one. Maintaining eye contact with the chosen one, the protector began her story. The reason for this was the monster that was beyond the demonic sea, at the very edge of the world, the Nameless Lord. Leaning towards the young man, the dragoness continued that she had been staying here for these 1,000 years, bound by the duty of protecting the world from him. The young man looked ahead thoughtfully when the protector added that the Winter Mountains were just an outpost. He could not even think about it. The bastard looked into the dragoness's eyes and definitely noticed fear in them. Clenching his fist, the boy wondered if there really was someone who could instill fear in the ancient dragon who had led his line for more than 1,000 years. His fingers trembled slightly. He had many questions, but first he needed to know about other things. The hero looked at the protector again and announced his second question. What did she know about the relics of the primordial dragon? The interlocutor laughed. She was surprised that the young man did not know about them, despite the fact that he had 3, and assumed that he was lucky. He did not immediately believe it. The chosen one looked at the ceiling, trying to understand. The first relic was in the dungeons of the Camellia Palace, the second was the moonlight blade, but the third what? The dragoness raised her head, exhaling smoke, and said that these relics were the answer to the threat of the Nameless Lord. They were created by the primordial dragon Fafnir. He divided his soul into 31 fragments for the sake of protecting people. All the relics were different from each other. They could be objects, some experience, or even a strange phenomenon. The pupils in the hero's eyes shrank to dots. He understood. The third relic that he had was a phenomenon thanks to which he returned 10 years ago. The boy looked at the dragoness in shock, and it occurred to him that in other words, he and his regression, everything fell into place if it was done by the power of the primordial dragon. The boy pressed his palm to his lips and wondered why each relic was protected by a dragon, but in the case of his regression, nothing like that happened. Theo slowly lowered his hand when it began to dawn on him. Straightening up, the protagonist said that he had one last question. Why was he chosen? A drop of sweat was running down his face from the thoughts that this was necessary for the sake of confronting the Nameless Lord, but why such a talentless and weak one like him? A semblance of a smirk appeared on the dragoness's face. She believed that the answer to his question was a counter one. Her eyes widened when she asked why the boy was talking as if he was the only one who was chosen. The protagonist opened his mouth in horror. He shook with horror. He was not the only one who was chosen by the relics. The young man pressed his hand to his lips when it occurred to him that Ed, Curson, the Black Dragon, they all knew about the relics and tried to collect them. The bastard felt sick from guessing. If they were all chosen by the relics too, then they could also see the messages that he saw, and what's more, they could also be regressors. Squinting, Theo realized that he was one step closer to the truth of this world. But everything only got more complicated. The Nameless Lord, an entity that even the ancient dragon feared. The possibility of other regressors. He was torn from his dark thoughts by the protector, that he asked 3 questions, and now that the task was complete, it was time for the reward. The guy tore his hand away from his face and remembered that he came for Ammon's grimoire, but he grinned and changed his mind, wanting something even greater, something incomparable to any other thing. The protector suggested looking around while the hero was receiving a notification about the completion of a hidden task, because her lair was filled with treasures from all over the world. She listed precious stones, elixirs, secret manuscripts, weapons. Whatever the chosen one chose, it would be an item of incredible value. Lodbrok spread her wings and announced that she would give him any one thing that was in this lair. The bastard grinned. He hit himself in the chest with his fist when asked to say what he wanted. Visibly nervous, the guy said that he wanted Lodbrok. The protector was even confused. The dragoness laughed and concluded that her popularity was timeless and found the joke funny. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor skeptically when she asked what he really wanted. The dragoness gritted her teeth as the insolent man replied what he had already said. Her eyes widened as the bastard's hard gaze confirmed that he was not joking. The protector flapped her wings, enraged. She opened her mouth and used dragon intimidation on the insolent man. The boy clenched his fists as she growled that he was trying to take all her wisdom and treasures with a clever play on words. Blood flowed from the eyes and mouth of the chosen one, but he had to stand. The dragoness's face twisted as the man used the intimidation of a lesser drake against her. Straightening up, the protector remarked that it was very foolish to think that she could be opposed with such an ability. Theo raised his head and screamed that she, the dragon protector, had said that he could take any treasure in this lair, but it had not been said that Lothbrok was not treasure. Gritting his teeth, the boy knew that he was taking a gamble in which he risked his life, but the possible outcome was worth it. The dragoness standing before him was the protector who founded the Ragnar clan with the progenitor Sigurd. There was no more convincing proof of legitimacy than approaching her. Swallowing blood, the protagonist thought that he could not miss such an opportunity so that the future would not repeat itself. He screamed loudly, begging to give him Lodbrok because she promised with her divine word. Clenching his fist, the chosen one asked her to stand by his side. Something changed in the dragon's eyes. In the image of the impudent man who came to her, she saw Sigurd. The protector stopped the flow of intimidation. The guy looked at her with hope when he heard consent. Smoke poured from the dragon's skin. The figure of the huge monster decreased to human size. Soon, the figure of a woman appeared in front of the swordsman. Smiling contentedly, the protector said that she was interested in the newcomer and she was ready to give him a chance. Theo looked in surprise at the one who had just been a dragon. The ribbons of her belt slowly settled on the gold, while the hero looked at her in shock. Smiling smugly, Lodbrok noted that the guy was clearly struck by her beauty, but she was already over 2,000 years old. The young man looked down and turned to the great dragon protector. The woman looked down at the hole in her chest when the supplicant turned his attention to her. The protector pressed her fingers to the edges of the hole and explained that she had lost her heart 50 years ago and had been patiently awaiting death since then, with 3 years left to live at best. She looked down at the chosen one and added that because of this, she could not even leave her lair, so she could not help him directly. She extended her palm and asked her question again. The swordsman looked at her confidently when the dragoness asked if he still wished to choose Lodbrok as his reward. The boy smiled. Clenching his fists again, he replied that his answer would not change. He still chose her as his reward, and the system confirmed the choice. The protector smiled ironically. She called it stupidity, but supposed that it was common for the chosen ones. Notifications informed about the creation of new titles, while the young man swore an oath to become stronger and find more relics of the primordial dragon. The bastard smiled, and while the connection with Lodbrok's soul was being established, he promised to find something for her that would compensate for the lost heart, and she confirmed that among the relics there really was something capable of this. The woman's face became satisfied when the protagonist assumed that he had to do this to become worthy of the title of Close Dragon Protector. She asked his new soulmate to take care of her. Looking at the young man, she reminded him that she still could not leave this place, and until he found a solution to this problem, and for now she would be here in hibernation. The woman took out a beautifully painted book volume and said that she would have a request for him. She instantly moved to the bastard, pressing the book to his chest, and told him to read this here and awaken his mind gate to form a true soul connection with her. He would be able to do it in a month, especially since there was a variety of food in the vicinity of the lair, so he could devote his time to reading. The guy stared at the book in shock when the system told him that this was Ammon's grimoire. Carefully holding the book in his hands, the swordsman admitted that it was good to receive a grimoire. The chosen one turned his gaze to the dragoness and asked what he meant by that he would be able to do it in a month, and she answered that it took about that much time for the first awakening of the mind gate, and clarified whether the petitioner had more important things to do. The young man looked confused. He explained that now he was going through the second stage of the awakening ceremony. The test lasted only 15 days. He had less than half a month of time. He began to ask to be given the opportunity to return after completing the test. The protector narrowed her eyes in displeasure. She sat down on the nearest chest and said that it was possible. but looking sternly at Theo, she said that she would not allow him. Smiling contentedly, Lodbrok added that she could let him go, but it was not interesting. She wanted to check if the impudent man would open his gates of reason before the end of the second stage of the test. The swordsman opened his mouth in surprise when he was forbidden to leave until then. There were 13 days or 310 hours left until the end of the second test. 3 days before the start of the second stage, the Central Intelligence Agency showed up. Ed, holding the artifact in his hand, said that as far as he knew, totems are able to create a safety zone, and it is formed due to the presence of the demon summoning marble inside the totems. A small ball was visible in his fingers, and he added that the multiplied energy of the monsters locked in the marble does not allow other fiends to approach. A moment later, the guy clenched his palm and destroyed the marble. An unusual energy swirled around it. The young man stretched out his palm and exclaimed that he could summon the fiend at any time. Magic liquid spread under his feet. Suddenly, a huge dragon's mouth appeared. The monster bit his opponent with its teeth. Ed, lowering his head, said that the goal of the second stage was to destroy monsters and accumulate points, and thus Theo should hunt monsters. Action, opening his mouth, explained that he understood what he was getting at, because he wanted to lure that bastard Theo out with the help of that marble. Uncle, narrowing his eyes, replied that this was true, but not all, because they couldn't just lure him out and kill him. Otherwise, they might miss the evidence leading to the Rose Palace relic. The psychopath, lowering his eyebrows, asked why they didn't just torture everything out before killing him. Ed, frowning, replied that he himself should understand. The boy added that the difference in skills between him and the protagonist was not that great, and it would be difficult for him to capture and torture him, causing Action to widen his eyes. Baring his teeth, his uncle said that he seemed rather sentimental, so let him use his followers against him, namely the weaklings who were gathering at the 4th training ground. Ed said that it would be easier for him to take them hostage and then demand information regarding the relic, to which the nephew clenched his fist and replied that he understood everything. After a while, Action crossed his fingers and said that this was the plan, but he could not imagine that instead of hunting fiends, he would hide and appear only at the very end of the test, and the system reported the remaining time until the end of the second stage. The boy, looking up, muttered that this was a waste of effort, and they even pushed a few of his uncle's people into observing the progress of the exam. The young man approached Action and said that maybe the council trio had caught him. Felix lowered his eyebrows and asked why he hadn't shown up yet. The psychopath narrowed his eyes and said nothing. A second later, the boy exclaimed that this was incredibly disgusting insight for a talent of the Plum Blossom Palace, and now it was clear why the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace was more interested in Theo. The swordsman clenched his jaw in bewilderment. Baring his teeth, the student thought that because of this he was trying to help him catch the main character, and he was still mocking him. Felix called him names in his mind, and Action closed his eyes and said that it didn't matter because he hadn't really expected much. It seemed like the psychopath smiled menacingly. The boy stood up and exclaimed that if he himself did not dare to show up, he would gladly make him do so. The members of the Scaly Dragon Society were visible. The members of the Plum Blossom Palace appeared. Action, taking out his katana, explained that it was hunting time and they would kill the scum from the 4th training ground one by one until he showed up. Suddenly, snow could be seen rising up in the distance. Ray bit his lips thoughtfully. Suddenly, the ice lizard, a mid-class monster, opened its mouth wide and screamed. The guys, standing next to the defeated enemy, exclaimed that they had succeeded because they had defeated the fiend with the yellow bell. Sybil clenched his fist joyfully. Aud, smiling contentedly, said that after the exam, he would drag them all to young Master Theo. Bennett cheerfully raised the corners of his lips. Sybil, picking up the yellow object, said that there were only 12 hours left until the end of the second stage and asked where young Master Theo was because they had collected a lot of supplies for him. Aud, closing his eyes, replied that he was sure that he was busy with more global things, and that he had more important things to do than just score points for the exam, to which the Musliman agreed and added that survival was the only condition for passing the second stage, and therefore it did not matter what place he took. The guy, putting his palm on his chest, said that he would still be happy to see the young master take first place again, and Bennett exclaimed that he had promised him the same. Suddenly, a katana pierced the body of one of the guys. Orion, standing over the defeated opponent, said that they were all just ridiculous. The guys opened their mouths wide and asked the Scaly Dragon community what this meant. The leader, lowering his weapons, explained that they were just sacrificial lambs that their master would call upon, and they really wanted to see Theo, so no offense. At the same time, Lodbrok's nest and a pile of gold were shown. The girl, frowning, exclaimed that it was amazing. The lady, folding her hands, added that he was able to open the gate of the mind in less than half a month, and the system reported that he was able to comprehend part of the magical principles from the grimoire of Ammon, creating a new skill. The protagonist, smiling slightly, thought that the information he heard in his past life was correct, and the most important fact when studying the grimoire of Ammon is the quantity and quality of magical power. The protagonist's eyes lit up brightly, and he muttered that since he had both the mana halls and the dragon's heart, it was only natural that he learned twice as fast as ordinary people, and said that it was very simple. The silhouette of a man and a dragon appeared, and the system reported that his characteristics were too low, and therefore a low-level skill was formed, and the synchronization of the cub appeared. Lodbrok closed her eyes and said that this was enough for her to call him her close one, and now that he knew the basics, he should understand the rest himself through training. The girl, looking at the boy, added that when he reached a sufficient level of mastery of this technique, he would even be able to hear her voice. The lady, lifting the corners of her lips, exclaimed that he would be able to borrow Lodbrok's power. Sweat was pouring down the boy's face, and the dragon in human form muttered that this was the same power that the ancestor had. Theo, clenching his fist, listened that for this her recovery should be a priority, and let him not forget that she had 3 years left at best, to which he replied that she should not worry, because she could handle it. The lady smiled contentedly. A second later, Lodbrok extended her palm using magic. The girl, flying in the air, announced the fulfillment of the original covenant. The lady extended her hand and said that she would wait for their next meeting with her new loved one. After a while, the protagonist's foot appeared. The protagonist, walking through the snow, said that it was good that he had made an agreement with Lodbrok, but he had not achieved any results regarding the awakening ceremony. Through the sweat on his face, the descendant of Ragnar exclaimed that there were only 12 hours left, and this seemed to increase the difficulty level of the trial. Snowflakes cut through the air, and the boy thought that if he hunted the fiends in the usual way, he would not be able to take first place, and therefore there was only one strategy left. The young man, grinning, thought that he would need to steal bells from others, and added that in his past life, action took first place, so he doubted that his result had changed much this time. Theo, putting his katana on his shoulder, muttered that simply defeating action would take first place. The protagonist, lowering his head, said to himself that it would not be easy to defeat him. The protagonist looked sharply to the side. Ray, opening her mouth, said what she found. The guy's eyes bulged in surprise. The young man, looking at his partner, asked what happened and whether a demon had mauled her like that. Theo, through the sweat on his face, asked what kind of fiend had battered her like that. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils narrowed. He noticed a mark from a sword and realized that it was done by a person. The protagonist, lowering his hands, asked what happened to her, to which he received the answer that they could talk later and that he should first go west. A moment later, the girl began to fall. The guy caught her and asked her to be careful. The young man grabbed the handle of the katana. An unusual aura swirled around his hand, and the system reported that the reading of the thoughts remaining on the sword had begun through the use of the cub's synchronization. The eyes of the awakened one lit up brightly, and the artificial intelligence wrote about showing the memories of the sword owner. Ray, standing behind the tree trunk, asked where Theo was. A crowd of people was visible in the distance, and it was heard that he never showed up, but after what they did, I was sure that he would appear at any moment. Many hostages showed up, and the guy said that they left many traces of these monkeys from the 4th training ground, and also set traps to drive him into a corner. Action asked whether to kill or not, to which Orion, opening his mouth wide, clarified why, and what he did wrong. The psychopath, looking at the guys, answered that it was not him, but these guys, and asked why he brought 9, because a couple as hostages would have been enough, and the young man asked why not get rid of several. Suddenly, Ray, lowering her hands, asked to stop. Action, narrowing his eyes, asked what was going on. The girl, frowning, explained that they had crossed all boundaries. The psychopath opened his mouth and asked why she was worried about it, adding that he didn't want any unnecessary problems, so he should go his own way. One of the 4 hounds, taking out a katana, exclaimed that they were Theo's comrades, and he should let them go. The guy, raising the corners of his lips, said that she had also joined this worthless person. A moment later, Ray suddenly rushed from her place. A bright flash was heard from the impact. A second later, the girl began to fall. The system reported that his characteristics were too low, and he could only read part of the memories preserved on the object, which made the protagonist, baring his teeth, wonder why Action was kidnapping his people. His comrade asked how he knew, to which the protagonist, grabbing her, asked her to tell him what was going on. The girl, sweat on her face, replied that the psychopath had been desperate to catch him from the very beginning. Ray finished by saying that since he was nowhere to be found, he had decided to take his friends hostage, which caused the boy to open his jaw. One of the 4 hounds exclaimed that she had not come to tell him that, and the boy, frowning, named Action a dead. The awakened one, with his mouth wide open, wondered if this meant that they would not leave him alone in this life either. But he was no longer the man accustomed to falling backwards, and he loudly asked where they were and where Action was waiting for him. Tall trees appeared, and it was heard that Theo had finally appeared. The assistant, pointing back, shouted that he had been seen on the northern slope, to which the psychopath clarified whether this was true. The servant, with his jaw open, explained that they were completely sure since he had spoken with Ray and most likely he would soon leave here. The awakened one, grinning menacingly, said that it meant that he was finally coming and would prove to everyone that such a non-entity could not surpass him. Suddenly, the boy was told not to forget, which caused his pupils to narrow. Turning his head, Action listened that there was no reason to directly confront him, because he only needed to find out about the relic threatening the hostages. A bright flash was visible in the forest, and it was said that they would deal with Theo. The young man stretched out his palm, and it was explained to him that while they were busy with him, they asked him to use the summoning marble to distract the observers, to which he replied that he understood everything. The psychopath, clenching his jaw, said that there was no reason to worry. Ray, opening her mouth wide, shouted that he should not go to action. The girl, standing with the protagonist, said that people from the Central Intelligence Agency were involved in this. The partner added that this was too much even for him, which made the protagonist's eyes bulge. One of the four hounds opened her jaw and exclaimed that this was no longer a competition or a test, but a massacre, and they had set a trap specifically to kill him so he could not go there alone, and offered to find other examiners to help. Theo, baring his teeth, replied that they did not have time and thanked her for her help. Traces of blood were visible, and the protagonist said that who knows what will happen to the hostages. The protagonist, frowning, shouted that he must go right now and asked to tell where he was. Ray, clenching her jaw, clarified whether he was completely stupid. The girl, looking at her comrade, explained that he would die if he went there, and what was the point of dying there, so he needed to act carefully even if it meant loss. The guy, opening his mouth wide, said loudly that he did not want to lose his people, and not again. Imagining himself in the past, the young man thought that their goal was for them all to pass the second stage. One of the four hounds, through the sweat on her face, shouted that this was the land of Ragnar, and therefore sacrifices were inevitable. In the memories, Theo held a glass and thought that they would all gather here again. The protagonist, opening his jaw, exclaimed that she was risking herself. The girl's face was stained with blood. The protagonist, holding her, said that she herself was not indifferent. It was seen how the buildings were quickly burning, and the guy wondered why the Rose Palace was burning, and why his family members were dying. Kyle appeared, and the young man muttered because he was a worthless Ragnar. His father smiled, and Theo thought that in a clan based on the right of the strong, he was the weakest. The protagonist, baring his teeth, said that he was tired of being on the losing side, like an insignificant fool. The protagonist tightly squeezed Ray's hands. The girl's eyes bulged, hearing that he should not repeat his mistakes. A magical silhouette of a dragon appeared behind the guy and asked to tell where Action was. After some time, the remains of the supplies were visible. The young man took the box in his hand. Looking at the savings, he exclaimed that these were the supplies collected by Sybil. Abandoned bells and blood were visible. Remington, with his mouth slightly open, said that something had gone wrong. The guy turned to his comrades and asked if they agreed. Hulkus menacingly put his cleaver on his shoulder. Erica appeared, looking straight ahead with a serious expression. The sword genius, clenching his fist, asked if they could help him a little. Suddenly, a giant monster appeared. The monster swung its paw powerfully. Theo was able to successfully dodge the blow. A moment later, the protagonist took out an unusual sword and said that he had no time for him. Having pierced the enemy, the protagonist shouted for him to get out of the way. The monster fell to the ground, bleeding. The boy ran quickly through the snow and thought that the chances that Sybil and the other hostages were safe were high, and that Action was probably just a puppet, and Ed had orchestrated all of this to get rid of him while minimizing the condemnation. Suddenly, several large monsters appeared in front of him. The Awakened swung his weapon and thought that the fact that the CIA examiners were in league with Action was proof of that. It seemed as if Theo cut all the opponents into small pieces using the triple dragon claw skill. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, muttered that the guards assigned to kill him should keep Action in check. The monster, spreading its paws in different directions, screamed loudly. The protagonist jumped off the ground sharply and said to himself that this did not cancel the need to hurry, and the psychopath was still explosive and unpredictable. The monster opened its mouth, and the boy realized that he could use his explosive nature. The boy gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The monster raised its head, expecting a blow. The Awakened one thrust the weapon into it, thinking that he would use nature against it. Ray, standing in the forest, said that he had always been like this. In her memories, Theo extended his hand and offered to go to his house. The girl narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. A moment later, one of the four hounds began to move its legs. Walking deeper into the forest, Ray said that this time she would help him. Suddenly, hostages appeared, their mouths gagged. Action sharply kicked one of them with his foot. The guy fell to the ground, and the psychopath ordered him to shut up. The Awakened one, taking out his katana, exclaimed that he said he would kill him if he did not shut up. A bright glow was visible in the distance, and the boy was reminded not to forget the orders of the CIA director and avoid unpredictable consequences, to which he responded positively. A second later, Action put down his weapon. The boy sat down on Sybil. The psychopath's face was menacing. Looking into the distance, the boy thought that 4 high-ranking swordsmen from the CIA were sent to kill Theo, and in the end, his uncle decided that he could not kill him. Flexing his fists, Action muttered that despite the fact that he was just a rootless nobody. Suddenly, the boy's leg appeared, which surprised everyone. The hostage's eyes widened in fear. The psychopath bit the corners of his lips in displeasure. Theo was standing in the snow. The protagonist began to walk forward, and it was heard that he had finally appeared. The protagonist's clothes were stained with blood. His gaze was menacing. The Awakened One's team looked straight at him. Theo looked away in displeasure. The boys frowned angrily. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows seriously. Action crossed his fingers and exclaimed that he made him wait for a long time. It was visible how the protagonist narrowed his eyes. One of his partners was unconscious. A moment later, the Awakened One tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. The psychopath began to take out his katana. Suddenly, the guy was called by name, causing him to raise his eyebrows. A second later, the young man sighed heavily. Action, lowering his palms, said that he was sure that he already knew what was happening, and suggested that they get straight to the point. Closing his eyes, the psychopath said that if he wanted to save his friends, he should tell him, and suddenly he was interrupted by a question whether he was scared. The guy, narrowing his eyes, asked him again. Theo, smiling, asked if he was scared that he would lose to him. The young man's pupils lit up brightly, and he clarified what the protagonist had said. The protagonist, spreading his arms out to the sides, asked if he had another reason for doing all this, and added that he had gathered his henchmen to keep an eye on him. Looking at his comrade, the Awakened One told about all the stares from afar in the pathetic game with hostages. Theo, lowering his eyebrows, exclaimed that all this was only because he was afraid of losing to him and was not worthy of the title of one of the 4 hounds. Action bared his teeth menacingly and spoke rudely about him. The protagonist, stretching out his weapon, offered to fight with blades as befits a real Ragnar. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist added that of course, if he had at least a drop of dignity left. A moment later, the psychopath's face became fierce. The Awakened One, looking forward, said that if he struck him down, he would give him everything he had, including his life, but if he was the winner, he would let everyone go. The guy, spreading his fingers, clarified whether he wanted a duel with swords and called him worthless Ragnar. The young man put his hand on his face and said that his arrogance knew no bounds. Action asked him, his eyes wide, if he really thought he was afraid of him. A bright flash appeared in the sky and he was told that it was an obvious provocation and he should not give in to it. The voice ordered him not to fall for its tricks and asked him to follow the plan, to which the psychopath, clutching his face with his fingers, exclaimed that he should shut up. A bright light was visible behind the trees and a question was heard whether he was also not trusted. The guy, taking hold of the hilt of the katana, accepted Theo's challenge. The protagonist smiled contentedly. Men in hoods were sitting on the branches and one of them said that everything had not gone according to plan and clarified what they should do, to which he received the answer that everything was within the expected framework and their task had become only slightly more difficult, and if Action began to lose, then they would act according to the original plan. The psychopath, taking out his weapon, said that this was a fair duel, Ragnar, and therefore no one could interfere until it was over and the hostages were the stake and no one could touch them with a finger until the duel was over. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up. The guy narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. A moment later, the Awakened One delivered a slashing blow. Action's katana slightly lit up. Theo, turning around, thanked him and suggested that they begin because there was no point in delaying. A second later, the protagonist swung his sword. The warriors powerfully collided with each other. Action bared his teeth menacingly and shouted that this was a good trick for a good-for-nothing. The psychopath abruptly rushed from his place. The guy, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that he should allow him to demonstrate the power of the real Ragnar. Suddenly, a huge dragon's mouth appeared. Theo's eyes bulged in anticipation of the attack. Suddenly, his sword glowed blue. A moment later, the protagonist swung his weapon. The protagonist, flying in the air, used the skill Triple Dragon Claw. The youth was confused, why sweat was running down his face. The Awakened One lifted the corners of his lips in satisfaction. Narrowing his eyes, Theo asked if he was sure he was good enough to lecture him. Orion, clenching his jaw, was very surprised. Looking at the battlefield, the leader of the Dragon Scale community thought that he still doubted after the first stage, and wondered if Theo was really that good. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy thought that this was a problem, and Action might lose, and he might betray him and go over to the protagonist's side because the psychopath had always been a cocky puppy. Sweat ran down Orion's face. The young man clenched his jaw and muttered that the supervisors from the administration were here and he was sure that they would handle everything, so it was better to concentrate on distracting the other examiners. The leader of the Scaled Dragon Society turned around and exclaimed that they were dispersing. Snow was falling from the sky, and it was heard that they could not be dragged into this chaos, and they would leave it to Action and move in directly. A psychopath appeared in childhood, holding a small dagger in his hand. Ed smiled and said that he had to take the throne of Ragnar for his mother and uncle, and for the prosperity of the Troven clan. The man narrowed his eyes and added that the name Ragnar was just a shell. The boy's pupils widened when he heard that he was Troven. Suddenly, Action clenched his jaw and said that it was impressive. A moment later, the boy rushed from his place. The awakened advanced on each other. The rivals powerfully swung their sharp weapons. The psychopath bared his teeth menacingly. It was visible how Theo bit the corners of his lips. The protagonist, smiling slightly, thought that it was good that he was acting exactly as expected of him. A huge table appeared, and the man announced that Theo had finally shown up and made contact with Action. Julius, clenching his fist, exclaimed that this was where he went, which meant that he had finally made his move, and also knew that he would be safe. Wolfgang, sweat on his face, thought that those bastards had finished him off. Ed, sighing heavily, muttered that it meant he was alive and was glad about it, but he didn't know what he had planned, but his plan could finally be set in motion. Pressing his lips together, his uncle thought that when Action got the information about the relic, the swordsman of his choice would kill him. The knights, holding a paper in their hand, explained that they had received new information. Ed's eyes widened when he heard that Theo and Action were currently in the middle of a duel with each other. A moment later, his pupils narrowed sharply. The battlefield was visible, and the protagonist was using a secret technique. The psychopath raised his katana high. A second later, the boy swung it powerfully. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man realized that he was strong and had grown incredibly quickly. His eye glowed red. The protagonist appeared in the pupil's reflection, and the awakened one thought that he was not so fast. Action tightly gripped the handle of the weapon. The psychopath moved his hand sharply. The katana quickly rushed towards Theo, and the guy muttered that he could read his movements easily. The protagonist, raising his head, wondered if this was a sword-throwing technique. The sharp end of the blade flew sharply down. The hostage's eyes bulged in surprise. The guys lowered their eyebrows in bewilderment. Suddenly, the katana pierced the awakened one through and through. Action, opening his mouth, exclaimed that he should have known. The psychopath continued that using a secret technique with certain movements only helps his opponent understand where he will be in the next moment, and suddenly his pupils narrowed. Drops of blood flowed down the dagger. Red marks were visible on the snow. Theo, squeezing the katana, clarified whether it was him. In the past, a hooded warrior appeared, saying that he was talking too much. A sword was sticking out of the guy's body. The mysterious young man was adjusting his jacket. Action's face appeared, and he said to stop already. The protagonist, grinning menacingly, said that he was a bastard who did this. In the past, a burning castle appeared. The protagonist was seen waving a dagger, and he said that he was doomed to die without ever knowing who burned down the Rose Palace. Theo opened his mouth wide and added that he was powerless. Rendan smiled contentedly, and the protagonist said that he himself took off his mask, and thanks to Evelyn's investigation, he was able to find out his connection with the Camellia Palace. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. A sword was stuck in his body, and he added that it was logical to assume that his killers were the Troven clan. A white hood appeared. The sword quickly cut through the air, and the awakened one told him that among the Troven clan there was someone who used an unusual sword-throwing technique. Action raised the corners of his lips angrily. Theo clenched the dagger in his hand and explained that one must be incredibly self-confident to use a technique that deprives you of your main weapon. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, thought that he had not been completely sure before, but now that he had seen everything with his own eyes, he had no doubts left. The protagonist clenched his fingers. The sword began to crack. The awakened one, breaking the blade, asked why then and now they so desperately wanted him dead. Action, bulging his eyes, wondered if he had broken the sword with his bare hands. Part of the katana flew into the air. Theo, grabbing the handle, muttered that the events of a past life do not repeat themselves. The protagonist frowned and said to himself that he would save him. The psychopath menacingly bit the corners of his lips. The protagonist threw the dagger sharply and added that he would save all his comrades. Part of the katana quickly approached the guy's face. The young man, moving his head away, clarified where he was aiming and what kind of crude imitation it was. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed in surprise. A powerful surge of dark energy was heard, to which the young man wondered what it was. Clenching his jaw, Action realized that this was not a simple killing intent. The silhouette of a dragon appeared, and the psychopath did not understand what kind of mindless mana level this was. Bulging his eyes, the guy silently asked himself that this bastard really hid his real skills during the first stage. Suddenly, Theo rushed from the spot. The young man, opening his mouth, could not understand why. Action frowned menacingly. A powerful explosion was visible through the trees. The psychopath, holding out his katana, tried to defend himself from the blow. The protagonist dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The protagonist pulled his sword forward. The guy bared his teeth menacingly. The awakened one, raising the corners of his lips, asked when he would show him his incredible power. The young man, lowering his eyebrows, spoke rudely of him. Suddenly, Action grabbed Theo by the wrist. The protagonist rushed straight at the sharp end of the sword. The protagonist frowned in bewilderment. The attack grazed the awakened one's neck. The snow under his feet flew in all directions. The opponents began to fall off their feet. The guys abruptly stopped on the ground. The psychopath held his weapon tightly. Suddenly, Theo disappeared from sight. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared next to the enemy. The protagonist knocked the katana out of his hands. The awakened one bared his teeth menacingly and called his name. The guy dragged his foot through the snow. Theo took out his sword. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and asked if he was familiar with the feeling of being pierced through the stomach. Action smiled ferociously. The psychopath's eyes widened in anticipation of the attack. Traces of blood appeared, and it was heard that they did not look like the traces of the fiends because they were dragged by a man. Remington, having lowered himself, exclaimed that only Action could dare to do such an impudent act, to which Hulkus asked why he would do this since he was already in first place, and was he simply thirsty for more bells. The sword genius, turning around, replied that he thought that Action had captured young Master Theo's comrades in order to lure him out, and he must be planning to kill him during the second round. The man, with his mouth wide open, shouted that this was a fair competition and asked what he was thinking, calling him a coward, and Erica asked, "So what?" The girl raised the corners of her lips and said that this was Ragnar's awakening ceremony, and such situations were quite common. Remington looked sharply to the side. A bright light fell on his face, and he said that he did not love Ragnar and let them believe in the right of the strong, but this was already beyond all bounds. Erica, looking forward, said that he was saying risky words and clarified whether he was serious. The genius of the sword smiled and exclaimed that he had to save his comrades, and in his place the young master would have done the same. The guy added that if they wanted to help, then they should try to be useful, to which Hulkus clenched his fist and said that it was time for them to move out and asked his sister if they would go there. The girl, closing her eyes, answered that she was not interested. Erica turned around and explained that she had followed him to meet Theo, but he was nowhere to be found, and she despised weaklings, so she had no particular desire to save them. The man, sweat on his face, asked if his sister was trash, to which he received a counter question about what he had said. Remington, raising the corners of his lips, exclaimed that he understood why she was eager to meet the young master. The girl looked at him sharply. The sword genius opened his mouth wide and added that he guaranteed her that if she helped him, it would bring her much closer to her goal. A moment later, the guys rushed from their place. The team quickly rushed forward. The guy, lowering his eyebrows, muttered that they should hold out a little longer. Suddenly a sword appeared, and it was heard that they needed to stop. The swordsman, drawing his weapon, exclaimed that they would not go any further. Remington and his comrades stood in front of the armed gang. The boy, clenching his jaw, asked if they were from the Scaly Dragon community. Orion, putting his hand on his hip, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, since he had rejected them for this worthless person. The leader asked if he still hung out with these clumsy bears, to which Hulkus, baring his teeth, asked who he had called stupid and blockheaded bears. The boy, squinting, replied that he had not said any of that. The genius of the sword, lowering his eyebrows, asked to step aside, since he did not want to fight old friends. The boy, opening his mouth, refused. Remington looked straight ahead in bewilderment. Taking out his sword, the boy said that in this case he had no other choice. The guys suddenly rushed from their place, and the boy added that there was no other choice but to defeat them. After a while, a hostage appeared, lying in the snow. A broken katana was sticking out from his legs. Sweat was running down the boy's face. Suddenly, Theo was seen swinging his hand. Action dodged the blow. The dagger quickly cut through the air. The sword landed near the hostage's head. The boy, his eyes bulging, thought that the young master had given them a chance, so he should cut his ropes. The boy began to get out with the help of the katana. In the distance, the rivals were seen fighting each other. The shadow of warriors appeared. The weapons clashed powerfully. Suddenly, their fight was interrupted by a stranger in a hood. Theo, clenching his jaw, muttered that they were finally in action. The swordsman, lifting the corners of his lips, apologized to the young master Action. Liam, turning his gaze to the side, exclaimed that he would humbly accept his punishment after the awakening ceremony. Suddenly, the trial supervisor struck the protagonist's weapon. Liam, with his mouth wide open, shouted that the young master needed to be protected, to which everyone agreed. Suddenly, the man jumped up. At the same moment, the subordinate entered into battle with the protagonist, while the high-ranking swordsman said that Action fought well and asked to leave the cleanup to them. The boy handed the sword to the Dark Tiger and said that they had returned his weapon, to which he remained silent. The heir candidate tightly grasped the handle of the blade with his fingers. The youth remained silent, the corners of his lips lowered. The high-ranking swordsman pointed the blade of his weapon at the opponent. Dodging the attack, the protagonist gritted his teeth. At the same moment, the opponent struck a blow that cut through the air. Theo's eyes sparkled brightly in the darkness. A moment later, the youth struck back at Action's subordinate. The worried swordsman looked away. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist began to attack again. Covering his glowing eyes, Liam realized that he had to give him credit because the guy was able to fight on equal terms not only with the young master, but also with a swordsman who had recently received a high rank. The man frowned and decided that he was still far from him. Jumping up, Action's subordinate realized that there were no other caretakers nearby, and this was their only chance, so it was a pity that they had to kill such a talent. Jumping over the protagonist, Liam said that all this was for the sake of the Troven clan. The protagonist pulled his hand with the weapon back, while the high-ranking swordsman mentally said goodbye to him. At the same second, his eyes noticeably shrank from fear. Drops of blood were reflected in the pupil of the candidate for successor. The young man saw that someone had pierced the body of Action's ward with a blade. Opening his mouth wide, the man began to spit out blood. Gritting his teeth, Liam called out to the young master and asked what he meant, to which he replied that he had made it clear. Frowning, the dark tiger declared that no one was allowed to interfere. Action stabbed his sword into his lackey's body. A cut appeared on Theo's face. Blood flowed from the boy's mouth. The young man, wounded in the back, fell face down in the snow. The dark tiger gritted his teeth, and his subordinates shouted that they did not understand what the young master was doing. The fighter's eyes turned red, and he declared that the protagonist interfered because he thought he would lose, and this was a direct mockery of the heir to the throne. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that Action had completely lost his mind because he killed his own man. Lowering his chin, the young man admitted that his opponent was strong. Grinning, the young man thought that weaklings were useless and he himself was born talented. As a child, his eyes glowed red, and now the fighter thought about how he should step on the heads of others and climb to the very top, because only then will he be able to take the throne of the Ragnars. Opening his mouth, Action muttered that he was supposed to be weaker than him, and that was the way things were. Lowering his weapon, the boy noted that he was destined to become the strongest and take the throne, so he could not afford to lose to someone like the protagonist, and especially not here. Grasping the hilt of his sword with his fingers, the young man said what he would do to anyone who stood in his way. Jumping on his opponent, the fighter shouted that he would destroy them all. Suddenly, Theo's eyes began to glow. With a crushing blow, Action broke the snow under his opponent's feet. The enraged boy frowned. In front of him, the young man saw nothing but a crack in the ground, which made him perplexed. At that very second, the protagonist appeared high in the sky. After the attack, the boy's eyes widened in fear. Drops of blood flew in different directions from the boy's body. People ran up to the wounded ally and asked if he was okay. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that it was a curse, and it was clear that the young master was reckless, but this was too much, to which Liam clarified that they were all doing it. Turning his head to the side, Action's subordinates screamed that they needed to forget about him and help the young master, and then ordered everyone to kill Theo. The lackey opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that their boss was categorically against it, and they could not do anything. Frowning, Liam asked everyone to go and kill the main character, because if the young master died, then it would be the end of them. Action's eyes bulged and he began to roar loudly. At the same second, the fighter dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. Smiling furiously, the boy thought that he simply did not believe that such a thing was possible. Ed appeared and said that unpredictable things could happen to Ragnar's descendants, even very unlikely ones. There was a candle burning in the flask, and the man said that the flame could go out or flare up at any moment in the wind. Gritting his teeth, the young man remained silent and then thought about the fact that this could not be. In the past, the guy stood with his chin down, asking himself why he was so worried about this worthless guy, because he was just a talentless worm. Holding the envelope in his hand, Action decided to play with him for a while, and then make him understand his place, although he himself should understand. Narrowing his eyes, the dark tiger heard that the difference in skills between him and Theo was not that great, when suddenly the fighter began to scream and rushed forward. Opening his mouth wide, the guy shouted that he could easily tear such trash to pieces. Pulling his sword arm back, the young man exclaimed that his name was Action, and he was the one destined to become the conqueror of the north and the heir to the throne of Ragnar. A moment later, a wide monster's mouth appeared in front of the protagonist's face. Lowering his hands, the protagonist declared that the damned ambitions of his opponent led to the death of his people. Grasping the hilt of the sword with his fingers, the young man noted that if his opponent did not let go of his greed, he would have to force him to surrender. Suddenly, the guy clenched his teeth angrily. With the power granted to him, Theo formed a magical dragon behind his back. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted that it was a triple dragon claw. Action frowned in fear. Having defeated the opponent's red monster, the protagonist said that he would become strong enough to cut them all out. The young master's subordinate raised his head. The fighters opened their mouths in fear. Hulkus and Remington frowned angrily. Action opened his mouth wide and screamed. A bright moon hung over the forest where the battle was taking place. At the same moment, a powerful magical explosion occurred on the battlefield. The space above the forest was enveloped in energy flows. A snowy haze rose above the ground. The fighter stepped on the ground with his feet. Suddenly, the guy fell to his knees. At the same second, the decapitated youth fell face down in the snow. Action's head flew high into the air. A moment later, the limb fell in the snow. A pool of blood spread from it on the ground. The protagonist stepped on his opponent's hair. The protagonist brought the tip of the weapon to the severed head of his opponent. The young gentleman lowered his head. Liam's eyes bulged in fear. Looking at the body of his superior, the man called out to him. Drops of blood fell from the blade of the sword. The scarlet liquid fell on Action's head. The guys in black robes clenched their teeth in alarm. Liam's eyes widened in fear. At that very moment, the subordinate saw the body of the dead master. A tear began to flow down his cheek. Opening his mouth wide, the young man shouted that Theo must be killed and not allowed to survive. A moment later, a squad of subordinates rushed towards the protagonist. The protagonist's eyes were covered with hair. The candidate for successor grinned and realized that things were bad for him. Raising his hand with the weapon, the guy realized that in truth, this was a real lottery, and even in good condition, it would be impossible for him to fight 4 high-ranking swordsmen, especially in his current situation. Grasping the hilt of the sword with his fingers, the protagonist thought about the fact that his strength was running out, as well as his mana from the previous attack. The swordsman threw towards the protagonist. At that very second, the fighter lowered the corners of his mouth. The blades of the weapons cut the air, and the guy did not understand when they would arrive. High-ranking swordsmen attacked the young man from all sides. Action's subordinates kicked off the ground. A moment later, Remington appeared in front of Theo and repelled the swordsman's attack. The protagonist's eyes widened in alarm. The protagonist's partners began to defend him, to which he shouted their names. The successor candidate asked why they were here, his mouth wide open. Remington smiled and replied that it was only natural to save comrades who were in trouble. Hearing this, the young master's mouth fell open in confusion. Frowning, Hulkus shouted that it was a curse since he had never seen anyone stronger than him, and he liked it. Looking away, Erica muttered that Theo was cuter up close. Sybil extended his sword forward and exclaimed that his loyalty told him to help the young master, so he could not allow himself to be a burden, and the system reported that this young man's talent was loyalty. Suddenly, the fighters' swords crossed. Remington's eyes widened and he declared that the overseer's interference was completely forbidden, and a direct attack on a test subject was even more so. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that this was a grave crime. Gritting his teeth, Action's subordinate cried out. Liam looked back and was asked what they should do since the situation was out of control and whether they should be eliminated as well. His partners asked him to tell them what to do, to which the man lowered his head and remained silent. Liam's eyes widened and he thought that they were finished. His pupils visibly shrank from fear, and he thought about how they couldn't find out anything about the Rose Palace relic and how they couldn't eliminate it. Theo's mouth dropped in surprise. There was a broken sword lying near the pool of blood, and Liam realized that they were not only caught red-handed. Looking at the swordsman fighting, the man realized that they had even let the young master Action die. A wound appeared on his back, and the high-ranking swordsman didn't understand if there was a way to fix it, and then he said to himself that there was none. Suddenly, someone called Liam and said that they didn't have time, to which he looked away. Lowering his chin, the man thought about what would be the best course of action in this situation. Gritting his teeth, the high-ranking swordsman declared that they had to kill everyone. Frowning, the swordsman did not understand what was happening. The terrifying monsters appeared in front of his face, and he thought that they would say that unusual demonic entities had appeared here and killed all the test subjects. Holding a small bag in his hand, Liam realized that this was their only option. With his eyes wide open, the high-ranking swordsman realized that they had to cover up all the evidence of the Troven clan's involvement in this matter. Black balls began to pour out from the cloth, and the man muttered that 25th class fiends were enough to cover everything up. The subordinate angrily gritted his teeth. The other boy frowned in alarm. Another one closed his eyes and declared that he understood everything. Launching the balls of black magic forward, Liam shouted that this was for the glory of the Troven clan. The high-ranking swordsman collapsed, bleeding profusely. The boy opened his mouth and called out Liam's name. With his bloody mouth wide open, the man thought he had been hit from behind again. Selford and Aaron appeared, unsure of what this meant. Sally and Natasha rushed forward. The man's eyes turned white, unsure of when these people had arrived. His subordinates turned and called out to the leader. The overseer slung his sword over his shoulder and told the three not to move, but to walk quietly with them if they wanted to live. The boy remarked that they could fight him if they wanted to end up like Liam, to which they clenched their teeth in fear. On the battlefield, everyone stopped fighting. The protagonist smiled and called out to the overseers. The protagonist lowered his hands, saying that it was a relief. The boy hugged Ray and remarked that she had come at the right time. The boy thanked her, to which she, wide-eyed, explained that it was complete recklessness and asked why all this was necessary. Theo closed his eyes in disappointment. The group of caretakers began to leave. Remington opened his mouth wide and cried out that it was dangerous and did not understand why he was not called. Frowning, Erica asked him not to forget that she helped in the battle, and her brother exclaimed that the protagonist did not dare to die until they had a second battle. The protagonist's comrades cried and shouted that the young master had gone very far for them, and even if they died, they would not regret it. Lying on Ray's shoulder, the protagonist smiled. Opening his mouth, the young man began to explain everything to her. A tear ran down the girl's cheek. The team of the candidate for the successor rejoiced, and he himself declared that all of them were his strength. Ray smiled and called Theo. The blue attribute lay on the snow, and the boy asked to give him the bells to be in first place. The girl smiled sweetly. It was very quiet in the dark forest. A large estate appeared. Ed lowered the corners of his lips, clarifying what they were talking about. 4 men were sitting at a round table. The young man in armor read the name action on the paper. Wolfkin frowned in bewilderment. Hilda opened her mouth in alarm. Julius's eyes noticeably shrank from fear. Ed's eyes sparkled, and the man asked if action was dead. The people stood in a snowy clearing where the announcement of the results of the second stage of the test was taking place. The fighters turned their heads to each other. Suddenly, someone stepped onto the snow. Climbing up onto a stone, the man said that it was good work. Feryu frowned and said that he was announcing the completion of the second stage of the awakening ceremony. The people looked up at the Zenith Dragon with alarm, surprised by his appearance and wondering what he was doing there, as he rarely appeared in public. Taking the paper in his hands, the man said that out of the 80 participants, 45 had passed the test, which was a good number of survivors, and this was truly the most talented generation. Squinting his bright eyes, Feryu said that he was especially impressed by the number of points of the first place winner. The protagonist's eyes widened in alarm. The silhouette of the Zenith Dragon was glowing, and he said that he was sure that the fighters all knew that those who passed this stage would be promoted from the rank of apprentice swordsman to the rank of low-ranking swordsman. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that they could be proud of themselves, as they had earned the right to participate in various events as the proud swordsmen of the Ragnars. Sybil grinned, and the participant of the 9 dragons said that everyone present here had earned this right. Raising an eyebrow, Feryu noted that he would now announce the results of the second stage of the test. The protagonist stood with his hands down as they announced that he had taken first place, and everyone was saying that the young man was in first place again and had scored over 1,000 points, although he had 0 until the very last moment. The fighter asked if his interlocutor had heard about what had happened between him and Action, while Theo, with the corners of his lips down, remained silent. The back of a man appeared, who announced that Remington had taken second place and Erica had taken third. Snow was falling in the dark forest, and Feryu announced that Ray had taken fourth place and Hulkus had taken fifth. Looking at the paper, the Zenith Dragon told about the places up to the very last, after which he said that they all did well. The man's eyes lit up and he noticed that the awakening ceremony was not over yet, as there was the third and final stage left, so those who qualified to pass the third stage had to raise their hands. The fighter turned his head to his friend and asked if he had succeeded, to which he replied that he had too few bells, and the other said that he had enough, but did not understand what to do. Remington raised his hand up. Eric's palm appeared in front of her brother's face. Ray followed Feryu's instructions, lowering the corners of her lips. Suddenly, a hand in a black glove appeared in the air. The protagonist grinned. Multicolored bells floated in the air, and the protagonist thought that the secret part of the stage was finding the elemental breathing attribute technique, and it was necessary to learn this technique by finding randomly distributed pieces of text on the inside of the bells. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that it was difficult not only to find them, but also to comprehend them. But only those who successfully mastered this technique could give an attribute of one of the elements to their mana, and also earn the right to participate in the third stage. Holding a bell in his hand, the boy reported that in his past life he was unable to comprehend the discovered text. His eyes lit up brightly, and the system reported that the object's memory was being read. Suddenly, a crushing blow was heard on the wall. The young man stood under the thundering lightning and thought about receiving a visualization of the text. The knight pounced on the monster. The bell in his hand emitted a magical glow, and the boy realized that this allowed him to comprehend everything instantly. Through the crowd of fighters, Feryu's silhouette was visible, who exclaimed that even 1 challenger was already good, and 4 was already impressive. Theo smirked, realizing that in his past life, Ray and Remington had failed to learn the elemental breath, and that this was most likely a chain reaction he had created. The Zenith Dragon extended his hand to the side, asking them to show him what they had found one by one. The man decided to start with Theo, while Theo forced a smile and thought about how things would change without action. The protagonist's hair fluttered in the wind, and he realized that he had nothing to fear. The protagonist stepped into the snow, and realized that he was sure that the future would be brighter than before. Magic streams swirled around his boot, and the boy began to tell what he had found. Energy beams surrounded the magic stream. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the young man used the thunder skill and decided that he first needed to merge the mana with the attribute, and the system reported that the infusion had begun. The fighter's eyes lit up brightly, and he said what should be embodied next. Powerful lightning bolts crashed into the ground, and the artificial intelligence notified of the beginning of the embodiment. The boy exclaimed that this could not be, and Theo was not only able to merge the mana with the element, but also embody it, and Sybil clenched his fist and shouted, which was expected of the young master. The protagonist's hair flew apart from the shock wave, and he thought that many would have finished there. Remington grinned. A bright glow appeared on the protagonist's chest. The guy formed an energy sphere between his palms, and the system reported that control was being performed. Ray's eyes widened in alarm. Erica raised her eyebrows and said that she liked it more and more, and Hulkus exclaimed that this young man was very cool. Standing on a stone, Feryu said that it was amazing, and to think that Theo had already achieved control in such a short time and was really skilled, as he was told. Suddenly, the man's pupils noticeably decreased in fear. The protagonist stood with his lips closed. Suddenly, the ground under his feet began to crumble from lightning strikes. Bright energy beams dispersed in the air. The protagonist's eyes turned red, and it was said that this was an attribute of thunderlight. Suddenly, the guy tightly grasped the hilt of the sword with his fingers. At the same second, Theo delivered a crushing blow. A thunder dragon appeared in front of the man's face, and the artificial intelligence notified of the expansion. Sybil opened his mouth wide and asked if he was attacking. The magical beast opened his mouth wide. Feryu frowned and remarked that it was very good, and the fighter reached the expansion stage. A moment later, the man extended his palm forward and used the water flow attribute. Bright rays of light crossed due to the use of the water blade skill. With his hand extended, the Zenith Dragon declared that Theo had earned the right to test him. At the same time, the protagonist grinned. The other fighters opened their mouths in surprise. Standing on the stone, the man exclaimed that this was a good job, thanks to which he would be awarded an additional 1,000 points, to which the young man thanked him and thought that, as expected of him, he was generous to the test subjects with a competitive spirit. A table with the number of points scored appeared, and Hulkus, with his mouth wide open, shouted that getting more than 2,000 was amazing. Remington smiled with happiness, and the other fighter shouted that the protagonist had surpassed the record of young Master Thorkel. Feryu lowered his chin and exclaimed that the remaining 3 boys should show him what they found. Remington struck his sword, and the system reported that he had reached the control stage, thanks to which he received another 500 points. Ray closed her eyes, and the artificial intelligence reported that she had reached the embodiment stage, and because of this, she received 300 points. Eric's sword was surrounded by flames, and the system reported that the girl was also at the embodiment stage and received 300 points. Looking at the paper, the Zenith Dragon was surprised at how rich this generation was in talent, because usually 1,000 points are enough to take first place. The 4 winners smiled, and Feryu reported that these test subjects scored more than 1,000 points, after which the tournament table was displayed. Snow-capped mountains were visible, and the Zenith Dragon said that this was a good job. The man explained that everyone who had not passed the 3rd stage could go home and begin preparing for the nomination ceremony that would take place in a week, to which Hulkus turned around. The Zenith Dragon stood on a rock. The man narrowed his eyes and began to speak. A bright red flash appeared behind a high mountain. The fighters ducked in fear. Feryu raised his eyebrows and declared that it was time to begin the 3rd stage of the awakening ceremony. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist did not understand what was happening or why. The huge dragon flew up from behind a rock, and the protagonist wondered if Lodbrok was feeling energy now. Kyle's eyes lit up, and it was said that in the 3rd stage, they would have to meet with the clan leader, and anything could happen during this time, because at this stage, everything depended on the leader. A tall structure appeared, and the man said that this meeting would determine who would be able to go to the clan leader's mansion, and each of the 5 main candidates had previously served in this place. The silhouettes of the fighters were visible, and Feryu declared that the invitation to the mansion was an admission of a promising candidate for succession. The protagonist frowned and realized that this meant that the leader was waiting for them at the top. Clenching his fist, the protagonist did not understand why he felt Lodbrok's energy. Theo's pupils visibly narrowed in fear. The man extended his hand upward, and the young man realized that this was the man who took Lodbrok's heart. Lowering his eyebrows, the Zenith Dragon ordered the fighters to overcome the dragon's intimidation and greet the leader. The candidates for succession bowed. Gritting her teeth, Erica shouted that it was a curse and asked how they could get to the top. Closing her lips, the protagonist advised everyone not to resist the pressure with brute force, to which he was asked what to do then, and he replied that it was necessary to match the wavelength of the mana. The girl frowned and asked the guy again. Remington clenched his jaw and asked the boy if he wanted to say that they needed to create an antiphase that would neutralize the pressure with its intervention, to which he replied that it was true and that the other man never disappointed him, and he said that it was easier said than done. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist explained that this was their way of culling people, so that anyone who could not properly control their magical power did not have the right to meet with the head, to which the boy replied that it was fair. Erica's eyes widened and she asked the boys again, and then clarified what language they spoke. Remington humbly closed his eyes. The boy said that magical power was a kind of wave that had a vibration, so the aura of the clan had also consisted of waves, and in order to pass through them, it was necessary to create a wave of opposing magical power to neutralize the pressure, to which the girl, resting her hands on her knees, remained silent. Pointing her finger at a high mountain, Sister Holkis asked if she should just press her magic power in response, to which she received the answer that it should be something like this. Gritting her teeth, Erica exclaimed that he was an idiot and why couldn't he explain everything in simple words right away, to which he asked her again, and Ray understood what she needed to do. Pointing her finger to the side, the girl clarified whether the boy was really 17 because he spoke like an old man. Bright magical waves were visible in the sky. Remington's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing them. The protagonist, surrounded by energy flows, turned back. Narrowing his eyes, Theo asked what they expected from the next head of the clan. The young man's eyes bulged in alarm. Feryu raised his eyebrows. Erica's mouth opened in fear. The protagonist rushed to the side and said that he would go forward, and everyone around began to loudly call out for the young master. Feryu turned his head and noted that the others should not sit back either, as the number of points depended on the order of arrival. The candidates for succession looked at the man with exclamations. At the same moment, the heroes took off, leaving only traces in the air. The mantle of the Zenith Dragon fluttered in the wind, and he wondered who would have thought that at his age he would want an apprentice. The luxurious Camellia Palace was visible, from which loud laughter could be heard, and someone was calling for his beloved youngest daughter. A woman ran down the corridor and exclaimed that this was her talisman. The maids stood with their hands down and said that the demonic craftsman had come again, and since the young Master Theo became a rising star, the palace had become much more lively. Cecilia looked to the side. The woman raised her hands and shouted that her dear daughter was here. Standing next to the mannequin, the protagonist's mother asked her to maintain decorum at least in the palace, to which she screamed that no one cared about these manners at all, and that she would soon become indecently rich. With her eyes wide open, the concubine asked whether her adoptive mother was already rich. With her mouth wide open, Curson exclaimed that she was not rich enough, but would soon be, and it was also said that one of her titles was the elven embodiment of capitalism. The demonic craftswoman closed her eyes and screamed that since Theo had become so famous, her workshop was overflowing with orders and had finally become popular. Raising her eyebrows, Cecilia remained silent. Closing her eyes, the girl thought that she had always believed that her son would have a great destiny. The protagonist pulled his weapon back, and his mother thought that now, watching his actions, she was starting to worry because he might get hurt, because of which her son would not be able to withstand the pressure directed at him, and she herself could do nothing but wait. Clenching her fist, the concubine realized that she was sorry that she could only do one thing for her son. A beautiful tailcoat hung on the mannequin, and the woman thought that she could only do this, and she would like to help him with something more significant. With her mouth wide open, Curson exclaimed that the days when she only made weapons were over. Cecilia's eyes widened, and her adoptive mother shouted that from now on she would make and sell jewelry. Spreading her fingers, the demonic craftswoman shouted that her income would increase tenfold when suddenly her daughter called her. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked if she had ever made a prosthetic arm. With his mouth wide open, Kyle laughed loudly at the next clan leader, shouting that he liked Theo's audacity. The crow landed on the man's shoulder, and he said that he knew the bird was worried, but even parents could not interfere with their child's dream. Lowering his head, the protagonist's father noted that, not to mention youthful ambitions, they were the same in their heyday. Sitting in the graveyard of swords, the man said that this place was proof of this. Raising his beak, the crow screamed loudly, and the clan leader began to laugh. Smiling, Kyle repeated that there was no need to worry, because all he wanted for the clan was Ragnar's prosperity. Standing in the middle of the sword stuck in the ground, the protagonist's father decided that he would deal with everything that was hindering this, and then added that nothing lasts forever under the moon, and there was still time to observe. Closing his beak, the bird was silent. Frowning, the clan leader said that even if his son was cursed. Suddenly, the snow flew to the sides. The protagonist rushed forward, his lips pressed together. Opening his mouth, the man said that his son could be a regressor. Smiling, Kyle said that his child was finally here. At the same second, the clan leader frowned in confusion. The protagonist lowered his chin tiredly. Finding himself in the sword cemetery, Theo said that this was his father. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist thought about the fact that he had been climbing for 4 hours, although in other conditions he would have managed in an hour, and this is a very suffocating pressure. Reaching forward, the man asked the young man if he knew what this was. Turning his head, the protagonist said that this was a cemetery of broken swords, and then added that he was told that these were the weapons of those defeated by his father. Kyle closed his eyes and noted that this was true, and such was the burden of the clan leader, and then added that it was a place where one had to stand firm against endless threats and trials alone, and one could not trust anyone here. The protagonist's father gripped the hilt of his sword with his fingers and said that this was a place that obeyed the law of the strong, and one had to stand above all others in it, thanks to one's own strength. Frowning, the clan leader asked if Theo was sure that he had the right to be here. The protagonist answered affirmatively, lowering the corners of his mouth. Kyle opened his mouth slightly and asked the young man not to answer hastily, because he himself had to destroy thousands of souls to stand in this place, and would his son be able to say the same, feeling their anger? In response to this, the protagonist lowered the corners of his lips. Suddenly, the man's silhouette lit up, and he shouted for Kyle to be damned forever. With his mouth wide open, another ghost asked how dare the clan leader. The spirit loomed over the protagonist and screamed that it would tear him to pieces, to which he replied that his confidence had not been shaken. Theo's father, tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, asked why. Lowering his chin, the protagonist decided to avenge his past life, and then thought about how he was ready to overcome any challenges to achieve his goal in order to become the head of the clan and put an end to this damned struggle for the throne. Grasping the hilt of the weapon, the protagonist noted that he knew his father expected a completely different answer. Standing in the middle of a cemetery of broken swords, the young man declared that he would answer with his sword. At that moment, the head of the clan smiled widely. Sitting on a stone, the man said that this was very good, and in this case, he would perceive him not as a son, but as a rival, to see what he learned from her. Frowning, Theo thought about what his father said about her. Having cut the sword in half, the protagonist thought that, as he suspected, it was his father who took Lodbrok's heart. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils noticeably narrowed. Kyle cut his son's body in half. With his mouth slightly open, the young man did not understand whether he was dead. Suddenly, the hero's body began to disappear. A blurry image of the protagonist's face appeared. His father's eyes glowed red. The crow flew up to the man, to which he clarified whether the bird was afraid that their little genius would die. Spreading its wings, the animal screamed. Lowering its head, the head of the clan said that his pet was right, because only those with a strong will and determination can overcome the heart of the sword. Standing in front of his son, the man decided that this was a cruel test for a newcomer who was still going through the awakening ceremony. The protagonist's eyes turned white, and the man said that if his determination was just a show, it would be better for him to die here, becoming a body that had lost its soul, because he did not need a regressor who would bring nothing but harm to the clan. The protagonist's silhouette was covered in magical pollen. His body began to fall apart, and Theo said that he was dead, which was quite expected after his father's blow. The protagonist stood with his hands down, saying that he had no regrets and did everything he could, such as capturing the Camellia Palace. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist noted that he had killed Rendan in action. Someone grabbed his legs, and the young man said that all of this was just a series of luck. The entities touched his body with their palms, and the guy noted that, unlike his past life, this life was full of happiness. The ghost began to plunge his head into darkness, and Theo decided that this was true because it was time to leave. The protagonist closed his eyes and realized that he needed to find peace. After he disappeared, only a small drop remained in the air. The bird frowned and began to speak. Spreading its wings to the sides, the animal asked him to wake up, because with such a mood, it was worth letting him absorb it. Magic dust appeared in the air. The drop of magic began to increase. Suddenly, an eye opened in the darkness, and the protagonist said that the bird was right and then thanked it. The substance began to grow. The protagonist appeared with a sword in his hands, who said that this was not the end. The boy's leg began to form, and he said that he swore to himself. The boy's eyes glowed brightly. Theo frowned and said that in this life, the magical liquid began to form a weapon in his hands. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said that he could break. At the same second, the protagonist struck a blow that cut through the air. The trace of the blow hung in space, and the boy exclaimed that he would never give up. The ghostly creature lowered the sword down. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in front of him. Energy beams crossed each other. Suddenly, fragments began to fly apart. Theo's face appeared in reality. His body was wrapped in energy flows. The protagonist looked at his father. Kyle smiled widely and exclaimed that his son had passed. The protagonist grinned anxiously. A week later, the nomination ceremony was taking place in the arena near the clan leader's mansion. Hulkus, folding his arms, said that there were too many people here, which made him nervous, to which his sister noted that he was so big, but so cowardly. With his mouth wide open, the heir candidate shouted, "He is not a coward, and that Erica is too impudent, because there are a lot of heroes gathered here, namely the commanders of each unit, 9 dragons, the previous head of the clan and the current one," and his sister noticed that he was behaving like a child. Throwing her hands behind her head, the girl asked him to calm down because no one is interested in someone who has not even mastered elemental breathing, to which he asked her again. At the same second, Hulkus clenched his hand into a fist. Frowning, the fighter asked to simply tell him what his sister received from the head of the clan during the third stage. Erica replied that it was a secret, to which her brother, with his mouth wide open, shouted that she was very greedy, but his Theo would definitely tell everything. Looking back, the girl asked her brother again and clarified what he was talking about. Smiling, the fighter noted that his sister should know that the essence of Lank's life is to be Ragnar's sword because they dedicate their lives to it. A monster appeared in front of the mountain, and the guy explained that this is why he wants to dedicate his life to someone strong and cool who has strength, character, and ambition. The protagonist's robe fluttered in the wind, and Hulkus noted that Theo was just like that. Smiling, the fighter said that he wanted to dedicate his life to him, which is why he called the protagonist that, to which the sister, after a pause, clarified whether the guy agreed to this. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he had to, then said that he was just planning to join the same unit as him. Erica remained silent, and her brother clenched his fist and said that he didn't know why, but the clan leader said that he wouldn't take the protagonist to the clan leader's mansion. The fighter opened his mouth wide and decided that he could follow him. Suddenly, someone rang a gong. The informant folded his arms and shouted for everyone to pay attention as the nomination ceremony was about to begin. The man announced that Theo had won, while the protagonist stood with his arms down and was asked to come forward. The boys raised their hands in excitement. The protagonist walked to the center of the huge arena. The boy smiled contentedly. Evelyn stood in the crowd of spectators, thinking that everyone was staring at the young master, so he needed to decide who he would choose. The girl lowered her head and thought about how she wanted Theo to join the Dragon Riders, but that was a selfish dream. The protagonist walked to the center of the arena, and the host congratulated him on winning all the tests. The man smiled and said that his excellence in each category was truly awe-inspiring. Suddenly, Ed appeared. The informant looked away in alarm. The director of the Central Intelligence Agency stood with his hands down. Sybil frowned and did not understand what was going on, and out asked if the man wanted to avenge action, and his partner said that it could not be. The clan leader looked away with his lips pressed together. Julius narrowed his eyes in alarm. Bonner raised his head and turned to the director, saying that he did not know what his intentions were, but he should sit back down. Ed, his jaw lowered, said the protagonist's name. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and thought that the Sky Dragon was probably still shocked by Action's death, but he would not dare to ruin the nomination ceremony. Smiling, the man said that the Central Intelligence Agency wanted to offer him the position of deputy director. Theo lowered his eyebrows in confusion. There was a black egg in the nest. The protagonist's victory had a special meaning for the Ragnar clan member who was at the bottom. The egg cracked. A red eye appeared from behind the shell. The dragon soared upward, as did Theo. The spectators looked at each other. One of them asked how strong this man was, since he managed to defeat Action. His comrade replied that he managed to kill the observer before he was stopped. A crowd of people followed the guy. This story of how he rose to the very top resonated with the hearts of many aspiring fighters. The surprised townspeople froze, their gazes changing from disdain to admiration. The young man stood in the middle of the arena. The worthless Ragnar no longer existed. The system reported that the user was the overall winner of the awakening ceremony. The warrior flinched when the notification congratulated him on completing the third story quest and awarded him an ether core. Raising his eyebrows, the swordsman realized that he had completely forgotten about the quest and assumed that it was some kind of valuable reward, judging by the time he spent on the quest. Ed lowered the corners of his lips and called out to him. The knight gave him a menacing look. The man smiled widely and said that the Central Intelligence Agency wanted to offer him the position of deputy director. The protagonist smirked silently. Theo narrowed his eyes and used the observation ability. The Sky Dragon continued to smile. The system reported that it wanted to take control of the winner of the duel in order to use him as a tool to uncover the secrets of the relics of the primordial dragon. Raising his eyebrows, the boy assumed that he already knew that he had one of the relics and decided that nothing else would go according to his plan. The young man clenched his fist and thought about how the Troven clan would be crushed by his hand. Julius looked at his colleague and asked what this meant. The intelligence chief explained that he was simply offering a job to a talented participant in the ceremony and asked what was wrong. Opening his mouth in anger, the commander asked if he really thought they were that stupid, and stated that it was obvious to everyone that he was simply planning something to avenge his nephew. Closing his eyes, Ed replied that these were mere delusions and repeated that he simply wanted to recruit such a talented person into their ranks. The captain gritted his teeth and wondered if this scoundrel really continued to care only about achieving his goal even after the death of his nephew. Looking back, Vana said that he understood his desire to obtain such a talent and asked him to be quiet and patient because the ceremony was not yet officially over. The judge crossed his arms and asked whether the winner had made his decision or not. The warrior replied that he could not decide yet. The swordsman put his hand to his chest and said that he would like to hear other offers. A smirk appeared on his face. The knight looked at the stands in silence. Someone raised their hand. Osa crossed her legs and said that she wanted to offer him not only the promise of becoming his mentor, but also the position of a young lord in the Plum Blossom Palace. With their mouths wide open, the audience remembered that she did not have children of her own yet and wondered if she really wanted to adopt him. The girl smiled. The protagonist confidently knitted his eyebrows. Someone shouted that he was destined to become the heir to the dragon sword. Remington smiled, realizing that 2 of the 9 dragons had already made him an offer, and called his comrade truly an amazing man. Erica smirked and decided that most commanders and directors would not be able to compete with such an offer. Suddenly, a bird flew over Theo's head. Something fell to the ground, followed by an explosion. Bright lightning sparkled around the man. Robert was on one knee, and the ground beneath him collapsed due to the powerful impact. The audience was shocked. The black dragon looked up and said that he had been watching the winner throughout the entire awakening ceremony. Standing in front of him, the boy wondered if this was true. The man called him quite interesting and stated that Kyle was right. Narrowing his eyes, the leader of Black Snow asked the boy to join their clan and offered him the rank of Pure Snow. The warrior imagined the silhouettes of the people and remembered that their organization was an intelligence agency that required secrecy from its agents, but the rank of Pure Snow allowed one to have a public persona and gain fame and honor. Looking down, the swordsman thought about how he had tried to achieve this rank in his past life and was surprised that it could be achieved so easily now. Feryu raised his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. The Zenith Dragon smiled and said that the winner had left a lasting impression on him during the 3rd round and hoped that he had not forgotten about his academy. Selford's mouth dropped open in surprise and realized that 4 of the 9 dragons had already made an offer. Evelyn asked him not to forget that there was one more to come. Julius sat menacingly on his throne. The demon dragon narrowed his eyes and said that the white armor would not make a special offer. The boy was outraged by his statement. The girl smiled and thought that she should not have expected anything else from him, because he believed that honor lies in proving yourself. The man closed his eyes and added that he wanted to recruit the winner, but he would not guarantee special treatment because it would be unfair to the other recruits. The commander crossed his arms over his chest and promised to fully support his development. The protagonist looked up. Theo nodded and said that he understood him perfectly. The guy confidently knitted his eyebrows and said that he had made a decision. Hilda smiled and asked if he was a regressor. The young man looked at her with fear. His eyes lit up. Blue lightning flashed in the air. They enveloped the empty throne. Suddenly, a girl appeared on it. The warrior frowned and said that he did not understand what they were talking about. The woman narrowed her eyes and said that she did not know who he was in the last cycle, but his acting skills were impeccable. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman tried to understand what cycle they were talking about and wondered if regression was limited to a certain number. Vana crossed his arms and asked if everything was okay. The knight asked for time to collect his thoughts. Leaning on her hand, the former clan leader said that he had no need to hide, and added that she was also a regressor, although her allowed number of cycles had already ended. The protagonist frowned and realized that this was not her first regression. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Theo wondered how this was possible and if there were more regressors besides them, and decided to ask her directly. A bright light darted around him. The guy asked if it was possible to regress multiple times. Hilda was surprised that he did not know this and realized that Kyle did not tell him anything. The girl smiled and called it strange that his father allowed him to live because he never liked regressors. The boy's eyes widened in surprise and he realized that this was why he had to go through such a cruel trial. The woman narrowed her eyes and said that she did not have time to answer all his questions and asked the winner to find her if he wanted to learn the secrets of this world and their clan. Birds flew across the sky above the arena. The warrior frowned menacingly and remembered that during the 3rd stage of the awakening ceremony, his father did not give him any answers. The man swung his sword. The only thing he showed his son was the heart of the sword. The swordsman imagined a huge dragon and thought about Kyle's hatred of regressors. Lodbrok put her hand to her chest. The knight wondered if the head of the clan took her heart. The monster bared its teeth. The protagonist assumed that this happened because she was good to regressors. Theo narrowed his eyes and remembered that a commoner could never defeat an ancient dragon. The man sat on the throne, sometimes called a demigod. He had a menacing look. The boy smirked and realized that he had no choice but to find Hilda and learn the clan's secrets related to regression. Vana frowned and asked if his heart had decided where to go. Standing in the center of the arena, the boy declared that he had made a decision. The warrior opened his mouth wide to announce it. After that, Remington smiled and chose the Zenith Academy. Fairview clasped his hands. The warrior confidently knitted his eyebrows and assumed that his friend decided to accept his offer because they both possessed the breath of the water flow. In the memories, the Silver Lion stood on the battlefield. He returned to the Narzio clan to gain strength, and eventually began a rebellion against the Ragnar clan. A ferocious predator appeared behind him. The swordsman grinned, realizing that his comrade had not abandoned Ragnar this time, and he decided that this was another change he had brought to the future. The boys shook hands and said that they were saying goodbye only for a while. They looked at each other. The knight wished that each of them would give their best in their place. The Hound of the North declared that he would look forward to their reunion. There was a smile on his face. The protagonist gave him a determined look. Ray returned to the Narcissus Palace to her mother, the Ice Dragon. The girl looked back. There was no more suitable place for her. Sybil and the rest of the boys from the training ground burst into tears when they learned that their results were not enough to follow their idol. He was also sad to part with his comrades. Clouds floated above the arena. Vana declared the awakening ceremony complete and praised everyone for their excellent work. Theo looked up at the sky and thought that everyone would try their best. The boy looked away when someone called out to him. Hulkus smiled widely and was surprised that they had chosen the same squad. The Hound of the North waved at his friend and grinned, his sister walking next to him. The boy smiled nervously and realized that he had made new friends. Extending his hand, the warrior said that he was very glad to see them here and thanked them for helping him in the second stage. Blushing, Erica asked him not to forget his duty and thought that strong guys are the best. Frowning confidently, her brother admired his comrade and thought the same thing. The swordsman stared at them in surprise and wondered why they liked him so much. Selford looked back and said that the commander was coming. The knight smiled and realized that his goal was still the same. Julius took a step forward. The protagonist realized that the most honorable unit in the Ragnar clan was the best place to start his plans to become the leader. The captain approached the guys and congratulated them on joining the white armor. Theo raised his eyebrows in surprise and decided to visit Hilda later. The man stopped. The dragon rider grinned and offered to listen to the statements of his new recruits. Hulkus smiled confidently and said that he wanted to be a cool rider. The boy closed his eyes and shouted that he wanted his name to be known to the whole world. Erica frowned and said that she wanted to become the strongest in her generation. The student opened his mouth wide and wished to gain recognition from their leader. The guys looked around impatiently. Selford and Aaron looked up with interest. The guy folded his hands behind his back. The young man lowered the corners of his lips. Memories of the Great War that would begin in 5 years flashed through his head. The warrior frowned sternly and declared that he wanted to be the commander of the white armor in 5 years. The overseer smiled and decided that he had an iron will since he decided to say this to their leader's face. Julius smiled widely and laughed and said that dreams should be big and that they had come to the right place. His cloak fluttered in the wind. Standing in front of his fighters, the captain asked them to remember one important thing, no matter the reason for joining the squad. The dragon rider clenched his fist and declared that every drop of blood and sweat they shed would be immortalized in the legends of Clan Ragnar. The recruits looked at him confidently. The man explained that their hardships today would become tomorrow's pride and that their shields would not break and their swords would not surrender. The boys smiled admiringly. The commander said that their comrades would always have their backs. Julius grinned and announced that glory would await them at the end of the path paved with blood and sweat. The silhouette of a dragon appeared in the sky above his head. The captain spread his arms and congratulated the students on joining the dragon cavalry family. The giant monster landed on the platform behind him. The reptile raised its head proudly. The rider patted it on the head and explained that Gullah was a flying dragon, the symbol of all cavalry. Wyverns soared in the sky above the arena. A giant paw struck the ground. The beast touched the platform with its wing. The monster landed in the arena. The man waved his hand and asked the children to mount the dragons of their elder comrades. The commander climbed onto Gullah and announced that it was time for the entrance exam. Taking the reins, Julius explained that they would receive their partner and ordered everyone to gather at the nest. After his words, the reptile soared into the air. Looking at him, the protagonist realized that he too would have his own dragon. Evelyn smiled and said that it was time for them to fly. Theo's mouth dropped open in amazement. Sitting on the lizard, the girl made sure that her comrade had joined the cavalry. The guy asked if she had really decided to return to service. The woman smiled broadly and confirmed it. The young man frowned tensely. The manager showed him her new steel prosthesis. The rider squinted happily. Her hand sparkled in the sun. Some time ago, Cecilia put her hand to her chest and thanked her son's teacher. The instructor looked back and was surprised to see her on the training ground. Evelyn bowed and said that the young master's talents would have blossomed without her help. The concubine smiled broadly and explained that recognition and support give a great boost to strength, especially if they come from a reliable person. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she was called the support of a novice warrior. She lowered her head and called herself a simple one-armed retired swordswoman. The woman asked her not to belittle herself. Curson lit her pipe. Cecilia called her son's mentor a light that shines in the darkness and does not realize how bright it is. The instructor looked at her in surprise when the concubine asked for permission to help her shine even brighter. Sitting on her dragon with a new prosthesis, the writer thanked her student. The knight sat behind her. The mentor said that she heard that it was he who helped her, and explained that she returned to the cavalry because she could now hold the reins in her hands again. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about how he should have taken care of the gratitude himself and realized that his mother did it for him and passed it off as his idea. Theo imagined the smiling woman and mentally thanked her. Evelyn confidently knitted her brows and swore to be her young master's loyal sword. Their hair fluttered in the wind. The dragons flew through the air above the sharp rocks. The boy thanked his friend and asked her to take care of him. In the mountains there was a nest of white dragons. The heroes went down to the ground. The manager told them that this was the home of the wyverns on which their cavalry carried out their missions, and that it was here that the entrance test would be held. Standing on the cliff, the young man asked if the test would be failed if he could not find a partner. The writer confirmed this and said that this happened extremely rarely. The warrior imagined Hulkus and Erica fighting the monster and hoped that they would succeed. The instructor pointed to the mountains and suggested that they look around, because usually the candidate finds a partner with the help of the sixth sense. A huge paw hit the ground. Optyrx bared his teeth. These giant wyverns, reaching heights of 15 meters and possessing brown scales, were considered to be ferocious predators. The aviary hovered in the air. These snake-like reptiles were capable of spraying a poisonous mist, and the spike at the end of their tail served as a deadly weapon. The Sija opened its mouth wide. These herbivores dug holes and built nests underground, and when threatened, they would ambush them. The velociraptor breathed out flames. These small and fast dragons were intelligent and usually hunted in packs. As they flew over the mountains, Evelyn explained that the wyverns used in their cavalry could be divided into these 4 types, and asked if her companion had any feelings about it. The swordsman narrowed his eyes and considered this. The knight frowned and thought about how he had one option that they had not yet encountered. A huge mutated wyvern attacked the nest of white dragons and killed almost 100 dragons raised by white armor. The dragon of the sinister shadow swept over the city. 8 villages were burned that day and dozens of people died in the battle. After that, the Ragnar clan declared it a second-class disaster. Osa and Julius took out their swords. Only with their help they managed to defeat the monster. The monster opened its mouth. It was given the nickname Sinister Shadow because of its ability to hide in the shadows. The protagonist sternly knitted his eyebrows and decided that he would like to get a partner with the same potential. Theo opened his eyes wide and remembered what was a characteristic feature of the reptile in his past life. The heroes flew to the gorge, and the guy noticed his target. Several dragons were circling above the cliff. A wyvern was sitting on the rock. Its owner was sitting next to it. Suddenly, Julius looked back when Osa noticed that he was completely delighted. The man smiled and said that it would be strange not to be happy, since a dragon that no one expected to see here fell into his grasp. The girl approached him and said that she flew here for this very reason. The woman smiled widely and asked if her colleague was really going to make a newcomer a pillar of her squad. The commander frowned menacingly and was surprised that his comrade was so careful with her words, which was not like her. Lizards circled over the mountains. The sword dragon decided that if there was nothing better to say, it was better to remain silent. She raised her eyebrows and asked if her friend really had plans for something more. The captain narrowed his eyes and reminded him that he had not said a word to her. Standing in a field of flowers, Osa asked him not to worry and said that she came to make an offer for the benefit of this recruit. Julius asked what she needed. The man smirked and wondered what kind of offer this was, thinking that the boy had already chosen the cavalry and would not be able to go to the Plum Blossom Palace anymore. The girl suggested joint mentorship, her cloak fluttering in the wind. The woman turned to her comrade and asked if he liked the idea. The commander opened his mouth in surprise and remained silent. The dragons surrounded the white wyvern. Holding the reins in her hands, Evelyn was outraged by the behavior of these scoundrels. The protagonist asked if his friend knew what kind of white reptile it was. Her dragon flew to the cliff. The girl told her that other monsters had been bullying her for some time and that they had tried to improve the situation, but nothing worked because the other beasts considered her an outsider. Theo frowned and asked if it was a wyvern. The woman replied that it was the son of a female wyvern and a male viper. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The young man raised his eyebrows and asked if vipers were not first-class demonic creatures that lived in the depths of the demonic sea. The instructor looked back and confirmed this, adding that the birth of such hybrids was considered impossible. The warrior frowned tensely. An image of a terrible monster that was considered a living disaster that could destroy even the Great Wall and cause incredible chaos immediately appeared in his mind. The viper opened its mouth wide. It was a powerful ghost-type monster that lived in the shadows of the forests. The swordsman smiled and thought that the ability of the sinister shadow was the inheritance of the demon's blood. The dragons cornered the mutant on the leak. Its birth caused some controversy among the white armor, who eventually decided to look after it and take it into the nest. The monster bared its fangs. The rider explained that the other beasts did not accept it and that they did not know what to do with it, because keeping it alone was not an option either. The knight raised his eyebrows in surprise, realizing that he too had been rejected for his different origins, and asked what his name was. The beast opened its mouth wide, and Evelyn replied that his name was Umbra, which means shadow in the ancient language. Smiling widely, the protagonist declared that it was a great name and decided that there was another reason to choose him. The girl looked back and asked what her friend was up to, and Theo replied that he had chosen the hybrid as his partner. Before the woman could say anything, the boy jumped off her dragon. The young man flew down and declared that he would go ahead. The rider opened her mouth in rage and called out to him. The warrior looked down confidently and decided to help the beast live his life differently this time. The swordsman approached the cliff where the wyverns were sitting. The knight grinned and thought that he had already managed to change his life. A powerful explosion of energy was heard from the cliff. A second before falling, the protagonist reached into his inventory. Theo pulled out throwing knives and threw them down. His eyes lit up. The system reported that synchronization allowed him to use psychokinesis to move the specified targets. A blue aura enveloped the blade. The guy stood on it with one foot. The young man jumped from one knife to another to soften the fall. Watching him from the side, the manager wondered when her friend managed to master psychokinesis of such a high level. The rider raised her eyebrows in surprise and was amazed at his ability to learn. Wyverns circled around the dragon. Umbra opened her mouth and growled. The warrior sternly knitted his eyebrows, maintaining balance. In his memories, the students of the Rose Palace smirked and called him worthless. The guys surrounded him during training, saying that he had no talent. The swordsman narrowed his eyes. He jumped off the flying blade. Bright lightning flashed around him. His eyes lit up thanks to the breath of the thunder dragon. The knight directed his hands forward. The knives immediately rushed down. An explosion of bright energy occurred on the cliff. The blade pierced the ground. The wyverns immediately flew away. The protagonist landed on the cliff. Approaching Umbra, Theo was outraged by the fact that these animals ran away when they were scared a little and called them more cowards hiding behind the masks of bullies. The guy frowned worriedly and asked the reptile if everything was okay. The monster bared its teeth angrily. Suddenly, the mutant flew into the air. The young man asked him to stop. Landing nearby, the instructor explained that it was not so easy to get to him now, and suggested that her friend do his own thing and come back later. Looking back, the warrior said that he had to catch up with him right now and asked why she thought the monster was still circling the nest despite all the persecution. The monster spread its wings. The swordsman said that it was lonely because emotional trauma hurts more than physical. Evelyn frowned with displeasure. The knight said that this hybrid was wounded and could not fly far and asked his friend to help him catch the animal. Clouds floated above the rocks. Umbra hid in the mountains. The dragon closed his eyes and began to breathe heavily. The wyvern heard a sound and turned its head. The heroes landed nearby. The girl told about how many riders tried to tame it, but no one succeeded. The reptile bared its teeth and growled. The woman added that it was an extremely cautious mutant, especially in its current state. Waving his hand, the protagonist asked her to find food and decided to establish contact with him because this was, after all, his entrance exam. A blue aura enveloped the monster using intimidation, while Theo was enveloped in a red aura thanks to the intimidation of the lower drake. The hybrid opened his mouth wide and let out a loud roar. The boy frowned menacingly. Umbra bared his fangs angrily and continued to growl. The boy's eyes lit up. The dragon narrowed its eyes and stopped roaring. The boy poured a healing potion on his wounds. The last drop fell on the body of the wounded wyvern. The warrior stroked the surprised reptile and asked if she felt better. The mutant stared at him in amazement. The swordsman stroked his mane. The knight frowned tensely and realized that he could feel his emotions thanks to the dragon's heart. A red haze appeared in the darkness, anger directed at the pack that had driven the beast away, and conflicting disappointment, affection, and desire to be with them. The monster watched its kin fly away, experiencing a long and painful loneliness. The protagonist noticed that his attitude towards him was also contradictory. Theo extended his hand. The monster was distrustful of the man who had appeared out of nowhere with unexpected warmth. Umbra looked at him carefully and hoped that this man would not disappear. The guy stroked his head. Smiling, the young man asked him not to worry and promised not to leave him alone under any circumstances. Then the warrior reached into his inventory. He pulled out a medallion and said that he knew the beast liked such things. The stone in the gold frame sparkled. The dragon's eyes sparkled. The wyvern closed its eyes and growled when the swordsman presented it with the pendant as a gift. Beads of sweat rolled down the reptile's cheek. The mutant opened his blue eyes. The medallion was already hanging on his chest. Closing his eyes, the knight said that it was a gift and added that many more such surprises awaited him if he went with him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slyly and asked what the hybrid thought about this. The monster seemed to smile and growled happily. The monster imagined a saddle decorated with gems on itself. Theo said that it would look simply amazing in it and thought that he would have to borrow some stones from his grandmother. A strange tremor ran through Kirsten's body. The blacksmith approached her and asked if everything was okay. The craftsman explained that she had a feeling that she was about to lose a lot of money. Umbra slammed his paws on the ground. The dragon raised his head and let out a loud roar. The system reported that the wyvern recognized the user as its master. The guy smiled happily. He had a new skill. The wyvern emblem appeared. The dragon taming skill increases mastery and increases the trust of the tamed beast. The reptile spread its wings and soared into the air. Evelyn landed on the ground. The girl was dragging 2 bulls behind her. Suddenly, her mouth opened in amazement. The young man hugged his new pet. The woman asked how he managed to do this, and said that this mutant had never opened up to anyone before. The warrior smiled broadly and was glad that his girlfriend had returned. The swordsman crossed his arms and thanked his comrade for the meat, saying he was glad to see the hybrid had a good appetite. The manager turned to him and asked how he had managed to tame the beast. The knight replied that he had simply healed the wound on his heart. Umbra devoured the bull's meat. The protagonist explained that when his heart felt better, the gift had done its job. The rider stared at him in surprise. The instructor looked away. Theo laughed. The dragon handed him a piece of meat. The boy asked him not to worry and said that he had already eaten, so he could take as much as he wanted. Evelyn closed her eyes and thought that her friend was good at charming not only people, but wyverns as well. The girl looked up. The young man climbed onto the reptile. The woman congratulated him on the fact that the beast had accepted him as its partner and explained that when they offer their neck and back to a person, it is a sign of great trust. The manager opened her mouth in fear and asked what her comrade wanted to do. The warrior pointed at the mutant and said that he himself told him to climb up. Frowning menacingly, the rider reminded them that they had not even begun to master flying. Besides, flying without a saddle and reins was too dangerous, and said that such a flight was a sure way to death. Grinning, the swordsman asked her not to worry about it and said that he had his own methods. The monster soared into the air. The system reported that the taming wyvern skill allows you to compensate for the lack of experience as a dragon rider. The instructor looked after her student in shock. The hybrid rushed high into the sky. Umbra flew over the rocks. The knight realized that his pet wanted to show him something. The protagonist looked ahead impatiently. The monster smiled happily. Theo frowned and thought that something was wrong here. The reptile hovered over the mountains. The boy wondered how such a pure-hearted dragon like him could become that terrifying demonic spawn that deserved the name of the evil shadow. In the mountain valley, there was a waterfall. Dark energy was oozing out of it. The wyvern flew over the river. There was a large crevice next to the waterfall. The boy landed on the ground and remembered how he thought he had thoroughly studied the snowy mountains during his time in the black snow. Looking at the cave strewn with crystals, the warrior was surprised that such a place was hidden behind the waterfall and assumed that his new friend really liked everything shiny. The swordsman noticed strange plants on the ground. After picking one of them, the knight realized how his pet became an evil shadow and asked if he ate these flowers. The protagonist squinted and asked who would have thought that so many ghost spirit flowers grow here. The system told him that these plants absorb a mixture of demonic energy and moonlight. Theo burned the flower and wondered how the reptile could absorb such energy if dragons and demons had completely opposite characteristics. Umbra growled. Placing his hands on his belt, the boy asked him not to worry and said that he was not going to touch his crystals. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in surprise. Ahead, near the rock, sat a man. His dead body was bound with chains. The skin on his body was already dry. The warrior approached him and concluded that this man had been dead for at least 10 years. Sitting down next to him, the swordsman did not notice any signs of decay and decided that it was partly due to the cold, but at the same time it was a sign that the deceased had possessed enormous magical power in life. Squinting, the knight called it suspicious that a high-ranking master died while being bound in such a place and said that they would need to return here and thoroughly examine everything. The protagonist suggested getting rid of the ghost spirit flowers first, when suddenly the dead man's eyes lit up. The corpse opened its mouth wide and screamed the name Kyle. Theo frowned tensely and wondered if this monster had just said his father's name. Umbra grabbed him immediately. The boy looked up and asked him to stop. The dragon bared his teeth and growled loudly. The living corpse gritted his teeth in anger. The corpse's glowing eyes flashed and screamed the same name again. The boy's eyes widened and he realized that his friend was in danger. The warrior pushed the pet away and exposed himself to the blow. The monster sank its teeth into his arm and screamed that it would never forgive Kyle and Robert. The swordsman gritted his teeth and realized that he had not imagined it and that the enemy had actually said the name of his father and the black dragon. Evelyn swung her sword and used a special cavalry technique. The girl used a flurry of blades and destroyed the villain's body. The knight immediately fell to the ground. The woman asked if everything was okay with him. The protagonist smiled and asked her for forgiveness. Theo gritted his teeth because the pain was too strong. There was a fresh bite mark on his arm. The guy realized that the corpse poison was mixed with a large amount of demonic energy and that without an antidote, he would die soon. The rider sat down next to him and said that she would immediately take him to the headquarters. The dragon pushed her in the shoulder. The manager explained that she was not going to harm him and wanted to save his life. The wyvern continued to push her. The instructor shouted that she would not look at the fact that he was the young master's partner if this did not stop. The young man looked away and asked her to stop. The warrior turned to his pet and asked if the beast really knew how to help him. The reptile growled. The swordsman smiled and said that he would entrust his life to him. Evelyn frowned furiously and said that the young master was in mortal danger and that he needed to be transported to the healers immediately. The knight squinted and explained that his chance of survival was less than 30% even with proper treatment, and decided to trust the hybrid's method. There were purple flowers growing nearby. Umbra had evolved into a demonic fiend by eating the flowers of the ghost spirit, and most likely had encountered this corpse before and knew how to deal with such poisoning. The protagonist smiled and asked his friend to trust him. The dragon looked back. The wyvern plucked a flower. With its powerful paw, it broke the crystal. A pile of plants and shards appeared on the ground. The monster nodded when the girl asked if she really needed to grind it all. The woman frowned suspiciously. The crystals shone in the light. Theo closed his eyes in intense pain. The manager closed her eyes in thought. The writer grabbed the shards and flowers. She used magic to grind them. The instructor poured the resulting juice into her friend's mouth. The boy was lying on the ground unconscious. Evelyn and Umbra looked at him carefully. The juice was running down his cheeks. Suddenly, a dragon's heart began to shine in his chest. The girl tensely pursed her lips and said that she did not believe her eyes. A blue aura enveloped the young man. The woman noticed that his body was actually being restored. Bright lightning flashed around him. A wave of light energy soared into the air. The manager opened her mouth in surprise and said that she had never seen the color of magical power change. Suddenly, the warrior arched his back. The rider asked what was happening to him. His face seemed to crack. The system began to cleanse his body and reported the acquisition of the ominous shadow trait. In the commander's office, there was a pennant with an image of a dragon. Holding a sword in his hands, Julius asked if Black Snow confirmed this report. His subordinate folded his hands behind his back and reported that after double-checking the facts, they were 89% sure of the veracity of the information. The captain chopped the table in anger. The man frowned menacingly and realized that good things could not last forever. The demonic dragon gritted his teeth. Standing in front of the destroyed table, he declared that this was beyond his expectations. Blue flags fluttered in the wind. Mentor Isfin, the commander of the 5th Division of White Armor, and the 15 people accompanying him died in battle. The battlefield was covered in blood and fires raged around. An aura swirled in the man's body. Body purification is an ancient technique that forcibly removes impurities from the body and improves physical fitness, allowing for more effective development of magical power. A pillar of light fell on the child. Usually this procedure required several specialists pouring magical power into the body for many days, and even this technique was only effective on children under 5 years old. The dark energy left the protagonist's body. The purification of his body was the result of many accidents. The moment the corpse bit him, the corpse poison entered his blood. Streams of aura swirled around the corpse. His poison contained a huge amount of magical energy, which included the demonic essence of the ghost spirit flowers. Theo was kneeling, shrouded in dark energy. There were crystal fragments and torn leaves on the ground. He was very lucky that Umbra instinctively found a way to create an antidote. The man's body contained 2 polar energies. All this came together in perfect balance, and therefore the guy's body did not spew out the shadow demon's poison and was not absorbed by it. The dark stream swirled into a spiral. The young man was able to absorb the essence of the poison. He opened his eyes wide. Sitting next to him, Evelyn asked if he was okay. The warrior rose from the ground. The swordsman smiled and apologized for making his friend worry. The girl closed her eyes and sighed with relief. The knight sat down by the rock and opened the status window in front of him, where his suspended state was described. The protagonist squinted and noticed that the power of the ominous shadow had become available to him. Sitting in the middle of the cave, Theo thought about how he had increased his characteristics by 80 points, and realized that all the crystals in the cave were condensed natural energy. The guy smiled and decided that this energy diluted the poison of the flowers of the ghost spirit and turned it into medicine. Umbra looked at his master happily. The young man was glad that he entrusted his life to him. Enveloped in powerful energy, the warrior realized that the bodies of Ragnar's descendants could already be considered perfect, but now he had not only a purified body, but also the feature of the ominous shadow. The swordsman clenched his fist and thought that he could not even imagine how fast his development would be. The knight rose to his feet. The protagonist looked at the corpse and asked who it was. The woman stepped forward. Theo asked what was wrong. The manager looked up and noticed something written on the wall. There were hieroglyphs scratched into the rock. The boy assumed it was a personal diary. The writer confirmed this and assumed that, judging by the handwriting, it must have been a high-level martial artist. The writings were carved into the rock. It was written that this place became his hideout after his defeat at the hands of Kyle and Robert to prepare his revenge. The young man remembered how the dead man bit him and shouted the names of the clan leader and the black dragon. The warrior's eyes widened in amazement. The wounded man walked along the wall. His body quickly degraded due to the fact that the head of the black snow damaged his mana palace. The stranger knelt down. The ghost spirit flowers could have caused his death. He began to lose his mind due to their demonic nature. His body was enveloped in dark energy. The author of the diary was outraged that he had not even had time to begin to prepare his revenge, and realized that he must accept reality because he had no hope left. Bright energy ignited in his hands. The swordmaster, prone to outbursts of anger, decided to leave everything here and shackle himself, melting his precious emerald serpent sword. His hands were shackled. The man hoped that someone would one day find this place and fulfill his dying wish, and prayed that his successor surpassed him. The boys opened their mouths in amazement. The swordsman raised his head and noticed that the further entries were a description of the flying sword and storm god technique. The writer assumed that it was about a legendary man who could freely control the wind. The instructor pictured the Wind Baron fighting Kyle, and told him that he was a tragic hero who had been the last to stand against the current clan leader in a battle for the throne 40 years ago. Hector swung his sword. Evelina said that he was rumored to have died in that battle, and realized that the swordmaster had actually survived and was hiding in this cave. The girl's eyes widened in fear. She fell to one knee and put her hand to her chest. The knight approached her and asked what had happened. The woman pictured a huge dragon and explained that this man, despite his defeat, was still a member of the Ragnar clan with the right to inherit. The manager closed her eyes and declared that attacking the heir of Ragnar was a capital crime punishable by death. The writer's eyes widened when the protagonist asked her not to say such nonsense. Theo smiled and said that his friend had killed a madman, not Ragnar, and asked what else she could do to save him. The instructor said that these were the rules. The boy placed his hands on his waist and ordered her to keep everything that happened here a secret. The young man looked down at his comrade and suggested that she learn the Wind Baron's techniques if it bothered her so much. Evelyn raised her hand and said that she was not worthy of it, because Hector's techniques could rival even the techniques of the 9 dragons themselves. The warrior approached her and asked her to become the swordmaster's heir and become stronger. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when the swordsman offered her to continue his legacy. The knight placed his hand on her shoulder and explained that this would allow the Wind Baron to rest in peace, and she would not be held accountable for her crime. The protagonist smirked and asked if she had not sworn to become his sword. The woman's mouth fell open in amazement. The steward bowed her head and swore to serve the young lord as a loyal vassal. The writer closed her eyes and asked the great and respected lord to accept her humble oath. Theo smiled and remembered that his comrade had always been so proper and reserved. The boy took the sword from its sheath. Its tip touched the instructor's shoulder pad. The ribbon enveloped the heroes. The young man accepted the oath of loyalty, imprinting it on his heart and soul, and declared it his first blade. The warrior lowered his gaze. Evelyn smiled happily. Umbra bowed his head. The roar of a giant waterfall was heard in the mountains. People and their dragons gathered at the headquarters of the White Armor. Smiling widely, Hulkus noticed that their comrade had not yet returned and called himself the most talented rider. At that moment, the swordsman stepped onto the training ground. The recruit and his wyvern widened their eyes in shock. The monster slammed its paws on the ground. Someone asked who the knight had brought here. The commanders looked at each other and wondered how he had managed to make this disobedient creature his partner. The Hound of the North squatted down in disappointment. The people around were discussing the main character, calling him the prodigy of the millennium. The girl looked around and reported that they had completed the entrance exam and returned to headquarters. Theo waved his hand to his friends. The woman wondered where the captain was. Selford raised his hand and said that Julius had literally just gone to his office a moment ago when he received an urgent message. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The manager asked what urgent message she was talking about. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind ruffled her hair. Something fell from the sky. A huge black dragon landed on the platform. Sitting on it, the man apologized for passing such news right after passing the entrance exam. The demonic dragon narrowed his eyes menacingly and declared that everyone present should immediately head to Fort Blackway. The young man frowned sternly. No one understood what was happening. The warrior frowned sternly and realized that they were talking about the incident with the hostage of the Sears Merchant Guild in Fort Blackway. The sword pierced the wyvern's head. The swordsman remembered that the enemies had devised a plan to obtain the Dragon Slayer sword bombing for the rebellion. Ed ran his hand along the blade of the sword, being the organizer of the rebellion. The riders looked at each other and began to discuss what had happened. Raising his hand, a member of the White Armor asked what had happened and wondered what kind of task could be so important that they would send recruits who had not even undergone full training. The commander grabbed the reins. The knight's mouth dropped open in fear when he heard that trainer Iswin and 15 of his subordinates had gone missing. The protagonist imagined the oldest member of the cavalry, whose advice even Julius himself did not disdain, and decided that this was not a man who could be defeated so easily. Theo narrowed his eyes and wondered if this was a chain reaction he had created. The captain frowned sternly and added that according to Black Snow's report, they might already be dead, and declared that the currently available soldiers would become a new, temporary 5th platoon and continue their mission. Holding the reins in his hands, the demon dragon appointed Evelyn as the leader of the temporary platoon and announced that they must complete their basic training before the mission they would leave for in 3 days. The man pulled the reins. He gritted his teeth and said that they must avenge Iswin no matter what, even if his squad was still alive. After that, his dragon took off into the sky. The caravan was moving through the forest. The Black Skull bandits kidnapped the merchants from the Seers Guild, but thanks to the hard work of the white armor, they managed to save the situation without any losses. There were boxes in the cart. The kidnapping of the merchants was only a distraction. In the case was the dragon slayer sword Balmung, which was the true target of the kidnappers. Had put the sword that he was supposed to use in his rebellion in its sheath. The guy pursed his lips and thought that this was how it was in his past life, but now everything is different. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. The young man realized that all this was happening because of him. The warrior frowned and decided that he had to see everything with his own eyes. He had a hidden task to get the Balmung sword. 3 days later, standing at the very top of the tower, the guard said that he still cannot get used to this weather. The man looked at the moon and wondered why it was so dim. A squad of dragon cavalry was approaching the fort. The guard grabbed the guardrail of the tower and raised the alarm. The man standing at the foot of the fortress looked up. At that moment, an explosion was heard from the tower. Evelyn opened her mouth wide and ordered everyone to start firing. The wyverns dropped bombs down, which immediately exploded. The villain frowned menacingly and ordered his men to hide in the castle so as not to die a stupid and senseless death. The recruits made their way into the fort to engage in close combat. Blood sprayed into the air. The recruits rushed into battle when the girl ordered them to kill all the enemies. The woman furrowed her brows and shouted that they should know the price for standing in the way of the white armor cavalry. A fire broke out in the fort and a cloud of black smoke rose into the sky. Holding Balmung, the stranger was outraged that his comrades had not held back the cavalry, and decided that he would be dead by now if he had delayed even a minute. The villain grinned and thought that all he had to do was reach his destination, deliver the sword, and his task would be completed. The robed stranger immediately cut off his head. The severed head fell to the ground behind him. The villain wiped the blood from the blade of his weapon. His subordinate handed him Balmung. The bandit removed the bandages and made sure that this was exactly what they needed. With a wave of his hand, the criminal announced that they had received the item and ordered the others to prepare for the next stage of the plan. The assassin looked at the burning fort. He narrowed his eyes angrily and realized that all that was left for them to do was get rid of the pests. The recruit grabbed his opponent by the collar. The white armor captured the enemies. Hulkus reported that the area was cleared. The protagonist looked down and said that it was too easy. His eyes lit up. Theo thought about how the original 5th platoon couldn't have been wiped out by these people. The boy put his hand on the corpse's head to read its memory. The youth removed his hand and realized that this man knew that they stole Balmung, but he had never seen it. The warrior lowered his head and wondered why their leader did not see the target of their mission in person. Aaron approached him and asked what happened to him. The swordsman replied that he was just thinking. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Selford said that rookies always act like rookies and asked him to admit that he was just nervous about his first mission. The girl suggested that they return to the rest of the platoon. Closing his eyes, the man agreed and said that he really wanted to go home so as not to smell gunpowder. Suddenly, the knight's eyes widened in fear. The protagonist pushed his comrade away and ran away. The caretaker looked after him in surprise and asked what had happened to him. The woman suggested that he didn't like his smell. The rider looked at her with displeasure. Theo swung his sword. Wall fragments flew in all directions. The guy frowned and said that he knew it. The rider ran up to him and asked what he was doing. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Explosives were hidden in the warehouse. The heroes realized that the enemies were planning to take them with them to the next world. The young man put the blade back in its sheath and said that they didn't have time and that they needed to leave the fort immediately. A cannonball flashed in the air. The guys turned around. The warrior opened his mouth wide, but didn't have time to say anything. There was a series of powerful explosions. The villain raised his hand and ordered his subordinates to reload the cannons. The villain waved his hand. Several more explosions were heard in the fort. The bandit narrowed his eyes slyly and wanted to burn them all to the ground. Snow was falling over the Rose Palace. Imel sat in front of the window in her dark room. The girl held her dead son in her arms, asking where and what hurt him. The woman widened her bleeding eyes and promised to bring him the head of his killer. A fierce battle was going on in the square. Evelyn dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The white armor rushed after the fugitives. The commander shouted that they must not let them get away. Looking at the man's corpse, the manager wondered how they managed to defeat the 5th platoon and decided that they were definitely missing something. The writer frowned sternly. Suddenly, a huge shadow loomed over her. The instructor jumped to the side and managed to avoid the explosion. The girl fell to her knees but managed to keep her balance. She looked up. Fiery cannonballs rained down on the fort. The woman swung her sword and ordered everyone to find cover. The bandit ran away. A cannonball fell right on him. Explosions and screams were heard everywhere. The stairs led to the exit to the street. The squad ran outside and called out to their captain. Evelyn ran up to them and said that they urgently needed to leave here. The protagonist raised his hand and suggested heading to the outer wall opposite the artillery. Theo looked down when the system reported the removal of brain restrictions and increased his speed of thought and perception. A bright light poured out of his eyes. System windows with a diagram of the internal structure of the fort appeared in front of the guy. The young man's glowing eyes widened. The girl grabbed his shoulder and asked her friend to wake up because they needed to run. The warrior grabbed her hand and said that they needed to go to the outer wall of the fort. The woman frowned menacingly and asked him to explain what was going on and said they didn't have time for this. The swordsman narrowed his eyes and explained that they needed to get inside the fort. The manager looked at him in amazement but said nothing. The heroes ran down the castle corridor, the debris falling behind them. The guys followed their comrades, not understanding why they were going back to where they would simply be crushed by the debris. Someone suggested leaving the fort. The knight, opening his mouth in anger, said that an ambush and more artillery were waiting for them outside, and explained that the enemies had lured them into a trap. The protagonist went down the steps. The system activated the cub synchronization skill to read the memories of the building. A crack appeared on the ceiling. Theo frowned menacingly and realized that their enemy thought that it was simply impossible to survive inside. A bright light illuminated the walls of the corridor. The guy imagined the layout of the fortress and decided that with the help of this ability they would definitely be able to survive. The system reported that after removing the restrictions of the brain, the range of synchronization had increased significantly. The young man saw through the walls. Explosives were hidden on the left. The building seemed to become transparent. The warrior noticed that artillery was firing from the right side. There was a passage ahead. The swordsman realized that they needed to go along the central staircase. The squad went down. Stones fell on the passage behind them. The guys went down the spiral staircase and saw a dead end in front of them. The heroes approached the wall. Erica was outraged that they trusted their comrade and followed him, and now they can't even go back the same way they came. The white armor raised their heads and noticed that the ceiling was starting to collapse. Evelyn turned to call out to her comrades. Selford and Aaron widened their eyes in fear. Hulkus and his sister looked up in horror. The knight clenched his teeth. The rebel of the walls fell down. The fort burned to the ground. A giant cloud of black smoke rose into the air. The bandit put his hand to his chest and reported that they had used up all their artillery shells. The villain pulled his sword from its sheath. Placing it on his shoulder, the villain reminded him that this was revenge for action and said that he did not care about the safety of the corpse. The protagonist lay unconscious on the ground. The criminal ordered his subordinate to bring him his head. Sounds were heard from under the pile of rubble. The guys fell into the pit in a heap. The Hound of the North said that he knew his friend had a plan and praised him for being able to break the floor at the last moment. The bandits pointed their weapons at them and asked how they got here. Pursing his lips, Theo wondered what the Black Skull was doing here and thought that he was heading here only because he found a large empty space under the corridor. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in shock. Behind the criminals was a prison cell. Isfan's hands and neck were in shackles. A bright light illuminated the bars. Hulkus tied up 2 guards. Evelyn looked at her comrade's shackles and stated that she could not believe that their clan's central intelligence agency was behind all of this. The handcuffs fell to the floor. The man waved his hand and noticed that his colleague did not seem particularly surprised. Lowering her head, the girl explained that she had a vague suspicion because an ambush of this scale was impossible without internal support, and said that she did not believe that they would raise their swords against their own clanmates. Aaron waved her hand and shouted that this was an act of betrayal without any justification. Selford agreed with her and said that they must take revenge. Frowning, the commander explained that they had to act carefully and that the enemy was ready to attack them from the beginning, adding that they would not be able to deal with them with their current forces. The captain concluded that their priority should be to alert Black Snow. The young man took a step forward and stated that this was impossible. The warrior raised his eyebrows and explained that the enemy had probably eliminated all the Black Snow agents in the area to prevent them from coming to their aid, and that was the reason they had decided to hide inside the fort. The woman looked back, and the warrior said that they still had a chance to win. The swordsman pointed at the guards and explained that the enemy had tried to bury their pawns with them because they hoped to cover up their tracks. The knight frowned and concluded that they would come here to make sure of their death and ensure their victory. Only ruins remained of the fort, and the protagonist suggested hiding in the rubble to set up an ambush. Theo narrowed his eyes and said that this was the only way they would have a chance to win. Isvan frowned sternly. The commander saw the mana flowing inside the boy and was surprised that he had managed to open the gates of the mind at such a young age. The captain smiled and decided that he was getting old to give in so quickly to minor difficulties. The man reached for the weapon and realized that the recruits had a head on their shoulders. The shaft hit the ground. Straightening up, the trainer agreed with the recruit and shouted that the white armor could not leave this so easily. He opened his mouth wide and declared that they would act according to the plan. The warrior and his comrades frowned sternly. Behind the villain stood his army, each side prepared for battle. The enemy group was exploring the ruins of the fort. The criminal pushed a stone fragment. The man lying under it begged for help. A shadow from a foot appeared above his head. The villain crushed his head, blood splashed his face. The man looked back and asked if they had found the enemy. His subordinate answered in the negative and reported that the search in the western part of the fort was complete and that they had begun to search the eastern. The gang leader looked away and remembered that the ambush team had not yet reported. The assassin lowered his sword and wondered why there were no bodies of white armor anywhere. The assassin raised his hand and asked if anyone had seen the corpses of the enemy. Suddenly, the recruits attacked his subordinates. A sword blade appeared under the bandit's feet. Evelyn crawled out from under the rubble and attacked him. The criminal parried her blow with his sword. The girl jumped up and swung the weapon. The woman kicked the enemy in the chest. The villain cut the air with his sword and she was forced to jump back. The manager regrouped in midair and landed on her feet. The villain opened his mouth wide and shouted that they were being ambushed. The members of the dragon cavalry entered into a fierce battle with the traitors. The rider lowered her blade and said that she hoped the Central Intelligence Agency would not be involved. The instructor bared her teeth. She assumed a fighting stance and declared that according to the laws of Clan Ragnar, enemies would be executed for treason. The opponents rushed towards each other. They kept their distance, but at the same time, they delivered powerful blows. Then the enemies crossed swords. The villain gritted his teeth and wondered how they managed to survive the barrage. His eyes were bloodshot. Evelyn scowled furiously, parrying his attack. The girl deflected his weapon to the side and approached the enemy. The assassin jumped back to avoid her attack. The woman swung her sword. A cut appeared on the assassin's face. The manager struck him several times, blood gushing from the wounds. The force of the attack threw him back. The rider turned around and declared that further resistance was useless. The protagonist raised his sword and looked back. The instructor shouted that since their ambush, they had no more chances of victory. Hulkus smiled. The commander promised to spare the lives of those who surrendered voluntarily. The bandit opened his mouth wide and allowed the squad to use the secret technique. Isvan frowned tensely. Theo's eyes widened in fear and wondered what they were talking about. His opponent jumped up from his seat. The maddened man clenched his teeth in rage. The boy looked at him in horror and wondered if this was the blood flow back technique. The monster swung his fist. It turned out to be a forbidden technique that drains the life force of the owner. The villain struck the young man in the side with force. The warrior plunged his sword into the ground and somehow remained on his feet. The swordsman looked up. All members of the enemy squad pounced on him at once. The blades pierced the body through and through. The soldier of the 5th platoon took the blow and protected the recruit. The dragon rider smiled and asked him to run away. Blood gushed from his mouth. The knight opened his mouth in fear. The protagonist clenched his teeth. Theo frowned menacingly and asked how dare they do this. The guy used the triple dragon claw, and a powerful wave of energy destroyed all the enemies. The young man's eyes lit up. The system reported the activation of the gate of the mind. In his eyes, the enemies were shrouded in a dark aura. The warrior swung his sword and used his technique again. Particles of light energy soared into the air. The swordsman cut the air with his sword, and streams of mana fell on the fort, destroying the enemies. One of them flew in front of Eric. Selford and Aaron covered their eyes with their hands. The severed head of the villain flew up. White smoke rose into the air. The ground was left with giant furrows from the skill. The assassin thrust his sword into the ground and was surprised that his opponent had managed to deal with those who had used the blood flow back technique. The killer's eyes widened in madness and he decided that he couldn't leave him alive. The bandit jumped up from his seat. The overseer smirked. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked how their recruit had learned to do that. The girl said that it was too early to relax. The protagonist clutched his chest and thought about how he had to use the gate of the mind to try to strengthen the technique through repetition. Theo frowned and realized that it was too much for his current state. The criminal pounced on him from the air. The villain swung his fist and declared that he would take him to hell with him. The guy narrowed his eyes and realized that his mana palace had been distorted. The villain opened his mouth wide. The young man decided that the enemy was going to blow himself up along with him. Waves of green energy appeared near his face. Evelyn stepped forward and used Storm God, which lifted the assassin's body high into the air. The girl jumped after him and used Flurry. The woman was on the same level as the enemy. Streams of green aura enveloped her hands. She put her hand forward and used the Tempest skill. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise and realized that the explosion of the mana hall had been stopped. The green energy absorbed the clot of mana in the assassin's stomach. With one powerful blow, the manager threw the enemy to the ground. His lifeless body fell on the rubble of the fort. The swordsman sat down on the ground and sighed heavily. The knight looked up when the boys praised him for his excellent work. Hulkus threw his hands up and said that he expected nothing less from a man he respected. Selford extended his hand to his comrade and said that they were alive only thanks to him. The protagonist turned around in surprise. A smile appeared on his face. Theo accepted his friend's help and took his hand. The white armor helped the 5th platoon to their feet. The warden asked where the squad leader learned such skills. The guy replied that it was better for him not to know. The joyful recruits rushed to embrace their savior. Isfin narrowed his eyes and said that the long night was over and that a new bright day was beginning. The sun rose over the ruins of the fort. Belmung was stuck in the stone. The Rose Palace was visible. Someone grabbed the girl by the neck. Ed, gritting his teeth, insulted her. Throwing her on the floor, he asked her if she had really forgotten her place and how she could do such a thing. The man, putting his hand on the document, also asked what she was thinking when she stole his seal. Clutching the sheet of paper in his hands, he quoted her order to kill the dragon cavalry in white armor and Ragnar's illegitimate son, and also clarified whether she understood what she had done. Throwing the document on the floor, Ed asked how she dared to destroy the great plan of the Troivens. The girl, covering her ears, screamed. She asked him with wide eyes that she had really asked for so much when she had only wanted the head of the bastard who had done this to action to be cut off. She screamed with her mouth wide open that she had to cut off the head of that damned child, him and all his comrades, that she had to destroy every last one of them. A vein appeared on the man's face after the woman's screams that she would only be able to calm down after these people were dead, and only then would action be able to find peace. Ed clenched his fist tightly and called out his son's name. He struck the boy's lifeless body and asked her that she had dared to forget her duty for the sake of one pathetic child. Blood spurted from the woman's face. Gritting his teeth, the man explained that because of her, the Dragon Slayer sword, which was extremely important for their plans, was lost, and also said that she was no longer a daughter of the Troinmans, and the girl remembered that look. An image of her father appeared in her head. As Ed left the room, he said that the woman was now useless and should be locked away somewhere out of sight, and also ordered that the corpse be disposed of, as they could not allow information to leak. The man frowned, listening to the cries for mercy. As he walked down the stairs, he realized that the rebellion that had been so carefully planned was now destroyed, and screams were heard from everywhere. His eyes widened and he realized that Theo was to blame for everything, and Ed was now going to kill him with his own hands. The hero, sitting on the bed, looked at his inventory. A Dragon Slayer sword appeared in his hand, which had incredible characteristics. The guy, holding it in his hands, looked closely at the blade. Suddenly, the sword was covered in some strange aura. The blade fell from the young man's hands to the floor. Holding his hand, the protagonist realized that the sword was called a Dragon Slayer for a reason. His hand was covered in wounds, and he thought that the essence of such a blade was completely opposite to the essence of the Ragnar clan. Looking at the glowing sword, Theo noted that he would hardly be able to use it without first revealing its secrets. A certain man stood in front of the gate. It was explained that mystics, such as this sword, are like a mirage and only rarely fall into someone's hands. The man had an artifact in his hands, and it was explained that according to legend, having obtained such an item and revealed its secret, one can literally obtain mystical power similar to the heroes of myth, because these are real legendary items. Remembering Ed with this blade, the hero realized that he had definitely obtained bombing in his past life. Grinning, the guy remembered one place. Putting the blade in the inventory, the hero also noted that he could not go there yet to solve this riddle, so he should just leave this sword to rot in the inventory. Suddenly, the young man turned to the door. Opening it, the hero met Evelyn and addressed her. She in turn apologized for disturbing him late at night and said that she needed to convey a message that the commander wanted to see him. Julius, sitting at the table, greeted someone. Frowning, the man began to say something. The man sat with his arms folded on the table, while the commander asked him if he wanted to retire. Closing his eyes, the old man explained that in addition to losing his leg, he was unfortunate enough to lose the dragon Rocinante during his last mission. Taking a small glass from the table, Isfin also noted that due to his age, he had a lot of strength left and he would prefer to spend the rest of his life in his hometown, mourning his departed comrades. Waving his hand, the commander noted that in any case, no one would be able to convince the interlocutor and therefore he should do what he considered necessary. The same one in turn thanked him. While drinking tea, the old man also said that this might not be enough to repay the commander's kindness and explained that the story would be about his new recruit named Theo. Introducing human anatomy, Julius listened to his interlocutor's words about the guy, despite his young age, already opening the gates of the mind, and immediately after exclaimed in surprise because this young man would be able to overcome the wall separating ordinary people from superhumans. Slamming his glass on the table, Isfin explained that he was also shocked by this and added that the hero was not a genius who was born with an open gate of the mind. Introducing the protagonist, the old man explained that there were clear signs that he forcibly opened the gates that were so tightly closed. Imagining a certain liquid, he also said that this guy's vessel suddenly became larger. Imagining a huge bowl, the old man explained that his vessel became indescribably larger than it is now. Smiling widely, Julius shouted that they must fill this large vessel of the guy. Isfin closed his eyes and summed it up by saying that this was all that an ordinary old man could share. The sky was covered with clouds. Julius stood outside, remembering the words of the former night that the development of the protagonist's vessel depended only on his ability to learn. The hero stood in front of him. They were facing each other. Bowing, the young man listened to the man's words about having already heard about Theo's exploits during the recent mission, and Theo explained that this all happened only thanks to his comrades. Grinning, the man asked him not to be so modest and also asked how much he had improved in the theory of military art. Lowering his head, the boy assumed that the interlocutor was talking about combat skills and said that he felt more comfortable in battle. Extending his hand, the man explained that he did not only mean combat techniques. Squinting, Julius began to speak. The hero's eyes widened after the interlocutor's question about what kind of world the protagonist's sword painted. The young man lowered his head and replied that he was not sure yet. Holding the hilt of his blade, the man listened to the boy say that he was simply focused on pursuing the clan leader's sword. Suddenly, he began to abruptly draw his sword. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Something red appeared. Everything around him turned red, which meant that this place was the demonic dragon's isolation zone. Remembering the girl, the hero realized that this zone was different from the one the sword dragon showed before the second stage of the awakening ceremony. Opening his mouth in surprise, the guy assumed that this place was different because it was drawn on Julius's theory of military art. Suddenly, something began to press on him. Covering his face with his hands, the young man listened to the man say that his sword was demonic. The hero's eyes widened. The commander made many filigree feints with his weapon. The protagonist's mouth was slightly open in surprise. Suddenly, waves arose in this zone. A huge stream of red liquid rose right in front of the guy. She spun around him. The man stopped his blade. Coming closer, he began to ask something. Squinting, the commander was interested in what the young man thought about the martial art of the demonic dragon. Looking down, the hero noted that it was strength and destruction. Grinning, Julius answered affirmatively and added that this was the essence of the demonic, and it was direct and intuitive. With one blow, a certain mountain was cut. A certain crushed skull appeared, which meant that even if the owner of the blade had to break, he would be able to cut a straight line, tearing and destroying everything in his path, because death itself is the basis of fencing. Opening his mouth, the man asked what Lady Osa's sword looked like. Looking down, the hero explained that it was sparkling and beautiful. The commander crossed his arms and noted that it was not surprising, considering that the essence of the Plum Blossom Palace lady's sword was life. A certain tree was visible, signifying the process of a seed sprouting, becoming a flower, which was the embodiment of life itself. A huge tree appeared, which slowly and carefully, with countless variations, even with possible twists and turns, never stopped developing. The protagonist, looking down, realized what martial arts really meant, because who would have thought that 2 of the 9 dragons had such different views on the way of the sword. A smile appeared on Julius's face. Standing in front of the boy, he spoke of life and death, peace and violence, and asked if the boy considered these 2 interpretations to be complete opposites. But the boy did not immediately understand what was wrong with such an opinion. The man's cloak rose in the wind. As he left, the commander said that he could explain it, but explained that it would be too boring. A certain book flew at the boy. Holding it in his hands, the boy asked what it was, to which Julius replied that it recorded his debate with the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace about the principles of the sword. The hero's eyes widened. Raising his head, the commander noted that this situation was quite interesting. Introducing himself and Lady Osa, he explained that the hero became a follower of both of them. The boy's eyes widened after the interlocutor said that he inherited the power of both the sword dragon and the demonic dragon. Julius was sitting on a rock. The girl was holding a book with a pen in her hands. The man looked down. Gritting his teeth, he noted that she was very cruel because she wanted him to share the boy, but the woman asked him not to be so jealous. Looking at him, she explained that in the end, this was all done for Theo and asked if the interlocutor was going to deny it. Introducing the young man, the girl noted that he was already considered a rival to other candidates for the heir, because his talent was such that he managed to develop at an incredible speed. Introducing an obstacle, she also said that this meant that he was destined to hit a wall much faster. Holding a book in her hands, she explained that it was she who would help him overcome such an obstacle. The girl narrowed her eyes after the man began to ask something. Looking down, he said that the guy could become an enemy of the head of the clan or even an enemy of the entire Ragnar clan. Osa's eyes widened. Still sitting, the commander noted that the interlocutor knew no worse than he did that most of those who developed so quickly followed exactly this path, and the girl continued his words by saying that all such people met a sad end. Looking down, the man said that if history repeated itself, their training of the hero would return to them with the spilled blood of the Ragnars, and the lady of the Plum Castle noted that she had previously thought that he only admired the hero's strength. Smiling slightly, she also added that now, having heard the fears, she was absolutely sure. Looking to the side, she said that her interlocutor really was the person to whom this knowledge could be entrusted. Holding both books in his hands, he listened to the words of Lady Osa about how he should look after the young man, and after there was complete confidence that he was not tainted by greed and had grown into a real Ragnar, able to appreciate every moment, he could pass on these records to everyone. Julius closed his eyes. The guy still had this book in his hands. Looking at it, he realized that he had managed to become both a sword dragon and a demon dragon's disciple. Looking after the commander, the hero asked if he was really worthy of such a thing, but Julius asked him to get rid of his modesty. Looking at the young man, the man explained that he was sharing these notes with him because he was sure that he deserved them. A smile appeared on Theo's face. Looking at the commander, the hero understood that it was only thanks to them that he had achieved his current strength. Julius smiled widely, and the protagonist realized that even though he had not done anything significant, they all continued to selflessly help him. Bowing, he said that they, from that incident with Rendan until now, have always provided him with significant help, and also added that he promised that one day he would repay them for their kindness. The man stamped his foot. Approaching the boy, he shouted that he could do it right now. Julius opened his mouth wide and said that they needed to fight right now because he hadn't had a new student for a long time. Standing in front of the hero, he shouted that he couldn't just sit back and call himself a commander anymore. The boy's eyes widened after the man said that the real lesson was starting right now. The girl turned away, listening to the screams of their slaughter. She closed the gate. Holding the door, she apologized to Theo while he begged to let him out. A high wall was visible. The chains fell to the ground. Evelyn opened the gate. Her eyes widened. The hero sat there completely out of breath. There was a faint expression on his face after asking if he was okay. Approaching him, the girl noted that the commander had gone a bit too far this time. The hero opened his eyes after Evelyn said that she had carried out the order and the prisoner had already been placed in the underground cell. A cell was visible, and the girl asked if it would be right to just leave him there. A prisoner appeared, chained, and she added that he was not someone who would be easy to break, but doing nothing would not work either, and the guy explained that everything was thought out. Opening his mouth, he asked the girl to come closer. Her eyes opened wide. The Plum Blossom Palace was visible. Someone was standing on the training grounds of the palace. Bowing, the young man greeted the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace. Descending the steps, she said that she had been waiting for him and asked if he had received the gift that they had prepared together with the commander. Opening his mouth, the guy answered affirmatively. Osa extended her hand. One of the blades soared into the air. She soared above the training grounds. Landing, the girl noted that she was glad that the boy liked her. Smiling, the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace also noted that she wanted to continue teaching him the subtleties of technique that were easily overlooked, namely the root of swordsmanship. Swinging her blade, she explained that this was only the beginning. Holding the sword in front of her, the girl said that she wanted to discuss how to use the sword to help life bloom. Smiling, she wanted to ask the same question again. Placing the sword on the hero's shoulder, Osa asked him if he would become her disciple. Bowing his head, the protagonist asked if he could ask a question first. Opening his eyes, the young man began to speak. Her eyes widened when the interlocutor said that she spoke exactly like the master of the heavenly dragon sword. Smiling, Osa noted that he knew what was a secret to most. The blade was stuck into the ground and she said that she would not deny it. The girl's reflection was visible in the blade as she explained that the Heavenly Dragon Sword was a secret school that only passed on its teachings to one student, and that she was its sole heir. The boy closed his eyes as the girl asked him if he wanted to know her true intentions. With her eyes closed, she explained that she had no ulterior motives, and that from the full bloom of the plum blossom to the mastery of the Heavenly Dragon, all of these techniques would be passed on to him. The hero's eyes widened at these words. The hero was walking through the garden located on the palace grounds. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him and called out to him. A certain person, standing at a distance from the hero, asked if he was a new recruit for the dragon cavalry. Raising his hand, the boy answered in the affirmative. Henry frowned, noting that the answer was rather rude and without any greeting at all. The swordsman spread his arms and explained that since he was a member of the Plum Blossom Palace and his Lady Osa's apprentice, he should at least show a minimum of respect to his elders. Theo smirked and said that he had thought that something important was going on earlier, but in reality, it was just a pathetic attempt to restore his fragile ego. He also raised his hand and pointed out that he was not even his immediate superior and did not care about Henry's rank. Grabbing his blade, the swordsman shouted that the hero was a follower of the palace and therefore their subordinate. As the protagonist left, he explained that they were greatly mistaken, although the Plum Blossom lady had indeed offered him to become her apprentice. He turned to them and said that he had rejected her offer. Henry's eyes widened in surprise. Kneeling in front of Osa, the guy asked if she really wanted to give him both the full bloom of the Plum Blossom technique and the Heavenly Dragon Sword, to which the woman asked if it sounded tempting. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist explained that he did not understand how he deserved such affection, since he had never done anything for her before. Raising her hand to him, she said that there was no serious reason. Putting her hand on his face, Osa said that he simply reminded her of Kyle, and the hero exclaimed in surprise. Smiling, the girl answered affirmatively, explaining that he very much resembled the clan leader in his youth, and added that she did not mean only appearance, since Kyle also strove for his dreams and ideals in his youth. Holding her hand on his face, she also assumed that the leader most likely still cherishes these dreams. Recalling the leader's training, the girl explained that this was why he had no right to give up, as he worked tirelessly, overcoming all obstacles. Recalling the monsters defeated by Kyle, she also said that he brought new challenges every day. Remembering his image, she added that the leader had never betrayed his beliefs. Smiling, Osa asked that she could really stand aside when she saw the trait she loved in the leader and the hero. Looking at him, she explained that if his curiosity was satisfied, then he should give an answer. She narrowed her eyes when she heard the protagonist's refusal and asked why he decided so. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist explained that he already had too many teachers. Her eyes widened when he began to talk about his teachers. Remembering all of his trainers, the guy explained that he was taught by the demonic dragon commander Julius, the senior writers, namely Evelyn, Selford, and Aaron, as well as his friends and comrades, Hulkus, Remington, and Erica, and even his friends from the 4th training ground, including Action and Ed, because they were all his teachers. Opening her mouth, the girl noted that the hero even called Action and the Sky Dragon his teachers, considering that he does not have the best relationship with Ed. Opening his mouth, the protagonist answered affirmatively and explained that the difficulties they caused him made him who he is now. Osa's mouth dropped open in surprise. Bowing his head slightly, the young man also said that his sword was learned and changed under the influence of everyone who loved him or hurt him, and that is why he doubts that he can follow the traditions of the school and pass them on to his descendants. Smiling, the girl noted that he cannot follow traditions because his sword is constantly changing, although this is both charming and sad at the same time. Her eyes widened after something he said. Smiling, he said that he would be happy to be her son. Her mouth dropped open in surprise. The girl was sitting in the garden. She brought a glass to her face. The assistant, holding the bottle, noted that she really liked that guy, and Osa answered affirmatively. The moon was reflected in a small pond as the girl spoke of how the heavens had not allowed her to have a child of her own, but such an outstanding child had promised to be her son. The assistant smiled and noted that she was pleased to hear of the lady's happiness. Bringing the glass closer, Osa said that she was grateful to the protagonist for the opportunity to experience the joy of motherhood and asked him to prepare a letter to his husband, and the assistant asked what she wanted to write. The girl's eyes widened when the Plum Blossom lady said that the letter would be about Theo's promotion exam. Raising her hand, she noted that the hero was only a rookie who had recently completed the awakening ceremony. Fish swam in the pond while the assistant noted that if he attracted too much attention at such a young age, he could be in danger. Setting the glass down, Osa explained that this was precisely why they needed to hurry. Frowning, she said that until the storm that was about to fall on the Ragnar clan swallowed everything, she should give the hero everything in her power. A certain man was still sitting behind bars. It was the protagonist's prisoner. His eyes were almost closed. Sitting on the floor, the prisoner noted that someone had finally come. The masked man, holding daggers, asked him not to hold a grudge because everything was happening according to his will. Rising, the prisoner asked the person who had come to kill him. The daggers were already flying at the prisoner. Suddenly, something blocked all the throwing blades. The eyes of the masked man opened wide. Evelyn was already above the head of the unknown man. With wide eyes, she screamed that she had been waiting for him. With wide eyes, the unknown man realized that he had fallen into a trap. Then they began to fight furiously. A blow with a blade was already aimed at the unknown man. Looking at Evelyn, he couldn't believe that his rival had become so skilled. Looking at the prisoner, the stranger realized that he had failed to get rid of him, although if he was caught, things would only get worse, so he should get out and think about what to do next. Green energy began to gather around the girl's blade as she spoke of not letting him escape. This was the secret technique of the storm god. She held the sword out in front of her and used the skill flurry. Blood sprayed out of the stranger's mouth. His hand was covered in a blue glow while he thought that he couldn't get caught so easily and he should quickly cover up all his tracks. Evelyn was already preparing for the next strike. She struck the masked man straight in the chest and asked why they all did the same thing when the situation was bad for them. Looking at him, she also added that he wouldn't get away with it a second time. The palace was visible. The door to the small library was open. Something was visible from behind the shelves and someone's voice was heard saying that on this day at 1 o'clock in the morning, Evelyn had detained an assassin who had infiltrated the underground prison. Pointing to the map, the girl said that it had already been established that the detainee was a member of the Season of Snakes and explained that this was an organization subordinate to the influential Eastern clan Troven, and this in turn, with a high degree of probability, indicated their connection with the heavenly dragonet. Crossing his arms over his chest, the commander noted that there was also a weighty argument in favor of their theory about the presence of a mole in their ranks. A small house in the forest was visible and someone said that they agreed with his words, because it was precisely in order to prevent further leaks of information that they were holding this meeting in such a remote place. Pointing to the map, she also added that according to the available data, the snake season is currently located in the ancient castle in the Calais region and in 3 hours from now they will consider the mission a failure, destroy all evidence and disappear. Putting the pointer on her hand, the girl also added that before that moment they must infiltrate their base, capture everyone and obtain information, since this is the essence of this joint mission. The hero, standing next to the commander, realized that he personally managed to meet with an agent of the pure snow rank. Leaning his head on his hand, Julius wanted to add something. Still sitting, he explained that this mission will be a promotion test for the protagonist. The young man, wide-eyed, asked if he was really considered experienced enough for such an exam, and the commander answered affirmatively, but added that there were also nuances. The hero's eyes widened after the man said that the difficulty of his exam had been significantly increased. Covering his face with his hand, he explained that this was quite natural, because with the increase in rank, the difficulty of the exam also increases, and added that this task is one that can provoke a war within the clan, and this is an extremely cruel test for the rank of a mid-level swordsman. Evelyn closed her eyes after the commander's words that the hero instructed her to guard the cells, anticipating the arrival of the killer, and since such an initiative is punishable, he is instructed to see the matter through to the end. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Smiling, the commander explained that even as an heir, planning such actions without coordinating with the leadership is a sign of disrespect, and since things have gone this far, the protagonist is obliged to complete this task flawlessly. The man hit him with his forehead and ordered him to reach the rank of a mid-level swordsman and receive the privileges he deserves. Rubbing his head, the guy answered affirmatively, also not understanding how this could happen to him because now he was in the epicenter of events. Suddenly, the guy noticed something. His hand trembled after the system notification appeared that a new story mission had begun, thanks to which there was a chance to break the dark ties of his past life, and he thought that it looked quite curious, because what could connect him with them and what could be the reason for all this? Clive, holding a pointer, asked the young man about the presence of any problems, but he answered negatively. Frowning, the hero explained that he would complete this mission at all costs. Putting his hands on the table, the commander said that this was excellent. The faces of all the meeting participants became serious after the commander's words that it was time to start cleaning out the snake pit.